The champ is here. This is the champ. Oh my God. I won it against the best player.
I don't know what I'm doing. I can beat that.
You won the hand.
Thank you.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event, day 3, about to begin here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
You know, I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but it costs 100 euros for a haircut and then 10 euros for each additional hair.
Should say you can't see him, but Joe is looking very spiffy today. You did actually go to the hairdressers this morning.
It looks good. Yeah, thank you. I feel better about myself already.
So 149 players returning for day 3. Tomorrow, they're going to play down to the final 2 tables. Friday, they're going to play down to the final table. We will stream that final table on Saturday, live every day at 12:30 Central European Summer Time, apart from Saturday, the final table live 30 minutes later. And of course, we want to hear from you. And there is only one place you should be, and that is the live chat on the PokerStars YouTube channel. Plus, of course, consume everything else that's happening here in Monte Carlo via X, Facebook, and Instagram. I was hoping, Nick, that we would get some great shots of the roof today, but sadly, they couldn't open it because of the wind. Yesterday, they opened the roof, though. The Salle des Etoiles demonstrating why it is the most beautiful poker room in the world. And our first feature table on day 2 was headlined by some big names, including the most recent EPT champ Pedro Marques, Kenny Hallett, and Masato Yokosawa. Then, we had Nacho Barbero on the main stage, along with last year's winner, Dirk van Luke. The reigning champ saw a queen on the flop eliminate him just before the money, and Masato Yokosawa was also eliminated just before we hit the bubble. Said bubble wasn't super long, it was a battle of the Brits. And it was Conor Beresford who knocked out Ian Gascoigne with 175 players, earning at least a min cash. Then came the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, which saw the demise of Harry Lodge, Steve O'Dwyer, and Spraggy. So 149 bagged and tagged, and these are the chip leaders coming in to day 3. Among the big names in the top 10, Juan Pardo. Wow. But it's Andreas Guller who's the single biggest stack right now. No one's crossed the million mark. Guller is the closest with 831k, which translates to 166 big blinds, because we're about to kick off the 2k, 5k blind level. Jeremy Beneteau, Mariusz Galiński also have more than 800k each. And Leon Zaita, who spent some time on the feature table yesterday, is just shy of 800k coming into the day. So 4.5 levels to play today. That means we should play until about 8:30, 8:45 p.m. local time. And as ever, we'll be showcasing a decent percentage of the field, changing the feature table at regular intervals. Do you want to know who's on our first feature table?
I would love to.
A Monte Carlo legend. He was on the main stage yesterday as well. Patrick Antoni is back at the feature table, where he belongs, along with a Monte Carlo main event champion. Antonio Bonanno won this tournament back in 2014 after an epic heads-up battle against Jack Salter. Interestingly, we've got Jamil Wakil and Nicholas Thum. Both these players made final tables in the Bahamas in 2023. Jamil Wakil finaling the PCA main event, and Nicholas Thum, Flushy, final tabling the PSPC 2023. So these are the players we'll be watching for at least the first 90 minutes. 1.5 hour levels to be played today. And yet, level 16 will be the first level of the day, with the blinds at 2,000, 5,000, with a 5K big blind ante. And yeah, a little bit darker than normal in the Salle des Etoiles as players enter. High winds means they were unable to open Crater today. Tomorrow, Nick, tomorrow you're going to get a chance to see it. Tomorrow you're going to get it on film, I promise.
Oh, after all these years, you'd think I would have seen it once. I'm just too busy working, James. That's what it is.
All the money in this city and they can't control the weather. Are you serious?
If you're going to build a ceiling that opens, get one that can open in high winds if you're going to pay all that money, huh?
Right.
Come on.
8.5K is the current payout. There's a money jump just a few eliminations away. When we get to 144, everyone will get a min plus cash of nearly 10K. Up top in this year's EPT Monte-Carlo main event, €1 million.
Sick. Sick. The fellow who bubbled yesterday, Gascoigne?
Yes.
So, I was in the elevator with someone this morning, and it was an English guy, and I had my headphones in, and I just heard sometime main event, and I go, excuse me, he goes, sometime main event, and I go, we're in the money, and then I looked at who it was, and it was him. It was the guy who bubbled.
Oh. Yikes.
Whoops.
That's pretty unlucky.
Yeah, for him.
And for you to actually run into the one guy that bubbled.
Probably worse for him.
So action is underway. Bonanno on the button. Wakil and Juan Barazza in the blinds for the first hand of day 3 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. And Patrick not in his seat yet. Where is he? Antonius.
Antonio's a day late.
Need to complain then.
The other tables don't have boxes. I don't think it's like.
Yeah, you're right.
Phone surrendered. Microphone attached. And Patrick being dealt into the first hand.
Or I need to watch tables? Just at the start, right?
No, I was here. I was here. They were miking me up. Can I please?
Yeah, I mean, Patrick should be dealt a live hand here. And he is. Of course, with it being the start of day 3, we have the shot clock in play. 15 seconds on your first decision, 30 seconds on subsequent decisions, and every player receives 6 time bank cards at the start of the day. Each time bank card extends the shot clock by 30 seconds. Those time bank cards replenished at the beginning of each new day.
Shout out to my friend Manig Loiser, still in the mix. Got about 129K.
Another former Monte Carlo champion.
Exactly. One to look out for. I did promise him, if he performed well, that I would do commentary, which of course is my job.
I'm sure that's his main motivation.
I like to imagine.
Nick talks about me.
I'd like to imagine that that's Manig's, greatest aspiration.
That's
Second to
only for
to perhaps winning the main event.
Really? I was there. They were miking me.
I'm so glad that
They were holding.
they didn't kill his hand, because
I'm
that
out
would
of
have looked
breath
really
'cause
bad.
We don't complain.
Got stuck in the traffic.
Yeah, he was behind the 3 other cars.
Got stuck behind 2 other Aston Martins.
I'm good. I feel good.
Paddy, 21, asking about notable names still in. I'm sure we'll show a few big names when we bring you some shots from the outer tables. And John Delano pointing out the Serious Flex necklace around the neck of Luc Lafontaine.
Oh.
I mean, if you have a name like Luc Lafontaine, you absolutely have to wear a necklace like that.
It looks a bit like the necklaces that like the mayors wear in the United Kingdom, James, Like the big...
The Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say like the kings and princesses wear in Coming to America.
Jamil Wakil in the cutoff here with Queen Jack. And Wakil starts his hand with a 12 big blind stack. He is shoving. Nicholas Toom in the small blind with 6-4 of clubs.
It's flushy.
And round to Patrick in the big, who has folded 10-6.
Flushy, of course, taking home $1 million at the PSPC last time we attended. And a good friend of mine, after he won the $1 million, James, I said, does this mean you're going pro? And he assured me that wouldn't be the case, but here we are.
I mean, we had him on the podcast, and he was adamant that he was going to continue working for the family firm. Would be playing a bit more poker, but...
Yeah. And actually, since that win, he's really been in the lab, and he frequently posts and shares some of his online results. And I have to say, he's become an outstanding poker player. And he is just crushing. It's really cool to see him making deep runs like this live as well. I'm sure he'll be having a very busy scoop. Flushy's also somebody who's really good at qualifying for events. He's very well organized. Well in advance, he'll be putting in the grind to try and qualify for events such as this. And I think that goes a long way. People tend to overlook satellites, and I think that's a great way to gain experience, enjoy experiences for cheap, and of course attend some events and win a bunch of money potentially.
Bankroll management starts early doors, right?
Oh yeah. BRM.
How much do you have, bro? 100. Okay.
So a raise and a call and an ace-jack-4 flop. Toom with the gut shot. Backdoor flush draw, the good backdoor flush draw, and crucially the best hand right now with king high.
Backdoor flushy draw.
Continuation bet of 10,000 from Andreas Antonio.
Yeah, we're going nowhere with the king 10 suited. Goes approximately 1/3 here, and I think the float is just so natural with the backdoor spades. It's just as a bonus with the gutter ball. And now both players with spades, backdoor spades would be bad news for Antonio. I think probably betting here makes a lot of sense, guys. I think you want to try and get the 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s to fold. There is a question as to whether or not those hands would like to bet this flop, though, so perhaps that is an adjustment specifically for that. As played, no backdoor spades. King 10 is still the best hand, though. And Antonio has a bit of an interesting decision now, because a bet check bet line makes sense if perhaps you were trying to trap with an ace. You could bet an ace on the flop, check the trips on the turn. And yeah, that's what we're going to see here. You would expect Toom to potentially bet quite a few of his ace combos on the turn for fear of not getting enough chips in the middle and potentially missing out on value against hands like, you know, Jack 10, Queen Jack, Pocket Kings, Pocket Queens. Yeah, and perhaps that missed bet on the turn is what cost him. I don't blame Flushy for checking there. I think it's fine. That's not a criticism. I think the check is acceptable, but, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles if you miss that bet.
So Kaz Von Sun says, could you elaborate a bit more on Buonanno and his win?
Yes,
so
thank you for your question.
This was back in 2014, and we came back on the final day with an 8-handed final table. And by, I want to say, 8 o'clock in the evening, by the time we got to the dinner break, they were 3-handed, and we thought, okay, this final table's going at pace. We then went heads up at about 9 o'clock in the evening, and we're thinking, great, we're going to finish around 10, 11.
Ooh, that party might still be going on.
Absolutely. We get to 11, midnight.
Fireworks going off.
The fireworks from the party. They played heads up for, I want to say, 8 or 9 hours, and it didn't finish until about 6 in the morning. Not an exaggeration, because I remember we went off air, the sun had already come up, and we went straight to breakfast. And that led to one of the key changes, because we had gone back-to-back epically long final tables. We'd had the PCA that year with Mike McDonald, and Dominic Panka.
And I thought it couldn't get any worse.
And then we had the heads-up battle between Jack Salter and Antonio Buonanno, and that's when we decided to balance the 2 days, the previous day and the final day, and come back with 6 players on the final day so that we didn't have these 3 a.m. or 5 a.m. finishes.
Speaking of Jack Salter, he made a run at the Sunday Million Crown recently on one of my streams.
Really?
Yeah, very exciting.
Was his father Walter Salter on the rail?
I'd like to think so. And perhaps watching the stream.
Walter Salter from Gibraltar?
Walter Salter, if you're watching this, thank you for your patronage.
One espresso, please.
Get those coffees in. 2 eliminations so far. Maximum break remaining, 1-4-7. 1,195 total entries this year, generating a prize pool of nearly 5.8 million. A 7-figure score up top.
Sorry, did you mention the 5 a.m. McDonald's in that story?
I did not.
And about how they brought McDonald's in. And James, before that, James would like occasionally turn his nose up at McDonald's. Since then, he's actually been a regular human being. But before that, he would kind of turn his nose up. And so when they were getting McDonald's, he was like, yeah, all right, I guess I'll have something. And then they bring the food in, and I was like, James, if you want to go, and he was already away from the microphone, on the floor eating before the bags were even opened.
So you do have a tendency to just take random naps on the floor
Yes.
of whichever venue we're broadcasting from, and still do to this day. The only time I have ever gone to sleep on the floor in the middle of a broadcast was during that heads-up battle. I had to have like a 20-minute power nap because I never would have made it through otherwise.
Once you start doing it, it's hard to stop, knowing that you can just do it and be like kind of recharged for the next few hours.
Chat, what Joe doesn't know is I'm actually aggregating a small collection of Joe sleeping in weird places around the world.
So many people have pictures of me sleeping on the floor.
And one day it's going to be like one of those books that you print and put on a coffee table. You know what I mean? Like a collection of avant-garde
my gut
arts.
hanging out, my mouth open.
Great example of understatement here from our producer, Chris. We are going to show a condensed version of Buonanno's win during the first break today. Condensed meaning 15 minutes. I mean, anytime you turn like 8 or 9 hours into 15 minutes, that is hyper condensation. So 10 minutes into the day. Should highlight, we've got a couple of short stacks at the table, Nick. I mean, we've got both Flushy and Buonanno with sub-20 big blind stacks, but Wakil playing fewer than 15 bigs. Juan Barazza with 10 bigs.
Yeah, we've reached that stage. As I mentioned just now, we shouted out Manig. I'm pretty sure he's only got about 25 bigs or so. It's just got to that stage, and we need to eliminate some players. The blinds are doing their job. The average goes down over time, of course, throughout a poker tournament, and we're seeing that here. Antonius with the Grafton.
Yeah, he's raised it to 10,000. Round to the big blind. The aforementioned short stack Antonio Buonanno. Pocket sevens in the big with sub-20 bigs.
And as long as we're talking about Buonanno, I do remember really loving his playing style. He's very much like an FU playing style. Doesn't like to get bossed around. Doesn't like to get blown off of hands.
I figured this would be a jam here.
And that's why I was talking about the FU playing style, expecting he was going to jam these sevens, and then he just calls.
Well, it hasn't worked out for him. A shove pre maybe would have got a fold from the 10-9. It ain't getting a fold now.
Yeah, and I wonder if actually this is a missed opportunity. These two would have played plenty together. Both very good players, of course.
So Patrick continuing with top two for 10,000. Buonanno just calls, has the gut shot, of course, to go with this pair of sevens, and does not improve on the turn, has 16% equity.
I mean, Buonanno's going to be ahead of a whole lot of hands that Patrick would open. I hope that he doesn't get into too much trouble here.
I think Patrick might just shove. It's a slight overbet because it's 75K effective into a pot of 47, but on the double flushing wet texture, I think we just want to apply max pressure. Looks like 20.
Antonius.
Okay.
Does make it 20K, so just under half pot. And is this where Bonanno pulls the trigger? Is this the point he decides that a check raise all in is the optimal play?
Yeah, it's a...
Oh, yes, he does.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is going to get called.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff from the 10-9. He's going to be happy to see sevens.
I mean, at least he's not drawing dead. A 7 or an 8 does save him.
True.
But he is only drawing to 6 outs.
It feels like enough. Feels like enough outs.
Mr. Matthew, I will respond to your comment in a moment as we see this river card dealt, which does not save Antonio Bonanno, and the 2014 main event champion is KO'd. Did get the money jump, though, I believe. Will be cashing out for 9,750 euros.
Yeah, can't help but think the 7 should have gone in pre-flop. I think that's more standard, quote-unquote. As played, unfortunately, runs right into the top 2, and GG's.
So, Mr. Matthew says, actually, it would be nice to allow the chat to vote for who is on the feature table. I have 2 comments to make. The first is, remember, we don't curate a lineup. We don't pick specific players. We have to look at a table that has been pre-drawn that's not about to break and bring that to the main stage. To your second point, if there's one thing I've learned in the last 10 years, it's democracy is a fundamentally flawed concept. So, no, thank you for your suggestion.
Thanks.
Yikes.
We don't want to pick a player just because it's based. You know what I mean?
Baraza.
Yeah, we mentioned that he was the shortest stack at the table. 10 big blinds, shoving under the gun with Queen 10 suited. Still has a lot of players to get through.
Flushy's beard is looking absolutely glorious.
Patrick, flat with jacks. And let's see
I got a count on
51.
if Jamil Wakil has anything in the big blind.
He can't reopen, right?
Oh! Oh, Wakil with the snowmans.
Now, Nick, is it always a consideration of I'm going to be the third person in here, so my hand's got to be super strong? Or is it ever like, well, if I do happen to get lucky here, I triple up?
You definitely need to consider the fact you're going multi-way, because immediately, regardless of what they could have bad cards and it reduces your equity, right? You could have 7 deuce and that would still reduce your overall equity in a 3-way pot, right? Also, is your opponent capable of flatting with very strong hands? Like, does Antonius ever flat with jacks or queens or kings or aces? Jacks being a little bit more understandable here, but perhaps aces is a better example.
But do you ever go, but on the same, if I am crushed here, if I'm against 10s, but I can win.
Yeah.
He folded. Okay.
Makes a good fold, and so Baratza finds himself with 1 overcard to Patrick Antonius' jacks.
Feels like enough.
It does. It does. And it's going to be about 70-30 pre-flop, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Show me the equity.
No 8. Just no 8. Don't do it to Jamil Wakil.
King 6 deuce. And Baratza drawing to 2 outs. Queen folded pre.
If there's anyone who knows how to play jacks, it's Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, he might be one of the chosen ones.
We saw Flushy fold Queen Jack, so that took away one of Patrick's outs, should Baratza get there on the turn.
But what about Baratza's outs? Queen Jack, not great for him either.
Correct, which is why he is only at 11%. Now out. 4 outs, still 11%. Can hit a queen or a 10 on the river to survive. It is a 10!
Oh my goodness, never mind. Nobody knows how to play jacks, right?
Runner.
Running 10s saves Juan Baratza. Crucially, not a huge dent in Patrick Antonius' stack. He's still got 55 big blinds. Baratza now playing 22 big blinds. And you'll see that we have ticked down to 140 players. Quite a few eliminations to start the day, including Kenny Hallett from Team Pro. Kenny actually went out in 145th place, so he was the last player to cash for 8,500 euros. He just missed out on the money jump. And there is Kenny walking to the payout desk.
Oh my God, they killed Kenny.
Hey, I like it. The day 3 bust out bonanza has begun.
Oh, Patrick's on tilt. They got to bring him some protein. Stat. Get this man a salmon.
This man is 95% protein, 5% water. Ace King is a good starting hand. Let's pump that up.
That's a drawing hand.
Wow, I mean...
Oh, the 10's the needle.
This is just... action, 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 and it's always involving Antonius. 3 bets with the 10s, and with flushies stacked, this is an easy get it in with Ace King.
Not only do we manipulate the players of the table, but we also feed them playable hands.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty straightforward 4-bet jam now for Flushy. I can't imagine he's going to be afraid of a 3-betting range from Antonius. Currently our feature.
I certainly would be. I'd be like, oh my God, I have a chance to beat Patrick Antonius in a hand by moving all in pre-flop.
I mean, I would clip this spot and lord it forever.
Good luck, human.
This is worth consideration, right? This isn't an easy spot for 10s.
No.
I think there's a chance he probably still gives him a spin, but yeah.
No, yeah, this is a slam. It's the aces of number cards.
It is the aces and number cards. I always remind myself of that, Joe.
So this is a flip that Flushy needs to win to survive. Antonius, the slight favorite here. No ace on the desk, no king either. And that will see Antonius become a 3-1 favorite in this hand. Nicholas Toom still drawing to an ace or a king. Same outs needed, one last chance to hit. Ace on the river, Barry Greenstein.
The tombstone.
Patrick has been rivered 2 hands in a row.
You can tell we're on the TV table.
And that does put a larger dent in Patrick's stack. Now drops below the 40 big blind mark as Flushy actually moves ahead of Patrick on the leaderboard.
It stinks.
Nicholas, the tombstone tomb.
But they play in the big book. He gives you action.
This place is a tomb.
This place is a tomb.
Caught on the bubble yesterday. Did you see that one?
I didn't.
It was like an 800k pot on the bubble.
Really?
The guy that busted the whole like second bubble. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see.
Sick hand, yeah.
Wow.
There's a table behind me as well.
It was an 800k pot?
Yeah.
Wow.
On to the next hand. New player at the table, by the way. Samir Rahal has taken the seat recently vacated by Antonio Bonanno.
You know what? I'm rethinking that whole voting for who goes to the feature table thing.
Yeah.
When you guys call to vote for like Pop Idol, it's like 10p per call, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'll just set that number up right now. Go ahead, vote.
And the great thing is we'll just rig it anyway.
Exactly.
So we'll still get the people we want.
888-98 Antonius for Patrick Antonius.
We'll just make a ton of money.
Yeah.
Rig the outcome. Boom.
And then in the middle of each show, we'll do one of those quizzes where we say, can you name the best hand in poker?
That's
Is
right.
it A, a royal flush,
And
B, a not so royal
500
flush?
pounds will be given away to one lucky answerer.
8 million calls later.
Yeah.
By the way, 10p is lowballing it. I mean, it's normally
You could do
like
a pound 20 or something, right?
Yeah. Let's make this, you know.
The winner is So Japleton.
390.
So it's Heinz Schluter who opened here with King 9, and he's been 3-bet by Andreas Antioni with 10s.
Wait a second.
Could use second 20s.
There's a Patrick Antonius and an Andreas Antonio.
When is the break? Like in the middle of next level, or that is wrong? Okay. So maybe
He's entitled to
okay,
poker
1
players.
hour.
Need a
Maybe 1
break
hour.
already?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Now, we did have people asking about famous faces in the field. We've got a fair few EPT champions still in contention, including Sebastian Mallets, winner of EPT Barcelona 2016. Also competing on day 3, Dimitar Danchev, PCA 2013 champion.
Dimitar the Scimitar.
Noah Buchan was one of the first ever EPT champions, won Copenhagen back in 2005.
You know, I heard he owns a smoothie shop now.
And we lost one Monte Carlo champion in Antonio Buonanno, but we still have Manny Glerza, who won this tournament in 2019. I think, was when you made your EPT commentary debut, live from Brighton.
That's right. I called in from Brighton. That was a late one as well. That one went long too, and my life was changed forever. The course of my destiny changed that day.
Yeah, I can't.
We liked you, Nick, but we didn't like the seagulls, so we decided to bring you on location. It was less the seagulls, and it was the motorbikes.
Okay, so that's been resolved on 2 parts. Number 1, I've actually moved flats. Number 2, I actually upgraded my equipment so it wasn't picking up every ambient sound within 12 miles.
I can't help but notice COVID happened directly after you came on the team, Nick.
That has nothing to do with my microphone quality, Joe.
I don't know.
So Luke Lafontaine has raised with King Queen, flattered by Juan Baratza on the button, and looks like we are going heads up to the flop. King, Queen, 10, 2 pair against a straight.
This is so sick.
What's going on this table, guys? This is madness.
This is the second time this tournament this has happened. This happened on our first day of the broadcast as well. Ace-Jack flopped a straight with the King, Queen, 10, and 2 pair for the other player.
At this stack depth, guys, I would love to see loads of calling in position here. I mean, there's an argument that, you know, this is the kind of board where there are some turns that would slow down King, Queen, but at this stack depth, we're not going to struggle to get the chips in on a later street, right? So I think flatting and keeping it cool makes sense. Hopefully it's not like a scare card for Baratza. Otherwise, that could potentially hinder his ability to make more chips and get more value on a later street. The deuce of clubs is a good example of a brick.
And no reason for Luke Lafontaine not to fire another barrel here.
I would give anything for him to go all in and put the chain in as well. I would die. I would die. I would do anything.
Yeah, LaFontaine thinks that he's trying to punish here, and understandably so. Top 2 is very, very strong in the game of No Limit Hold'em.
Put it away. 24,000 into a pot of 66,000. Baratza has around 70k behind. Shoves and gets called. And unless there is a king or a queen on the river, Baratza gets a big double up here.
Yeah, this is really unlucky. What are you supposed to do here?
LaFontaine's already a king.
True. It's not over yet, guys. Still boat outs potential.
8% is 8%. River card is a 9. A super straight for Juan Baratza. He doubles up through Luke Lafontaine, who is going to be left with fewer than 10 big blinds. He is now the feature table short stack.
Yeah, and actually, he might have made the right play there going all in, James, because that 9 might have killed the action the way we were describing earlier in the hand.
Nice flop.
We.
Weh.
So now we have our friend with the necklace in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
So if Sebastian Mallets goes on to win this event, James, just theoretically, are you going to have to exclaim, Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker champion to poker champion?
No, because that doesn't work, Nick.
I get what he's saying.
Oh, sorry, James.
I like the idea. It definitely needs a little something, and it's not really James's style. But I get what you're saying.
You're kind of like there was a borderline Griffin.
Don't start.
Oh my God! You could not have said anything ruder.
James.
If you told me that I pulled actually, there was yesterday when you said one of Griffin's jokes was better than mine, and I like almost left. The thing is, you were right, and that's what hurt so bad about it. But I was so hurt.
James, I've heard you say that line in the intro so many times. You cannot deny me that. That was solid.
Don't worry. If Sebastian Mellitz wins, I'll have a good one, but it won't be that. Baratza with the Spraggy. Careful. You've just earned all those chips. Don't spew them off with this nightmare of a hand.
Pardon?
Schluter calling all in with calling the raise with 5-3. Does pair his 3. Down to 136 players.
That's still so many.
True, but in 30 minutes to have lost near enough 15 is pretty good going. And that is a check raise from Schluter. Whoops. Why did I open ace-7?
Oh, yeah.
I've heard all the stories about this hand, but I just thought late position, an ace, you kind of have to play it, but yeah.
I wonder if perhaps the check raise was inspired by the slight size down there. It was 8K c-bet into a pot of 27. So not even the full 1/3.
More famous faces in the field and some new faces as well, including this chap, Bruno Caschera. He is a gold power pass winner who is still in the tournament.
Bruno Min plus cash Caschera.
Everyone's favorite goofball, Nacho Barbaro.
Saw Nacho in the gym this morning.
And Hala Karam is at risk here. And she has just doubled up with aces.
Did she win? I think she won. Pretty sure she won.
Aces hold up for once.
Strong hand. Hey, do you remember when I went broke with aces on the first hand of that Hippodrome tournament? The third biggest tournament I ever played in my life. Remember that?
Yep.
Very first hand?
Yep, we remember.
Do you guys remember that?
Yep, I was there.
That sucked.
How much are you playing?
I love questions like this.
36, I think.
Will you ever forgive Sam Grafton for
Oh,
doing
yeah,
it?
yeah, he's fine.
Supersonic Tim asks, is it theoretically possible that everybody busts except 9 people so we make it to the final table today?
I know that that question tilts you, but we've all thought it. Like, I've definitely thought it before. It's not possible. It's like saying, is it possible that you could drive from New York to Florida in one day?
I mean, it's probably more possible than that.
Theoretically possible, practically.
But the thing is that even if you could do it, you would stop.
Yeah, you would.
Because you don't have to.
Yeah, correct.
You're not supposed to.
So instead, let me respond to this comment from Demetrius, who says, hello, James. Hi, Joe. Guys, I really would like to know why there is no cash game coverage during the event.
And there never will be.
Well, funnily enough, Demetrius.
Wait, what?
Funnily enough. Now, this is going to be exclusive to viewers in the UK because it's only going to be on the PokerStars UK YouTube channel tonight. There is going to be a bonus cash game stream from EPT Monte-Carlo. Not making this up. This isn't a bit. But it is exclusive to viewers in the UK. I do believe, however, it will also be on Spraggy's Twitch channel because Spraggy's going to be playing in the game. So if you don't have access to the UK YouTube channel, you can watch on Spraggy's Twitch channel.
Also, I would say, as much as I would say, do not ever, 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 ever VPN to play on PokerStars. I don't really care what you do on YouTube.
No, that's perfectly fine to VPN for that stuff.
I mean, I'm just saying I don't personally care. I'm not encouraging it. I'm definitely discouraging it when it
Yeah.
comes to online poker.
So it's one of the reasons why we're actually finishing a little bit earlier tonight. Joe and I will be in the commentary booth. It's going to be at 10 p.m. local time, probably play for about 3 hours tonight. And I'm not quite sure how much commentary there's going to be because I know the names who are playing in the game. And generally speaking, when you put together a lineup like that, whether it's a sit and go or a cash game, it tends to be quite chatty, tends to be very conversational, and I think this is going to be one of those games where it's about listening to the players.
My guess is also that since it's starting at 10 p.m., that folks are maybe going to have already been to the bar before we get there, which is going to add to the chattiness as well.
So just before I blunder super hard here, we're not going to talk about who's in this game yet.
I assume if we were going to, James would have said who
Okay,
it is.
I'm just clarifying.
I imagine we'll reveal more details as the day goes
Okay,
on.
that's all I need to know. Thank you.
In terms of who's playing, I've already given you one name, Spraggy, but in terms of what the stakes are, we'll give you that information later on. Samir Rahal, currently playing 140k. Average stack right now, 268k, with 133 players remaining, and still nearly an hour to play on this blind level. John Newcomb asks, what time is it there right now? It is 11 minutes past the hour of 1 in the afternoon.
That's John from Fuck You OK. He's been writing into our broadcasts for like 20 years. From Japan.
Yeah, 1:11 p.m. local time. As we see action folded to the blinds at the feature table, Andreas Antonio in the small. Raises with 5-3, goes full 3x, small to big, and Rahal defends with Queen 8 of strawberries. Ace 10 deuce on the flop with 2 clubs. This is almost a post-flop flip, Nick.
It is indeed.
Post-flop flip, but not great visibility.
That's
for a
exactly
hand
right.
like 5-3 off.
Yeah, well put, Joe.
I would say not great either for Queen 8.
I think a lot of times it's just going to go bet fold here. The Queen High float's not completely ridiculous, though. It's just that we don't have many other ways to really make a hand. And we do see the fold. Hey, Joe, what was your favorite? I don't want to say Monte Carlo is expensive, but
like my proudest one,
like the one that stands out in your brain where you're like, that was a real gem.
I was really proud over. I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but even the neutrons have a charge.
That is a good one. I liked your baseball diamond one. I don't remember it exactly, but obviously that one doesn't land with the non-baseball fans as often.
I wrote this one years ago, and it's more relevant now than ever. But all the fountains are full of Bitcoin.
Yep.
Had some decent submissions yesterday. People writing me on Twitter. By the way, don't do it. But they get the spirit right, but then they just butcher like the wording and the pacing of the joke.
Yeah. Homewood asks how many days left to play. This concludes on Saturday. So what day is it today? Wednesday. So tomorrow, Thursday, play down to 16. Friday, play down to 6. Saturday, play down to a winner. Antonio's button raise. Called by Jamil Wakil with a dominated king.
Start the hand with 50 bucks.
Ace 9 deuce. King 8 still ahead. 30% chance of a chop if this goes to showdown.
Okay, 10K continuation bet. That's an official prediction. Ah!
Oh, would you look at that? 12,000.
And I'm not sure Wakil can continue in this hand. Only has 8 bigs behind. Folds the king 6. And on we go. So a reminder that once the final table has wrapped here in Monte Carlo, we got Scoop kicking off on Sunday. The 2025 Spring Championship of Online Poker runs May 11th through June 2nd. And midway through Scoop, in addition to the main event, that same weekend, you're going to get the second season of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour, premiering Saturday, May 24th. New episodes every weekend. And the week before that, Saturday, May 17th, the audition show, which the three of us actually saw an advance viewing copy of when we were in Dublin, going behind the scenes at Resorts World Las Vegas to show you how the loose cannon was cast.
Hey, so I never finished watching that show. Remember that guy that didn't want to be in it? He's not in it, right?
He's not in it.
Okay, because I assured him that he was not in it, but I didn't actually check.
Has he said hi to you yet here? He's actually here in the Monte Carlo.
I don't think I've seen him, no.
Okay, Rahal, 23 big blinds on the button. Don't forget, player to the left is short stacked. Jamil Wakil is 8 big blinds deep and is going to fold.
How much you have?
Queen 8-5.
So Wakil actually did end up limping here. That's interesting. I thought this would have gone straight in the bin. And now in a bit of a precarious situation. This is exactly why I think perhaps it wants to go in the bin more often. Because when we find ourselves with 7 big blinds behind and we've connected like this, we're going to end up losing chips to a queen or the spades or the straight draw, etc.
So Wakil, having just limped pre, now bets 8K with second pair. Way behind Baratza's top pair, and I mean, Wakil's pretty much committing himself to this pot now, Nick. I thought we might see a little bit of a stop and go here.
I love a stop and go. I like anything from 2006.
2 pair now for Baratza and Wakil drawing thin. Has picked up the spade draw, I guess.
At this point, Wakil, considering whether or not that spade is going to be any good, obviously picks up that gut shot too. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But overall, I'd say that isn't going to be completely in love here. Gets called. He's not dead.
Jamil Wakil needs a 7 for a straight or a spade for a flush.
You know, it hasn't been always coming for a while. It might not be the year of the 7 anymore.
The river card is a 7.
Oh, the year of the 7 returns.
Wow.
The 7 is coming.
It is coming. And we'll give Jamil Wakil the double ups. That hand played a little bit unconventionally, but it worked out for him.
7!
It did indeed.
If only I could do that when I was playing.
Again, unlucky, you know? For you also, no mystery box.
I actually really felt it as soon as I said that. I was like, this 7 is definitely coming now that I teed it up like this.
Thank you to Ed for reminding us there is another big soccer match on the television this evening. The London Arsenals are playing the Paris Saints.
I believe it's Saints.
130 players remaining in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event, roughly halfway through the first level of the day, level 16.
Paris Saint-Germains.
The St. Germans.
The St. Germans. Paris Saint-Germans.
15 minutes.
Because it's Saint Germains, but also it's Sans hands, right? Soccer, you play without your hands. Sans mans.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
Yeah.
How do you say hands in French, James?
German.
So too late.
Lafontaine is the shortest stack at the table, just has 6 big blinds, and I guess is thinking whether to take a stand here with ace-5.
Yep. He was patient. This is good enough. And you know what else is good enough, James? Ace-Jack of spades. Now, what do we do? Call.
Yep. Calls the 34,000. Let's see if anyone else has a hand. Oh, Jamil Wakil has aces.
Okay, let me get this straight.
Yikes.
Let me get this straight. Guy gets it in with the draw on the turn, spikes the 7, next hand aces, and there's already infinite dead money in the middle.
What's that thing about blockers you always say, Joe?
They ain't real.
I mean, I think that means Antonio is going to get away from it, though. Because he ain't doing this light. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, but Wakil's all in isn't for that much.
Yeah, and there's extra dead money, James. As you pointed out, it is a spot where we might still be priced in.
Yeah, I think he has to call.
Yeah.
So we are going to have a 3-way all-in, 2 players at risk, but Jamil Wakil way ahead here with aces.
Yep. It is unfortunate that the price was just so. I do understand why we're calling here. Not over just yet.
The board that will decide the fates of Jamil Wakil and Luc Lafontaine.
You never lose this.
So far, so good. Backdoor draws for both Lafontaine and Antonio.
So what's the worst backdoor here? Like the deuce of spades?
Deuce of spades would be the...
That ain't great.
I was about to say, if I'm Wakil, I'm hating that 10 of spades in the flop.
That ain't great.
So Lafontaine is drawing dead. Lafontaine is out. But Antonio could still win the side pot and eliminate Jamil Wakil with a spade on the river. Instead, it's the 10 of clubs. Jamil Wakil scoops, gets a near triple up, and Luc Lafontaine is eliminated.
Don't call it a comeback.
Wakil now playing close to 50 big blinds.
Man, what a dream setup. Wakil on a heater.
Stay golden, Pony Boy.
Luc Lafontaine cashing for 9,750 euros. We are now at 129 players. Next money jump is when we're at 119. That's when you get more than 11K.
It's like every 3 heads a cool.
Roller coaster.
We just there.
Yeah.
Final hand, 3-way.
Double pair, hit pair, plus flush draw, plus seven.
All the ones that bricked, I
Yeah.
bricked. The other ones are...
I ended very low.
It's going to be chopped like deuce, 3, 4,
I was up and down a lot,
5 river.
but I ended at the lowest.
That's for the extra pay.
But that's okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Nice comeback.
Yeah, thanks for now.
It's yours.
Hell of a comeback. You know, obviously anything can happen. You can still go broke on the next hand, but it's got to be such a great feeling
Absolutely.
to just be on fumes.
In 2 hands, you
Yeah.
go from 6 big blinds to 45. He's closing in on an average stack now.
I I mean, if 45 big blinds is an average, what a structure, too, huh?
Yeah.
These lily white luxury levels.
Average stack right now is more than 50 big blinds.
You beat me to it, Joe. The lily white luxury levels.
10-7 of strawberries for Jamil Wakil, and he's back in action, opening in the cutoff. Juan Baratza, who starts the hand with around 30 bigs, has pocket fives.
Cinco, cinco.
Cinco, cinco, cinco.
McWatty asks, how come they added a dress code? I'm assuming it's a reference to the fact that we've got several players wearing baseball caps. I don't know whether you guys have seen, but in the elevators of our hotel, there is a sign that says clothing is required in the lobby.
Yeah.
Just in case you were thinking of going down in your underpants.
Yeah.
Clothing is required.
So, okay, I know that you're being sarcastic, but set of fives. Cinco, cinco, cinco. You're staying in a hotel. There's a pool at the hotel.
There's a beach at the
There's a
hotel.
beach at the hotel. I understand, like, you'd be like, can I wear a bathing suit through the lobby of the hotel?
The sign is fine. It's the wording.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
normally it's like beach attire is unacceptable.
Right, yes.
But instead they've said clothing is required.
As if a bikini isn't clothing.
As if someone is literally going to be walking around with it all hanging out in the longitude bar.
I did stay at a hotel one time, actually in London, where there is a hot tub on the roof, and they said clothing is not required in the hot tub, but please, if you're going to and from your room, wear a robe. That's very specific, and I appreciate that.
I know that hotel.
You do know that hotel, don't you? That was the night that guy tried to kick us out. The manager tried to kick us out, and the bartender was like, that guy just bought 5 bottles of champagne. You're not kicking him out of this bar.
That was probably one of the most righteous moments I've ever experienced in my life.
It's very rare.
The vindication was so real.
Very rare that I win those battles.
Oh, and the fact he won it for you was so cool.
No, when someone has your back like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was braggy when he threatened that he would never play Casino Barcelona again if they didn't pay me on my miss straight in Ultimate Texas Hold'em. And I was like, Spraggy, you know you don't have the power to do that, right? And he's like, I don't care, mate. Can you imagine if we just ruined our entire relationship over me not getting paid 16 euros?
So I am aware, and it happened yesterday as well, that we do get occasional lag and occasional drops. Those of you who go back some years with us know we've had a fair few issues with internet at this venue. And sadly, even in the year 2025, those issues continue. Just be grateful we don't go off air for like 3 hours.
So as long as we're reminiscing, there was one time there was a major power outage here.
Yes, it's happened more than once.
And that's when I learned that Hardigan, even though he will flap his hands at like his drink order being incorrect,
yes,
and have a meltdown,
yep,
when there's a real emergency, this dude was cool, calm, collected, sprung into action, was all over this place. It was a sight to be seen. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Yeah.
2016, that was.
And while we're reminiscing, how about the time Casino Barcelona got struck by lightning and everything in the building went down?
He was a little less cool, calm, and collected that time.
I was in my room with COVID, and I was watching the building literally sway in high winds.
That's right.
Anywho, when are players going to get the memo about the freaking Spraggy?
He's on a heater right now. He's got to ride the wave.
I mean, I guess we should highlight that Schluter has pretty much bricked this board, so this C-bet is going to work, and Schluter is going to fold the 7-4 of diamonds.
Right in the Schluter.
To be fair, we need to give a shout out to the production for not only recovering the entire stream, but also managing to recover all of the lost minutes that we went in darkness and make it look like nothing happened at all. It was pretty impressive.
Well, to be fair, because we'd had that experience in 2016, it was a case of, what did we do back then? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to our fantastic producers who handled that with excellency.
So we have got some former EPT finalists in the field. Obviously, we've got Nicholas Thum on the main stage, who finaled this event last year, as did Boris Angelov, who was the runner-up. Andrus Namath.
Wow, pro beers.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing him at the tables during Scoop this year. Conor Beresford burst the bubble yesterday. Other players you might recognize include Ari Engel.
I think he must be cloned because he is everywhere.
And Martin Zamani.
Oh, dude. Speaking of goofballs. What's funny about guys like Nacho and Martin Zamani now is that they used to be the majority of poker players, like in the aughts, in the aughties.
In the naughties?
In the naughties. So they wouldn't have even really stood out.
They were the naughties.
Yeah, but since there's so few goofballs now, we know exactly who they are.
Do you think it's true to say that poker has been cleaning up its act for like 100 years? Like every generation, more and more clean cut?
I guess. I mean, the more intellectual the game gets,
Yeah.
the nerdier it gets, it would sort of stand to reason that, yeah, you would have people treating it more and more like a science.
Just more nerds.
Yeah. But, like, people have started to understand that, like, lifestyle is a big part of it. Like, getting enough sleep, getting enough protein, exercise, like, all that stuff is part of a balanced poker diet these days.
How much protein have you had today, Joe?
I had like 9 chicken sausage links at breakfast today. 2 eggs. They didn't have baked beans, though, today, which is I like to get a lot of my protein from beans.
Yeah.
I think this is a re-raise from the small blind. Schluter opened with Jack-9 of hearts, and Antonio is 3-bet with Ace-10.
It feels so bad to fold Jack-9 of hearts in position.
I don't think you do.
What's Schluter playing? I mean, he's the second biggest stack at the table. He's been relatively quiet so far, but he's still got more than 50 big blinds, and he does call in position.
Not going to fold this hand. Way too pretty.
Woof.
Yeah, classic Jack-9 of hearts flop.
And probably a very small continuation bet. 32 28
32-28. What a random number.
28,000.
I feel like the chips were already in his hand when you called that one. I'm not sure.
No, that's not. It's not even 28, is it? It's 22.
I don't think you got that one out in time.
Okay. I mean, that wasn't an official prediction anyway.
You can see it later.
You'll see it on TV.
I ran into the 2 people in the gym that you would expect to be at the gym.
You already mentioned one of them, right? You mentioned Nacho.
I'm sorry, another 2 people.
Okay.
And they're a package deal. I was like, of course.
The Foxons?
The Foxons.
I saw them in the elevator yesterday, so I knew they were in our hotel.
And I just had to congratulate them because, good Lord, are they prolific. Just constantly winning everything.
So we have got Antonius opening here with queens.
And there it goes.
Wakil defends his big blind with King 5. And flops, trips. Wakil is on one of the sickest runs I've ever seen.
And the opposite for Antonius.
Yeah, off to a bad start on day 3 and through no fault of his own.
Just been on the receiving end of some horrible, horrible boards. And sees no reason not to c-bet here. Thinking queens are probably still good. Makes it 10K.
I think he's getting check raised, guys. Wakil is a player who knows his stuff, and I think we're at a stack depth where we need to be increasing the chips we put in. Also, we want to be able to check raise bluff here and represent a 5 as well. So 30-something.
Wakil has indeed check raised Patrick Antonius, making it 25,000.
Okay.
Patrick's just like Ben Stiller from Tropic Thunder, just getting shot over and over and over again.
And because of Patrick's bad run at the start of the day and because of Wakil's heater, Patrick is actually covered right now. Patrick has fewer chips. Now, that king on the turn could be a good card for Antonius. It's made Wakil his full house. It is an over to Patrick's queens.
I like this comment from Ace Dog. Says, even if I know my opponent had a 5 here, I would re-raise out of pure spite at my luck. That is exactly how I play.
Pains me so.
Ed pointing out that having the queen of spades is not good for Antonius either.
Wow, little check on the turn. Trappy, trappy.
Patrick checks behind. And now a better full house for Jamil Wakil.
So now the king is not a scare card anymore because...
Oh, no. No, Patrick, no.
This whole day has been absolute confirmation that blockers aren't real.
Does Wakil go for the overbet on the river? Does he want to find a trap? Does he want to size down and just try and guarantee getting paid? Antonius only 106K behind, 77K in the pot already, so it's not much of an overshove.
No.
Effectively.
Are we going to see the ultimate polarizing bet from Jamil Wakil? Yes, we do. Yep. He announces all in. He shoves on Patrick Antonius, who would have to make a hero call here, and it would be an incorrect call.
Hello, mailroom. Middle of a hand now, you see? Patrick might want to phone a friend.
It's very easy when we can see Jamil Wakil's cards to say Patrick should fold here.
Yeah, from Patrick's perspective, he has a fantastic bluff catcher. Just question mark as to whether or not Wakil would really do this with, like, a good example might be like 4-6 suited where you've got the gut shot. Check raise to represent the 5, slow down when you don't find an improver, or it's kind of an overcard that obviously Antonius could connect with a hand like ace-king, perhaps.
I think this is such an easy call. You're either right or you show everyone how unlucky you are.
It's 50-50.
Time bank cards being played by Patrick Antonius.
Say says, if it were me, I'd be scrolling to find a new tournament already. Mega underbluff line. He's not done anything like this before. I feel he can just fold and sometimes he'll bluff, but not underbluffed. I feel like there's some truth to that.
I feel like this is the longest I've ever seen Patrick Antonius think about a spot.
In a tournament, probably. Apparently when he tanks, he goes for it. We have him down for like a 10-minute tank in Barcelona.
Well, Patrick makes the call, sees that he was behind from the flop onwards, and it just got worse and worse. And sadly, due to a run of some really horrible runouts, Patrick Antonius is KO'd on day 3 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, just not his day, and many of those losses not his fault either.
9,750 euros for Patrick. A former EPT champion, won his title in Baden in 2005. Won the super high roller here in Monte Carlo last year. Off to find another game.
Still smiling. Not the worst beat he's ever taken. Not the most money he's ever lost in a day.
Not even close. Not even close.
Jamil Wakil, now the table chip leader. Close to 400K.
What?
Close to 80 big blinds.
What a run.
Seriously, having a great day, Jamil.
Well, Patrick, sadly, is not the only former EPT champion who has been eliminated on day 3. We have just lost Noah Buchan.
Boo.
Noah also cashing for 9,750 euros.
Again.
And a new player coming to the main stage, Candido Capiello, will be taking a seat at the feature table. Okay, guys, so earlier on we were mentioning the fact that there is going to be some cash game action in Monaco this evening. The PokerStars EPT cash game is going to be live on Spraggy's YouTube channel at 10 p.m. Central European Summer Time. It's going to be a 3-hour stream. It's going to be a 10-25 game. And these are the players you can expect to see. We've got Ben Spraggy himself sitting in the game. That's why it's on his YouTube channel.
Love him.
We've got Chris Eubank Jr. here in Monaco. The boxing superstar is going to be playing in a 10-25 game alongside Spraggy, plus Rory Jennings and Adam McCullough, influencer Spencer Owen, and Felix Schneiders.
What a ragtag group we've got there.
So Joe and I will be providing commentary, although we imagine that there will be quite a lot of table chat, and we'll let the players have their fun. So 3 hours of cash game action with cards up coverage from 10 p.m. local time. Yes, we're going to be on the PokerStars UK YouTube channel. Best place to watch, probably Spraggy's YouTube channel, wherever you are in the world, as Wakil just continues to run pure.
This is so, like, it would take me a month to make this many hands.
A collection over several sessions.
Yes, if that.
So this is a bet of 5K into the big blind, who obviously needs to continue with a 7. Did you guys get a chance to see Chris Eubank's fight recently, fresh off a win?
I'm not a boxing guy.
I'm not a big boxing guy either, but I have to say it was probably one of the most awesome boxing matches I've seen in a long time. It was brutal.
It's funny because as far as this cash game is concerned, you know how they say if you can't spot the sucker at the table, you're the sucker? This is 6 people who will not be able to spot the sucker at the table.
By the way, guys, this has gone bet, raise, re-raise on the flop.
Wakil made it 5,000. Baratza raised it to 16,000. 3-bet from Wakil, re-raising to 38,000.
This is an interesting line. I would have thought maybe a call was more natural for Wakil once getting raised. I mean, 10-4 is obviously going to be losing to some other better 10x.
I think from like a meta perspective, like you're just running so hot right now that maybe you just think someone's not going to believe
Correct.
you.
It could be the case. Yeah.
You're basically trying to demonstrate that you're on positive tilt, that you're basically don't believe you're beatable and try and induce someone to making a move against you. But on this occasion, it's a fold from Baratza. Wakil now up over 400,000, playing more than 80 big blinds. And yeah, how long ago was it that he was sitting on 6 bigs? Feels like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've only been online for an hour and a bit. Yeah, incredible stuff for Jamil. Having a great day.
And down to 126 players on day 3 of the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. 23 minutes to run on this blind level, 2K, 5K. We will take our first break of the day. And I'm not just saying this because we had the elimination of Patrick Antonius, but I do think we're probably going to have a new feature table lineup on the other side of the break.
Even though I find it highly annoying when people in chat are like, show this person, show that person, we want to show more people. We want to give some TV time, some stage time to lots of people out there, get a wide variety of nationalities represented. So I always welcome a change.
I like showcasing the scale, the international nature, and just the cornucopia that is poker, just the different people from different walks of life, the amateurs, the former champions, the pros, the celebrities. And round 2, Nicholas Thum in the big blind. And he is going to defend with 8-6 of spades after Cappiello opened with Queen 9 of diamonds. And there is an 8 on the flop, which gives Thum the advantage here. And Flushy checks.
Very dramatic check, Flushy.
This place is a tomb.
Yeah, and I can't imagine Flushy's going to want to fold yet, guys. Flushy, the Tombstone Tomb.
Peter asks, when is the break again? It's at the end of the level. Thank you for your question.
Cappiello does not improve on the turn, and Nicholas Thum is close to a 9-1 favorite in this hand.
Yeah, and big question as to whether or not Cappiello wants to continue representing a king or a king plus. Looks like he's reaching for chips. 49K in the middle now. What's the bet size?
How much? 36.
36,000.
Flushy really feels like he could station all the way here.
Yeah, he's unblocking the club draw as well, which is relevant. He's blocking 6-7, which is a bit of a bummer. You'd like your opponent to have more draws. Decides against it. Nice line from Cappiello in the end. We might have better combinations of 8x to hero call there with when we unblock the flush draw and the straight draw and potentially have a better kicker. That kind of adds up to me, but nice move. 37 big blinds now for Candido Cappiello. Great name.
Checking out some more players in the field. Whatever Leo gets. No.
Leo wants.
That's right. That's the way it works. Bessiana and Tony also potentially making a deep run in this main event. King Lou, loving that necklace.
Pretty cool.
And we saw her earlier on when she doubled up with aces. Halakaram.
That's a fun name to say. I could say that as a champion. Halakaram! It's like a name and an exclamation.
So picking up the action here, we've had an under-the-gun raise from Cappiello. We're killing the cutoff. And Wakil applying the pressure, 3-betting here with ace-deuce of hearts.
See, this is the positive tilt that he was trying to showcase before.
I like the 3-bet.
You would. You call with ace-deuce suited, you miss the hearts on the flop, you fold. It's not rocket science.
Re-raising with a blocker.
Which is the blocker?
The ace.
Okay.
I mean, you're also blocking deuces. And it works.
Of course it worked.
Of course it works. And Jamil Wakil is closing in on the 90 big blind mark.
That's unbelievable. I know he was short, but how many blinds was it? 8? 10?
6.
6?
Yeah.
You know, it's for situations like these that I have a catchphrase that I came up with in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
All it takes is a chip and a chair.
I mean, it's a line I've seen many poker journalists use since in live updates and in stories.
Sometimes it's shortened to chip and a chair.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's absolutely become part of poker parlance, and it's amazing that you came up with that back in 2017.
Yeah, we've got a prime example here. That is all it means is that as long as you're still in, you've got a chance.
Absolutely.
All it takes is a chip and a chair. You guys can use that if you want. And the chair part's just like, you know, a metaphor. It's not even like a...
Could be any scenario.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't really need the chair even.
All it takes is a car and a chair.
It's no.
Chip in a car.
No, Nick. No.
When someone creates perfection, don't mess with it.
I wasn't the one that suggested it was a metaphor.
I'm just saying the chair is like having a seat in the poker tournament isn't a literal seat. That's all.
So we see a 3-bet from Nicholas Toom this time. Baratza opening with Jack 10. Toom 3-betting with Queen 10. Schluter folds the small blind. Capiello with Ace Jack again, this time in the big blind.
Flushy, you all son of a gun.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited is a good combo to do this with. Capiello has a good opportunity to cold 4-bet bluff, though. I say bluff. Ace Jack, obviously pretty strong hand. You get my meaning. It's a good hand to 4-bet with. And now Mr. Flushy has a pretty tricky spot.
This isn't really a tricky spot. This is a fold.
I was going to say, I think folding is more natural.
You got 25 bigs. It feels... I guess you could call in position.
Yeah, you can. You got a royal flush draw.
It's just such a small 4-bet is what I'm saying, James.
Yeah,
you have
that's
kind
true.
of a nice hand, but like it's not nice to call. It doesn't feel great to call, but it's gonna keep it in.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you were getting the right price, but as soon as you see that board, just fold.
It stinks.
Capiello with 2 overs and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, if you're gonna cold 4-bet, this is a dreamy flop hat to have. Nut flush draw, 2 overcards.
And as I said, I get getting a good price, being in position, seeing the flop. Now, easy fold.
So a really small continuation bet here, but it is a 4-bet pot, and also, you know, we are well within SPR1, right? So we're not struggling to get the chips in. We do want to have very small continuation bets as a bluff. I think this is well played from Capiello so far.
Yeah. But it's a trivial fold, right?
Or is it inducement?
No.
Inducement.
I mean, look, I understand, like, making some moves, but this would be disastrous.
I mean, imagine if Flushy ships here.
Oh, good.
Told you.
God, no.
You didn't see it on his face?
No.
Oh, dear. He's not folding.
I mean, of course he's not folding. He's got the nut flush draw, 2 overs, and he's going to see he's actually near enough a 90% favorite here.
This is what dreams are made of for Capiello. Bit of a misstep. to say the least, for the tombstone.
I think they're going to write Queen Ten of Spades on his tomb.
Here lies a man who shipped with 11% equity. Unlucky flushy. Let's see how it runs.
Drawing to 3 outs. And hits one of them on the turn.
This is bananas.
But still has to fade 10 cards. Diamonds and aces working for Cappiello. But it's a 10 on the river. It's 2 pair for Tomb.
He hit them both.
Can we concede there? Look, I'm a big fan of Flushy. I'm a big fan of Flushy, but that was a classic misplay, which was then rewarded with extreme good fortune.
That is exactly
This is
what
the
it was.
sort of play where I can't look at my opponent because if they berated me, I'd be like, yeah, I get
Fair.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Cappiello left with just 4 big blinds, sick to his stomach.
How many outs did Flushy have?
3.
And he hit 2 of them. He hit 2 of the 3 outs.
Oh, Senor Flushy, the tombstone. Absolutely blessed.
Cappiello, I want to buy that guy a beer.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough.
We haven't seen something disgusting like that in a really long time. Like, that's really gross.
Maybe they like the action.
Yeah.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Better TV than
Yeah.
Oh, Cappiello. You were going home with quite a bad beat story. And the thing about that bad beat story, too, is that your friends who don't play poker won't even get how bad it is.
How was your poker tournament? Yeah, I made it in the money, but no good. Huh. Did you have fun at least?
It was 11%. Oh, really?
I don't know what that means.
This has been a wild day of turns and rivers. Like, just absolutely crazy town.
And it's only the first session of day 3.
Oh, Cappiello, please.
Yes.
Good luck. Good frickin' luck.
Are we close to a money jump?
Just give it to him.
It's not how poker works,
I'm
Joe.
sorry. Let's make an exception. Anyone who saw that hand would be like, you know what? You're right. Just give it to him.
He's got to make it to 119th place to get the money jump.
Oh, that's okay.
Dear.
That's too far. I thought of it as like the next person. Just give it to him.
Yeah, we can ship this one, though.
That was a very quick call. I mean, I guess he's probably calling blind because it's just not for much more. And when you've got the big blind and the anti-invested, you're calling with pretty much any 2 cards.
Because I said 19, but he was looking at the clock and it didn't show.
No worries,
I guess something that can make you feel better if you're Cappiello is like, you weren't always going to be that far ahead. Like sometimes you're going to need just the diamond. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work, does it?
No, just... Okay, he's paired his 10.
Now, hold on. 2% seems like a lot given what we've seen today.
No.
3 on the turn. Ace on the turn.
That's it, right? It's over?
Yeah, he's got the double.
Phew. Candido Cappiello still alive.
You know, James, I do occasionally like to say all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Yeah.
And he's still got chips.
As Jane Windsor points out, the metaphorical chair.
And the metaphorical chair.
9 big blinds now for Cappiello. The bad news is the blinds are going up in 8 minutes' time. That's how long we've got on this blind level.
Oh, he's not going to make it 8 minutes. I mean, sorry, all it takes is a chip and a chair.
Joe, did you see the comment about somebody who explained to Steve O'Dwyer about the chair being metaphorical?
Yes. It was very literal for him. A very specific chair. For Steve O.D.
If Jamil Wakil can do it, you can do it,
Exactly.
Candido.
If Flexinelli can do it, you can do it, buddy.
The thing about Jamil Wakil is, like, you spend 2 seconds around that guy, and you know he's the sort of person that can do it. He's, like, very charismatic. He's just a charming... You just know he's got a charmed life.
Yeah. Okay, round to Cappiello on the button. Sub 10 big blind stack. A6.
Oh, you hate it. I hate A6.
All in.
I hate A6.
It's not as bad as A7.
44, yeah.
Oh. Jacks for Antonio.
You. I mean, this is like whoever wins, we lose, right? Because Jacks could get... Everyone hates Jacks.
So there is the call. There is a fold from Rahal. And Cappiello is going to need to spike an ace to survive. And the field ticker has not dropped. We are still at 122, so it doesn't look like there's much chance of a money jump here for Cappiello. Jack's a 71% favorite here.
Looks like the dealer's trying to hold in laughter.
No ace on the desk. Still 3 outs for Candido Cappiello.
Spade? No spade.
Still needs an ace. Needs Barry Greenstein.
We need you, Barry. We need you.
Instead, it's a set of jacks for Antonio, and Candido Cappiello is dispatched.
Yeah, I feel for him, guys. That was a rough exit. And what are you supposed to do? I don't think you could do much different.
Candido, it's okay if you want to cry.
9,750 euros. We're down to 121 players now in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event with 5 minutes on this blind level, 5 minutes until the first break of the day. And confirmation that we are going to have a new feature table for the second session of the day for level 17 of the main event. And we will show you who is at that feature table in 2 minutes' time.
Until then, Storm TV says, is this a pretty sad table? No talking or charisma? Hey, Storm, forgive me when I say, shut up! Shut up! This has been so fun. There's been so much action. Shut up. My God. Go away.
It's hard to talk when
I'm sorry,
players
did I?
are all in every
Was
hand.
that too far? Shut up! Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but I can't stop telling him to shut up. Look at this! Look at these hands! Are you nuts?
Barazza is open with King Jack. Nicholas Toom re-raising with Queens. Jamil Wakil with Queen 5 in the big blind. Jamil, don't get frisky. So back on Barazza, who will be aware, and it wasn't that long ago, that Nicholas Toom was 3-betting with Queen 10.
Yep, that was shown.
You think he learned his lesson? Huh? You think he learned his lesson? Maybe this time.
Barazza folds the King Jack.
I think that might have been one of the worst suckouts I've ever seen.
I'm sure you've seen worse, but it was pretty rough.
Just in, like, the way it went down. Like, 11%, like, yeah, we've seen worse, right? We've seen one-outers. We've seen stuff, but just, like, the complete stepping in it.
So this will be our new feature table on the other side of the break. Another former champion, Sebastian Malitz. One of last year's finalists also at this table, Joseph Chibacek, who was 8th last year. And Andres Namath, Pro Beers. prolific high roller reg.
Time for the beers, time for the beers, time for the beers.
So those three players among the lineup at that table coming to the main stage during the break and will be our feature table for the next session of play. Schluter has opened here with Queen 10. Rounds the blinds, will keel with Ace 4 in the small. That's a fold. And now Juan Baratza, who has also had a bit of a comeback during this session. Not as big a comeback, not as dramatic a comeback as Jamil Wakil, but still.
Or Flushy.
Is hovering around the 20 big blind mark. So that's raise and take it for Schluter. So we should be able to squeeze in one more hand before the end of this session. Another elimination to tell you about. Martin Zamani is gone and did not make the pay jump. So Zamani cashes for 9,750 euros. 120 remain. Next player out also gets just shy of 10K. Once we're down to 119, everyone will have locked up at least 11,000 euros.
Yummy, yummy.
Hey guys, remember what that person said, theoretically, could we play it under 9 today?
Yeah.
If we keep the action going like this, I think there's a chance we could pull it off.
God damn it, Nick.
Because they would do it after the break, you know. But yeah, these guys got
It has been pretty wild.
They're not going to play a hand.
Rahal getting some screen time.
I mean, he hasn't played a single hand, has he?
Well, that's, you know, I'm going to be moved off the feature table, so I want to make sure the camera lingers on me, so I've got something to show the grandkids before folding the 7 deuce.
Is there a version of the 7 deuce game where you win it for thinking about winning with 7 deuce?
Trust me, I had it.
So this will be blind v blind. Juan Baratza in the small starts the hand with 22 big blinds.
Guys, just take your break. We don't need to do one of these long drawn out blind on blind eat into the break hands.
Changing?
Yeah, we're changing table.
Baratza has called with ace deuce of hearts.
Nope.
King jack of spades for Nicholas Thum.
We're not getting a break.
All in.
He raises. Baratza shoves.
I was going to say, guys, I actually wonder about this spot. If we do raise with King Jack suited, are we forced to actually call because we're going to be up against too many small pairs and hands like Ace Deuce? Ace 5 is another good example of a hand that might want to limp jam here. I think it might be more natural to check back King Jack suited in position here and just trap your opponent, but we are going to spin it.
Wow.
Fleshy had a plan in mind for the 20 big blind stack.
Okay, so Baratza is at risk, but ahead here. That being said, it's not that big an advantage, Ace Deuce against King Jack. 57% favorite.
Ace on the flop, king on the turn, king on the river.
Stop it. That seems pretty decisive.
Queen of spades, 10 of spades.
Joe.
It is going to require running cards, so Thum drawing dead on the turn. This is going to be an end of level double up for Juan Baratza.
100
The queen on the turn would have been better.
13.
The sweat, the ultimate sweat card. And we have got down to 119 players. That means everyone has now laddered.
So we change or we stay? We change the chips and everything.
They'll do it for you, don't worry.
But the reason why we're down to 119, the reason why everyone's laddered, is we have just lost the last remaining gold power pass winner, Bruno Caschera, eliminated in 120th place. The last player to cash for 9,750 euros.
His middle name is Min Plus. Min Plus Kushera, in case you didn't.
So that concludes the first session of the day. That concludes the first level of day 3. And a reminder that we are changing feature table during the break. So these guys going back into the field, what a level, what a session for Jamil Wakil. Coming back from break with 70 big blinds. Nicholas Toom just took a bit of a knock there, but still has 36 big blinds. Samir Rahal is the shortest stack at that table with 15 bigs at the 3-6 blind level. Remember, EPT champion Sebastian Malitz, Pro Beers himself, Andras Namath, coming to the main stage. Our new feature table for the second session of the day, coming in just over 15 minutes time as live action continues from here in Monaco at the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event. Back in just over 15.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Jack Salter raising under the gun with ace-4 suited.
I don't want to say Jack Salter looks like the T1000, but I keep expecting him to ooze out of that seat and into a can of soda.
Brett Hauer and Roker have both folded. Magnus Carlsen is out. Walter Mernig mucks. Antonio Buonanno has 8s on the button. He just calls.
Buonanno no.
From top out in the small. Folds. And Kenny Hicks gives up the big.
You start with 2 million, Antonio.
Yes.
Thanks.
Nah, that banter.
Bottom pair for Salter. Buonanno's still ahead.
A lot of folks might not bet this now that they've already got some showdown value. If you do, I'd probably mostly suggest barreling flop and turn.
Jack C-bet is 145,000.
140?
145.
145.
You know what? I'm changing my mind. Powder. He looks like powder.
Buonanno calls. Well, that is an action card. It's a set for Buonanno, and the nut flush draw for Salter. He's slowed down. He's checked.
That actually probably normally would have been a pretty good card to barrel. Buonanno should obviously bet.
He does. 175,000.
Even though Jack's crushed, I don't think either calling or raising here are that bad in general.
Salter requests the all-in triangle. He is shoving on Buonanno.
Classic powder. Now he's going to go heal a bird.
9 Jack.
Probably almost never is it going to be Jack 9. This should be a snappy snapperino.
Okay, cool, Jack.
Buonanno calls.
I don't think he likes it.
You queens?
Buonanno is a huge favorite to double up here. Salter needs a club. It's a heart.
Thank you, Jack.
Welcome.
Ah, fighting words.
Do you remember, Jack? You boosted me, Vienna.
I busted who?
Ah. Do you remember? You boosted me, Vienna.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
Blinds are 30-60. Walter Mernig has folded under the gun. Pocket 10s for Antonio Buonanno.
This guy only gets pairs, I guess.
He raises to 125,000. Folded to Kenny Hicks in the cutoff. And he's got ace-king.
Well, Kenneth Q. Hicks did not wear his best shirt to not put in another bet with ace-king, that's for sure.
Here comes the re-raise. 300,000 total. Jack Salter on the button. Folds. Roker in the small. Passes. Magnus Carlsen.
When the first card's a 4 of clubs, do you even really have to look at the other one? I guess you have to make sure it's not another 4 of clubs.
All in.
Buonanno shoves.
Shove is dicey. I don't think Kenny's ever super light here.
Call.
Hicks calls, and we are off to the races.
This is a big flip, but one Kenny had to take at this point. It's like Stallone versus Schwarzenegger.
The flop is 9-6-3. 10s are holding.
Sickening start for ace-king. Carmen knows what I'm talking about.
Queen on the turn, no additional outs for Kenny Hicks. He needs an ace or a king on the river to survive. It's a 3. He's out in 7th place.
Wow, 0 American winners on the EPT this season. That is a bummer.
Kenny Hicks scores his 8th EPT main event cash, 188,500 euros.
Good luck, Jack. Everybody.
America, you've been well represented.
5-handed, blind still 30-60, action on Majoroka. He folds. Magnus Carlsen also passes. Mernig on the button. Mux.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Antonio.
These two.
Bornano limps in the small blind with ace deuce.
I kind of like it.
That's friendly. I accept that.
But Salter has kings in the big blind.
I assume he won't be as friendly.
It's a raise.
106.
116 top.
Bonanno's in absolute jail.
Oh, he re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 500,000.
Despite how bad it looks, I think there's an argument for this play. Antonio's blocking an ace from Jack's range, and ace deuce is really tough to play out of position. If you're Jack, I really don't know how you keep your cool here. I would be a mess.
Salter responds with a 4-bet to just over $1 million.
Hey, it's Angus McWienerschnitzel.
Former EPT finalist Ludovic Geilich on Salter's rail.
There's also an argument for 5-betting here sometimes, but I think when Jack 4-bets, he's almost never light.
It is a 5-bet, and it's for a hefty chunk of Bornano's stack, 2.1 million.
He is making a stand.
And Salter requests the all-in triangle once again. And Bornano folds.
Nice try, Antonio.
Don't worry. Big hand, big hand. Monster.
Nice spot. Thank you. I wanted it all, but I'll take that.
I respect you.
The respect's mutual.
Line still 50, 100,000. Action on Multimernig. He's on the button. And he's got ace-5 of diamonds.
Magnus Carlsen already back, reliving the memories, showing everyone where it all went wrong.
Mernig raises to 205,000. Ace-king for Bornano. It's a 3-bet to 550,000. Jack Salter in the big blind. Folds. Action back on Mernig.
Okay, now, I'm sorry, but I'm very rarely going to go too crazy here because honestly, I think the old guy's going to have it a lot.
Mernig moves all in.
Hey, cool.
And Bornano calls, putting Mernig at risk.
What's going on here?
Well, he's happy.
Ace king, ace 5 suited.
Domination Nation potentially for 3rd place in the grand final.
Yeah.
Jack chilling with fellow pro Simon Debman.
I couldn't look, man. I couldn't look.
The flop. Jack 9 deuce. Ace king is holding.
Backdoor wheel, no flush, no chop.
Oh, he's good.
Deuce on the turn. A few chop opportunities. Mernig needs a 5, 9 or jack to survive.
Man's praying.
The river is an 8.
Go, go.
Mernig will go in 3rd.
Foreground misery, background fist pump. Still an awesome result, though.
GG, man. Lucky. Well played, man. Tough player, man.
Yeah, man. Jack.
It was always going to happen, right?
1 million, 1 million.
That's good, man.
It's heads up between Jack Salter and Antonio Bornano at the PokerStars and Monte-Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final. Blinds are currently 100,000 and 200,000 with a 30,000 ante. Salter's on the button with ace-queen. He raises to 415k. Ace-9 for Bornano.
I'm going to go ahead and call this 3-bet kale because I am not a fan.
He's re-raised to $1 million.
They're too deep to want to get it in, and ace-9 is not strong enough to 3-bet for value.
Salter set to respond with a 4-bet by the looks of things. Yep, he makes it 2.225 million.
Just seems like since they're so deep, they'd rather just play huge pots. It's like having a month to do homework assignment and then writing it the night before.
And did you see how quickly Buonanno called?
Absolute grudge match between these two.
It's a low flop. Ace Queen still ahead. And Buonanno leads the flop for 1.5 million.
All this is très bizarre.
All in from Jack Salter.
3, 2, 1 blast off. Wow, I think if you're gonna rip that pre-flop would have been the spot to do it.
What's going on?
The bird is not the word. It's late.
Carmen, I'm with you. Blinds up to 125, 250. Action on Buonanno, who's got ace king.
Buonanno, no.
He raises to 500k. Jack Salter's got pocket tens. He re-raises. Buonanno shoves. And Salter calls.
That is so ratchet. What a schmohawk. Turn your cards over.
Jack Salter is racing for the title.
Like sweet versus savory, this race is for the ages.
Passo K io, 10-10 lui.
Hold!
Oh, devo vincere pure questo. Devo vincere pure questo.
Stacks even.
Come on.
The flop
Okay,
is king high.
I love the world. I don't mind winning with a row. Speriamo che sciassano perché vince lui. Se no vinco io. Però se è sciasso vince lui.
Ace is good as well, right? Ace is good, right?
Con i 9, con gli assi.
A blank on the turn. Salter has 14 outs.
Non devono uscire picche, non devono uscire 9, non devono uscire assi.
They want an ace on the river. It's a 10. It's a straight for Buonanno, and he doubles up through Salter and takes the chip lead.
Go, Jack, go!
Burn. Carmen, your man is a beast.
Blinds are up to 150, 300, and we're going to sweat with Jack Salter. We'll play this hand from his perspective. Buonanno first to speak, and it's a raise to 600,000. Jack's hand is 10-6 of clubs.
Sure, we can defend with this.
He does defend. The flop is 6-4-3, so top pair for Salter.
Top pair, woo! And one club.
He's playing in flow. He's checked to the razor. Buonanno continues for 500,000.
A call here would be pretty standard. Let's reevaluate on the turn.
There's the call. The turn card is the Jack of Clubs, a flush draw to go with his pair of sixes.
We are going nowhere, but we don't necessarily want to call a raise or get it in.
Once again, Salter checks. And Buonanno bets again, 800,000.
Buonanno makes some interesting moves, but he doesn't tend to fire with absolute air.
Salter calls. The river card is the 8 of spades. Salter checks for a third time. And Buonanno bets half the pot, 2 million.
Easy fold. Just fold it, Jack. We're not going to win this with hero calls. We're going to win by waiting until we have a hand and then snapping. Let him make the mistakes.
Time. He's not even had a minute, sir, so he has to have a bit of time here.
True in this case, but over the course of this tournament, Jack spent more time in the tank than David Blaine. And it's almost always over a ridiculous decision like this. What is that, third pair?
It's a big bet. Big bet for big hand or what?
C.
Time.
He's trying again.
3 more minutes, sir. He has not had that much time.
So do I have time called on me or not?
No, you don't.
If only you knew what the hand was. Bonanno, no.
2 million is a very large bet.
For a very large hand.
Jack calls, and Bonanno tables top 2.
Oh man, that's just super ox.
Bonanno very much in command now.
Guys, this is Monaco. I don't want to say this set's expensive, but the people who assembled it were union.
Do you think those guys have been drinking?
Sigh, man.
Bonanno has raised with ace-4. Salter has king-7 suited. And he's moving all in.
Cool.
And Bonanno calls. And the Italian is a 56% favorite to become the EPT 10 Grand Final champion.
You said it, buddy. It is intense.
I feel pretty good about this one. This is the first one I feel good. I don't think I can't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I got this one. Yeah.
Ace.
Yes, you are, buddy.
7.
You don't even believe it yourself. He knows that I'm flashing it. Flash it up.
I think it's fair to say the relationship between these two has had its highs and lows.
I like this one.
That was a high.
I think Antonio likes his ace.
The flop is Jack 9 deuce. No help for Salter.
Blank, blank, blank.
Little 10 on the turn. Heat things up.
If it's an ace, it's over.
7.
The turn card is a queen.
I can't lose this, man.
Salter has 10 outs.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
77% chance Antonio Bonanno is the grand final champion.
Of clubs.
7.
The river is a blank.
Bye!
Bonanno is the grand final champion.
Congrats.
Grande.
Good game, bro. Good game.
Bonanno, no. The guy really grew on me.
Well, Jack Salter fought long and hard. No doubt disappointed, but second place is still a great achievement. And Antonio Bonanno becomes the second Italian EPT winner. Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event. Day 3 continues here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, you missed some incredible action during the first session of the day. I don't know if you'll be able to see any of the stream before you showed up this morning, but I'm hoping that our second feature table of the day can live up to the first as we check on the chip leaders, and we finally have a player with a 7-figure stack. Sebastian Gall, the current chip leader with $1 million. Andreas Gola with 751K. And yeah, the new lineup headlined by ProBeers, Andres Nemeth, and a former EPT champ, Sebastian Mallets.
Yeah, big fan of Nemeth in particular, someone that I used to grind with back in the day. Real sweetheart, and happy to see him with one of the big stacks in the room.
Indeed, Nemeth is the chip leader at this table. No super short stacks. Tommaso Castellano is the shortest with 17 bigs, and as we highlighted before the break, Joseph Chibacek, who's at the table, was at the final table of last year's Monte Carlo main event, finishing in 8th place.
So that's where I know him.
This year, 8th place pays 118,000 euros and first place pays $1 million. Current payout, 11,250 euros with 119 remaining from the 1,195 who started. We're about to kick off level 16. Blinds will be 2,500. No, we're at the 3-6 level, right? It's level 17. My apologies. Level 17 about to begin. 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante. And as we've highlighted a couple of times already, a slightly shorter day today. playing 4.5 levels because there is going to be a special cash game tonight, the PokerStars EPT cash game, starting at 10 p.m. Central European Summertime, featuring Spraggy and Chris Eubank Jr. That game live on Spraggy's YouTube channel and also on the PokerStars UK YouTube channel if you want to watch some 10-25 action for a few hours this evening.
Put me in, coach.
I bet you'll be chomping at the bit to get at that table. Well, we're going to need alternates, Griffin, so sit back, put your feet up in the green room.
Whatever it takes. No stranger to the green room. Nice fit. Look at that sweater.
A new feature table for a new blind level. Mallet's back on the main stage for the second time this event. He spent some time on the feature table yesterday.
Ooh, I like this calm before the storm energy. There's some stern faces.
Kosumoso Yamanaka is one of the shorter stacks of the table, but still has around 30 big blinds. Average stack, by the way, as we come back from break, is spot on 50 bigs, 300K.
This is really working for my OCD brain. Exactly, 50 bigs, 1 million exactly to the winner. The chip leader has 1 million chips.
I know, right?
It's just not. Can we just keep it clean?
It's almost too perfect.
Yeah,
it's too perfect. Something's going to go wrong now.
Yeah. If that chip leader loses or wins one pot, I don't want to hear about it. Keep him at 1 million.
So action back underway. Castellano first to act with 7 deuce folds. Andrus Nemeth with 10-5.
It's really how you want to start your, feature table short stack. You sit there, you get game ready, under the gun, 7 deuce off.
Chipper check with ace-4 of clubs.
Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask.
And that is a raise to 13,000.
It was Bane.
No, I got it. I got it. Just, we have a general rule here, Griffin, which I'd appreciate if you comply with, which is just, let's just not make masks a thing. Let's just not comment. Let's just not get into it. Just accept that some people feel more comfortable in social scenarios wearing them.
100%.
Anyway, raise and take it for one of last year's finalists. Of course, this was the final table last year where we first got to see Rania Nasruddin in action. It was the first of her 2 EPT final tables. She eventually busted in 3rd place. Sadly, Rania did not make it beyond day 1 this year.
Still a legend.
Nemeth with King Jack.
He's such a vibe. Look at him. Tell me about the watch, James.
I have not had a close look at it. I've seen Nemeth wear a fair few expensive-looking watches.
I'm a bit disappointed because in my head, to me, you're like that guy that sees like one photo of somewhere and is able to try. I feel that's kind of how I thought you are with watches.
I'm not that
You just
good.
need to see like half a band of.
I don't have that Nico Leonard talent to be able to give the exact reference from a shot 10 meters away.
Oh
no.
man, have you seen him track down the memes? That's great. That's good stuff. Good content. Interesting spot for Via here. Ace 10. I think he's going to imagine is going to be slightly ahead of Andres' chip lead range under the gun.
I think it's an offshore. I think look, it could be, and I'd like to think it's an AP Royal Oak offshore. Unfortunately, a watch brand called Hublot makes some similar looking watches, but yeah, that's an AP. I can tell from the octagonal bezel. So yeah, the Royal Oak offshore, very nice watch. Quite a chunky watch.
No, I'm saying.
Andres giving some instruction to be able to see his opponent's cards better.
Yeah, he's been on this table a fair few times.
Yeah.
I can try to move too, but maybe it's this.
What a gentleman.
So, normally I find this question irritating, but actually it means I can get a hashtag fun fact. Mike Potts asked, is Spraggy still in? No, Spraggy was eliminated during the post-bubble bust-out bonanza last night, and he was eliminated by Andrus Nemeth, who is now at our feature table.
Well, now everyone's just going to be comparing him to Spraggy, which is just not fair for either of them.
No, it's not. Round 2, Jerome Scorano. Ace-10. Kevin asking what was the buy-in for this event. This is a €5,300 buy-in event. All PokerStars EPT main events have the same buy-in. So it'll be a 5K in Barcelona and in Malta and in Prague. The next 3 stops, the other 3 stops of EPT 2025. Brass Monkey says, if I fly to Monte Carlo, can I do comms? No. Thank you for your question. 9-9-3 on the flop. Nemeth defending his big blind with King 4. Does not connect.
Can really go either way here with the Ace-10. You know, you're going to be a bit concerned about someone as strong as Andres, who might just check something like 7-6 of diamonds here and really put you in the blender when you're here with sitting here with Ace High. With this combo, without a club on board, I think likely Andres just folds. But you know, there are merits to betting and to checking.
Punisher asking about future American events. We said yesterday, and I have no inside information, but I expect that we'll hear something in the next few weeks about events in North America. And no, Cyprus is not on the tour this year. Malta is where we'll be heading in October. First time back there since 2016. Can you remember who was the last EPT Malta champion, Griffin?
Oh, gosh. Wow.
If you manage to say the name of any EPT Malta champion, I'll be impressed.
Will you give me money?
No.
How much money?
No.
Make me an offer.
No offer.
I'm not telling you. Okay, tell me, who is it?
Alexei Boyka.
Ah.
Ace King suited for Mickey. Oh, dear.
What was that?
I think someone at the table was blowing their nose.
Oh, okay. It sounded like someone opened up Instagram or something. I'm like, they don't have phones. Yeah, fresh off that slightly too tight fold, I think, with the ace 10 off. Now getting the monstrous ace king suited at the cutoff. Nemeth with that suited combo of queen 10 is just going to call. I really like this. I think we can mix in some 3-bets if we like with the offsuit variety. Maybe even call sometimes, given the stack depth. But suited, you would hate to 3-bet and then get 4-bet and not be able to see a flop like this where you are drawing to the nuts.
Yeah. So top for via the open-ended straight draw for Nemeth, who has 34% equity.
I think Via's going to expect Nemeth to be quite on base here a decent percentage of the time. Sure, there are the pocket pair combos that are going to be calling pre and then just folding, but much of the time it's going to be hands, like a queen 10 suited, queen jack suited. So elects to go for a bigger sizing, about 75%, and I like this because either Andres is on base and he's going to call pretty much any size, or he's going to have those pairs and just fold. So let's charge him now and hope to get a brick, something like a red 3. And you would love to just cooler Andres here for 2, maybe even 3 streets, be up against something like a king 10 suited or a king queen that might have flatted. But this queen 10 combo, I think we can expect to see folds to the big bet.
So PogCS asking, is there a rule about conversation, or is everyone too focused on the game? Of course they can talk. There's no rule about not talking at the table. But in answer to your question, partly it's focus on the game, but also you have to remember when you have an international mix of players, you've got players from literally all over the world at this table, and English isn't everyone's native language, it doesn't lend itself naturally to a lot of conversation.
It would have been a touch more interesting if those red cards were diamonds, but with hearts on board, I'm just going to let it go.
Good job, Mickey Vea. Now playing 361k, a 60 big blind stack.
Do you have a swing?
You say Vea, I say Via. You're probably right.
Nobody? Swing
Not your classic tomato.
So the yellows are 1k, the blues are 5k, the green chips 25k. Those are those are the denominations. Clear enunciation, please. That we currently have at the table.
I just have one card.
I really like how you've been showing some cracks lately. You know, just more. Just you know, we saw the thing with obviously Michelle, and it's your personality.
No idea what you're talking about, mate. No idea what you're talking about. I tell you what, it's a sign.
He's not perfect.
It's a sign that he's getting old. That's what it is.
See, he is just a man. Quote.
20 years of doing this,
What's
and
the
this
movie?
is what's happening to me.
Matrix Reloaded, French guy.
That is a movie that no one should ever quote.
Oh, come on. There are
Are you going to try and... Oh, you do try and defend that movie, don't you?
I'm one of those guys, yeah.
See, this is the problem, Griffin. This is why I can't trust you on movies.
Oh, come on.
That is
You
such
totally
a red
trust
flag.
It
That
is not a red
such
flag.
a red flag.
That is one of the greatest action scenes ever made, first of all. Second of all, yeah, I like the music. And the leather. Shiny leather.
Blind v blind here.
Have you seen my collection? Just the walk. These blinds were made for walking.
A walk for Mehdi Rabai. And 117 remain. MEK says it's not the Antonius table. Well, number one, that table was changed during the break. Number two, Patrick Antonius is no longer at that table. Patrick Antonius was eliminated during the first level of the day.
There's our shorty.
Castellano, starts the hand with 14 bigs, folds the 8 deuce. Andres Nemeth with Jack 5 of spades.
Yep. Oh, it's fun to be the table chip leader, isn't it? Actually, Malich has leapfrogged him slightly, but they're
only slightly
co-leading.
Monaco with 6-3 in the big blind says no, thank you.
Smart jacket.
Very nice jacket.
Yeah, good color choice.
Now down to 115 players. Yeah, so we talked about future EPT stops, mentioned that we're going to be in Barcelona in the summer, Malta in October, and then Prague in December. Don't forget there are 2 PokerStars Opens coming up. During the summer months, Namur will host the biggest poker festival in Belgium. That runs from May 28th to June 9th. And then we've got a PokerStars Open in Malaga straight afterwards. That event in Spain runs June 16th through 22nd. Check out the PokerStars Live app. You'll get more details and full schedules of the EPT and PokerStars Open events still to be held in 2025. All feeding into the PokerStars Live League.
I think we're going to see Joseph check Namath here, whether it's in the form of a call or a 3-bet. It is going to be a call. And I like this because it feels too strong to 3-bet fold in these positions. And actually, we're seeing a great example of why it's such an effective flat, because you keep in those weaker king and queen type hands, and that's exactly what Andres is holding. And now we can even see Yamanaka with the dominated queens. So all going according to plan so far. I really don't mind this flat either. Playing just under 30 bigs.
Quick update from one of the outer tables. Conor Beresford has been eliminated. He was actually 118th place finisher for 11,250 euros.
And we're going to get a fun 4-way flop here. A lot of clubs in play. No street flash today. You can see those percentages and the way they're spread out. Actually, Scorana looking pretty good, and great example as to why on this 10-high flop with those live cards. Too many ways for players to be connected on this board with the diamonds, with the 10. Don't think Andres is going to be trying to take this in any way. Ace of diamonds on the turn. Should freeze the field. Technically favors Andres' range, but there are still some players that can have an ace in hand. You know, you have to be concerned with players that might have flushes and would check again here, and then the opportunity to check raise. So I don't think he's coming after this pot at all. Not a diamond in sight. 7 black cards and a loose queen of hearts. Andres might finally find an opening here. But with 3 players behind, I think we'll be concerned about someone just snapping with a diamond. I will say, you know, man, it's tough. You don't expect a ton of offsuit hands in Sibicek's range here. You know, king queen off is obviously one of the ones you might expect, but like a king jack off, for instance, probably 3-bets a lot of the time, you know. So as long as, and you don't expect the small blind to really be flatting many unsuited cards either, maybe some pocket pairs. This is kind of the guy that you really need to worry about, because he's just going to call in the big blind with 10-8 off as much as he's going to call with 10-8 suited, right? Once those 2 guys call, and look at that. Nice steal. Really, really great situational awareness. Not easy to find a bluff into 3 opponents on a board where just one player can have a diamond and snap you off, and got 2 pair to fold. Great play by Andres Nemeth,
who has reclaimed the table chip lead, 585,000, close to 100 big blinds. Still 72 minutes to play at the 3,000, 6,000 blind level. That's right, Noodles. Nemeth is a PLO god.
Yeah, not only an incredibly accomplished Hold'em player, but widely regarded to be one of the big talents in the PLO field.
If you look at the Potlem Omaha rankings now, Griffin, Nemeth is narrowly behind Joe Stapleton on accomplishments and ability. Raise from Rabai with 10-9. Yamanaka not playing Jack-3 on the button.
Yeah, it is quite a revolution what's going on with PLO and Stapes in particular. Talk of a change to call it PL Joe.
I don't know if you saw, but yesterday, Barney Boatman cashed one PLO event and won the other. 2 PLO scores in one day, including a trophy.
Well, you know why, right? Because in Omaha, you can make more boats, man.
That wasn't bad for you. That wasn't bad. Bless him.
Can you just give me a clean compliment?
That was a compliment.
Why do I have to surprise all the time?
Griffin, surprising and delightful.
There we go.
Scarano now 6%.
Yeah, a bit of a loose open here off about 35 big blinds with the 10-9 off from the cutoff. And check back seems like a good move. You don't love the jack. And now that Segurana has Reno has the bottom of his range, I mean, hard not to go for it here.
Yeah.
You know, you would have expected. No, he decides, you know, whatever. Nut low, it's fine, you can have it. And 1-4 Medi, don't ask me how I take my steak, ribeye.
Yeah, Barney was 17th in the PLO for 2,600 and then took down the PLO high-low for 19,580 euros and the trophy.
Okay.
Well, let's just step away from the feature table for a moment and check on some faces in the field, starting with chip leader Sebastian Gall. And just to irk you, Griffin, he now has 1,025,000.
They never listen.
Ka Kwan Lao.
Oh, this guy's tough. I've played with him before.
Yeah.
He's a weapon. A menace.
Another tough opponent at the outer tables, Juan Pardo.
Oh, God. I like his style. It's him.
A couple of EPT finalists. Georgios Karakousis.
Nice.
And the other is Alexandros Kolonias.
Camera's on me. Better put on these shades.
So, I appreciate that this feature table might not be to everyone's taste. But as I say repeatedly, and I kind of get bored of having to do this spiel.
It's not about you.
Well, it's crucially, Griffin, what we cannot do, and people seem to think that we just like go, I'll have that person, oh, we'd like you to be on the feature table. The table draw is conducted by the tournament staff. We don't interfere with how the tournament is run. We have to find a table that looks relatively interesting. There's a few characters, a few personalities,
even
a few
compelling.
Stories, and crucially, one that is not going to break in the next 90 minutes. Sometimes, and again, this is nothing against the players at this table, sometimes it's slim picking. Sometimes we don't have a lot of choice.
Ten nine off was good enough at the cutoff, but wisely, Rabai folds ace-8 on the gun +2. I think that's, you know, I made a remark that the 10-9 was a bit of a loose open, but the fact that he's then prepared to fold that hand in middle position, I think speaks to a good awareness of what kind of hands should be played with in certain spots. Point is, even though the 10-9 might have been a bit loose, I'd much rather open it there than the ace-8 there. Did give an opportunity, though, for Jerome to take one down with the 5-3 of clubs. That's always nice. Yeah. Sneak one through. Then none the wiser.
So about 25 minutes into the level.
Shout out to my dad who's up early in Canada watching.
Aw. Good morning, Mr. Benja. King 9 for Scarano. Folded around to the blinds. Castellano, 10-7 in the small.
Wow.
Shove small to big
No
with
hesitation.
10-7. And snap call by Nemeth with ace-king.
Yeah, a bit of a loose shove here from Castellano. I mean, you know, when you only have to get through one player and you haven't been picking up any cards, you're just hoping Nemeth, you know, has something like Jack 4 off and folds, but
yeah,
sometimes they just get a big hand. I mean, in this case, you are 37% to win, so it's not the worst scenario. And look at that, just jumps way ahead.
Is always coming. We saw it earlier on today. We see it again. And Castellano is now near enough a 4-1 favorite. Will double up unless there's an ace or a king on the river. That's a double up. The power of live cards.
Yeah, and the power of luck. I mean, that's part of the game, and what can really make it fun is maybe you step in it a little bit and a little fortune can come your way. And that's a really big pot to win for Castellano. A lot more room to work with.
So the Punisher highlighting that if people want table talk, they should just watch reruns of the big game. Don't forget that there is a new season of the PokerStars Big Game on tour, starting soon, later this month, in fact. Saturday, May 24th is when the first episode drops on our YouTube channel. Griffin, you're part of the lineup in this game.
I am. And what a layup from Punisher there, bringing up the big game. Teed you up there.
We got a loose cannon taking on Griffin, Sam Grafton, Jennifer Tilley, Andre Akari, and soccer star Gerard Piqué. And as a teaser before the start of the new season, on Saturday, May 17th, we got a special audition show which shows how the cannon was chosen, how the loose cannon was cast. And then from May 24th, every Saturday, a new episode will drop as we see whether the cannon can make some money against these pros and Griffin.
Spoiler, I don't remember.
Rebay with ace-4 suited here, opens in first position. Check with king 5 of hearts.
Oh, yeah. That'll do. That'll do just fine. Let's see 3 cards. Show me some love.
Okay, there's a 5 and a 4. 1 spade, 1 heart. This seems fair. Fair fight.
Fair fight. Pretty big edge for the big blind here so far, but a lot can change on the turn, make things more interesting. Bit of a weird spot actually here for Mehdi. You know, you want to protect your hand against ones that don't have, that have 2 overs, right? But when you get check raised here, it is just brutal, brutal spot. And you got those back doors and you're getting a bit short. You would hate to just get check raised by Jack 8 offsuit here and be put in, you know, a tough spot. In this scenario, however, Sibicek, I expect, will only come with call. Isn't going to be thrilled by the large sizing here. This is a pot size bet, but especially with those backdoor hearts, we're going to see a turn card. Because of that big sizing, this pot has ballooned to near 100,000, and there is the Queen of Hearts. I will say the big sizing does give Mehdi some sort of definition in the hand. Wouldn't expect like a sort of a Jack 8, as we spoke about, to really always call a pot size bet. So you're expecting now this 4 likely not good. You're going to be up against some 5x, 7x.
Oh, Christ alive, there's always one.
bit of an annoying spot here for Mehdi. You know this 4 is likely no longer good, and perhaps never was. You'd love to be up against maybe something like, you know, King 4 of clubs, but likely up against a 5-7, and you lose.
We've got a certified legend watching the stream, Griffin. Lon McCarran from California says, hey, James and Griff, lovely way to start my day. Good to have you with us, Lon.
Do you think it's really him?
I do.
Wow.
Looking forward to seeing Lon in Vegas this summer.
Lon was always so sweet to me during my main event runs.
Norman less so.
Norman's got his charm.
No, I mean, you deserve abuse. So, you know, someone had to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful balance. Ooh, I like the little circular hand motion there from Yamanaka. Man's got style. Riz, you might say, as the kids call it these days. Some Japanese Riz.
Japanese Riz. Yeah, Gartner was very keen to point out that he thinks that Yamanaka has a Patek on his wrist. So we've got 2/3 of the Holy Trinity represented at this table.
Why are they the Holy Trinity?
They are considered to be the top tier of Swiss watchmaking. Patek, AP, and Vacheron. So we've got Audemars Piguet, we've got Patek Philippe. We just don't have anyone representing Vacheron Constantin.
But the day is young.
It is.
And the watches are plenty. Sized up here has Kosumosu Yamanaka, a name I will never tire of saying.
Nate Flores is driving to Vegas right now for the first time. Nate, you enjoy yourself, my friend.
Yes, but don't you two comment and drive, please.
I was kind of figuring that Nate was the passenger in the vehicle.
Oh.
But yes, what he said. If you are actually behind the wheel, Nate, please put the phone down.
I don't know, the speech-to-text stuff is pretty good these days, too, but... Good flop for the 9s.
Sacramento asks, can people get banned on YouTube?
Oh,
yes.
Honey.
Thank you for your question.
Sweetie.
You're banned.
Just can't just throw an alley-oop to James like that. He's a tall man. He'll slam it down every time.
Kazumoso Yamanaka playing just shy of 30 big blinds right now. Rocking the kind of Don Johnson Miami Vice look with those rolled up sleeves.
Oh, yeah, I'm feeling at least 3 of the fits on this feature table between Yamanaka, Namath, and Vea.
Serenity Steps is James, how tall are you? Just to be obtuse, I'm going to use the metric system. 190 centimeters. So a little bit more than you suggested, Joey. Ace King suited for Scarano. I don't think I'm as tall as Lon McCarran, and certainly not as tall as Spraggy.
And certainly not as tall as Milos, who I met this weekend at the Czech Republic Festival for The Witcher. 6'9".
That's a big chap.
Yeah. Tallest player on tour?
That's a really good question.
I feel like John Andrus was really tall, but he might have just
yeah.
been really handsome. Don't get cocky, Castellano.
So the Barner rider says Stapes is pretty tall. I don't think you'll mind me telling the story.
Go for it.
When we first started shooting like pieces to camera for the TV shows, we were stood next to each other. Like our DP, who ironically also used to do the Envision segments for Lon and Norm, kind of encouraged Joe to stand on a box. Just to, not the kind of like your kind of Tom Cruise height, but just to kind of even it out and make it easier to frame. And said that, you know, this is what we did because Norman Chad is significantly shorter than Lon, so it's good to kind of even them out. And Joe's like, I'm not standing on a box. And then, of course, when he sees it on screen and realizes, oh my God, the camera really exaggerates the height difference. Joe is not a small guy, right?
Yeah.
But it really exaggerates how much taller I am than him. He's like, God damn it, I wish I'd taken their advice. I wish I'd stood in that box.
So, a bit out of line here is Castellano, fresh off of that nice double up 10-7 to ace-king. But you can see Vea's kind of wearing it right now. Perhaps thinking this shows a lot of strength because he shouldn't really be finding queen-10 off combos here. You saw how strong it looked. I mean, we saw a fold from Mehdi Rebet of ace-queen as well. And I think that even though it is quite out of line, it's really, people are really buying it, right? I think Vea has the top of his call range here. He's not thrilled by it because he thinks that this should be quite strong. But, you know, while I think you can fold some ace-jacks as the 10-high flop comes in, and again, Castellano gets nice and lucky. That was a good ad for soda. Now I want one.
Yeah, Michael's not wrong. Eric Seidel has to be up there as one of the tallest poker players.
Yeah.
Well, a domination rotation situation. And Castellano is going to bet top pair here, 31,000.
Great result. Get an ace-queen to fold pre, get an ace-queen to fold on the flop. When you're holding queen 10.
I don't speak English very well. I know one parola, Jada Fang.
I was asking if you had good hand or you had the brave lion. Maybe the brave lion.
Good hand and brave lion.
If it's a good hand, you don't need to be that brave. But.
Good hand on the flop.
Okay.
I love the fact that Castellano wants it both ways.
Okay.
I had a good hand and I'm a brave lion.
No.
Lower? A7?
3-4. Gut shot.
Okay. We play the same.
On the one hand, Lon makes a good point that Phil Hellmuth is tall. On the other hand, Lon has just brought up the name Phil Hellmuth and now I'm on tilt.
Yeah, I think there's enough things that he can brag about. Let's not say he's the tallest. He already says he's the best.
I don't speak English.
Me too, I don't speak
Only
English.
Jada Fang.
I speak French, but English accent, you know.
Jadafang
2 hands in a row.
is only
Ribeye folds.
Where are you from? Spanish?
The
Italy.
better hand against Castellano. Both times, I think, completely justified.
Milan.
Milano. Grande Milano.
Inter or actually?
Juventus. But Inter Milan.
It's hard with you. It's hard with you. Whatever.
Seabass, king 5 off
Team.
in the big blind. Gonna peel one off.
It's okay.
Oh, who won last night? Was it the Milan Inters?
Oh gosh, I don't know. Advantage Sebastian. However, plenty of turn cards that Castellano can just go buck wild. That one really isn't one of them.
No.
Would have loved to have seen, you know, a red paint card to start barreling, but the ace, you know, you can't really continue your story. And maybe you just river to Johnny.
Milan won in overtime. Oh, does that mean there wasn't a goal-kicking contest at the end? Disappointing.
Disappointed. Great meme. You know that meme?
Nope.
Oh, man.
I get the impression, Griffin, you spend far too many hours on the
Here,
internet.
it's okay. We're not doing anything right now. I'll show it to you. You'll appreciate it. Just a quick GIF, okay? So it's from Hercules. You know that awful man that was the actor for Hercules? Not a very good actor. He goes, disappointed. That's how he says
What's
the
that
line.
from?
Hercules.
Which Hercules?
There was a Hercules TV series.
Never seen it.
What? This is a good example of it. Disappointed. You guys know it, right? Where are my disappointed people in the chat? Oh my goodness. So Malich bets, overbets on the river.
Bluffing the Brave Lion.
Wow.
75 into 47.
We should have been focusing on our job. I blame you for indulging me there. That was actually pretty incredible. I mean, it really forces hands like 9s and 8s to fold, and even a river jack, because Malich is expected to have some ace-x hands that would bet at this large size. So sort of lost in the shuffle. Apologies. Really nice bluff, turning a hand that has good showdown value and scares off the river 2 pair.
Yeah, that was fine. I was
Good stuff.
So sure both of them have nothing.
But this time I was right.
This time I was?
Like 50-50 if you, depending on the sizing.
Because it's Team Pepsi, that's why we don't like it.
Hmm?
You are Team Pepsi.
Yeah, I think in general,
Because it's-
Castellano been playing a bit too loose for my taste. I think it's okay to mix in these combos in early positions for some balance, but you know, after losing that last one, after getting away with one with the Queen 10, maybe pushing his luck a little bit. See if he can get away with it. And
no.
Yeah.
Seven?
27.
Scarano, 3 bets from the button, raises to 27,000. Action back on Castellano.
Yeah, and a great price, actually. Unorthodox, small sizing. Inviting hands like this that have, you know, very good equity. But having said that, also going to keep in some, you know, suited aces that you're dominating. And
oh! So many strawberries.
Oh my goodness. This is a rhubarb. And will Segurano be able to get away from this? Depending really on how Castellano elects to play it and how the board runs out. Yeah, a quick call. Trying to feign weakness. Maybe something like 2 9s with a heart that didn't want to shove pre. Maybe a weaker ace. Something like, yeah, and that's a day saver for our man with ace queen. Won't be putting another chip in this pot, and may even be able to get 2 showdown and be able to see without having to pay anything. No, it sucks when you just double check, doesn't it, James? And you're just like, well, I know the queen was red.
Yeah.
Ooh. Very interesting bet here.
It's that classic one. Look down. It's the Queen of Diamonds, but I could pretend it's the Queen of Hearts. 40,000 called by Castellano. And the board pairs on the river.
Is an interesting river. Segurano does have all the aces and kings.
Is this 100?
I think he imagines he's up against a flush, something like what we discussed, maybe nines with a heart, something like 9-7 of hearts. If you expect that you're losing now, yeah. Not only do you expect that you're losing, but if your opponent did call twice with, say, a weaker ace, you would now be chopping. So this is the only way to win the whole pot, and this is great awareness.
But also, from Castellano's perspective, how pissed off are you that you flopped it and then you get the fourth heart on the turn? So what's he now losing to?
Yeah, this feels like fold energy to me.
Queen of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, Ten of Hearts.
And I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. He does fold.
Wow.
River. Color flop. Cats.
Yeah, this is a really, really advanced bluff. And now I'm starting to like his fit too. Look at that.
Okay, so here. Okay. I thought it was big blind.
So remember, all players in the main event right now are earning points in the high buy-in tier for the PokerStars Live League. This is running throughout 2025 across all European Stars events. High, medium, and low leaderboards, prizes for the top finishers in each tier, and the chance for the top 10 finishers in each tier to join Team Pro, with one person chosen to represent PokerStars in 2026 and play all live events next year. Here is the current standings in the high leaderboard. Clemens Reuter sits at the top right now. Enrico Kamoski and Jesse Lonis inside the top 5. No surprise to see Mikita Bodyakovsky in the top 10. So right now, players are accruing around 35 points with 110 remaining. It dynamically updates, so you can check out the ever-changing leaderboards for all 3 buy-in tiers in the PokerStars Live app.
Great app.
All in.
Castellano frustrated after that last hand, making a stand here with ace-queen, shoving over the top of Nemeth's open.
Yeah, and you saw the disappointed crease to the left of Andres' face there, being like, this guy's maybe a bit tilting. I have all these chips. I'm burning money if he just has 2 6s here. But this is under the gun against big blind. It is 15 big blinds. Would be so much easier if it was anything less than, I think, 11 or 12 against this particular opponent in this particular situation. You kind of just side flick it in, hope you're flipping.
Yep.
And makes a very disciplined fold, really. Not easy to do.
We've got action at one of the outer tables. Halakaram in a hand against Vahi Martirosyan. That board is the ace of diamonds, the 10 of hearts, the 5 of diamonds. A bet of 50,000 on the flop from Karam. A fold from Martirosian.
There's another Martirosian?
And a heart from Hala Karam. She is currently playing 167k, so just over 25 big blinds right now. With 107 players remaining.
We should get more kisses to the camera. I'm going to start doing it.
Among her table mates is last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov.
Maybe yes. Maybe lion. Yeah.
Bea is going to be playing this one. Question is,
42.
does he go for a call or a 3-bet? We have our answer.
Yeah, re-raises to 42,000.
Quick respect from the former EPT Barcelona champion.
Yes, flash on flop.
Flash on flop. Flash on flop. Yes. First on the turn, river.
Maybe he had bigger flush on the flop and it saved you. Think about it in a good way.
Medium.
Yeah, but maybe he had big flush on flop.
Dimenticato. Devo dimenticare.
Devo dimenticare?
Sì.
Dimentichiamo.
Totally.
Prossimo. Next.
Next.
Direct.
Next flash.
Take back direct, all in on the small blind against this guy.
Don't worry, Dana, I got him.
Here's a question for you. Out of all the players that have played on the tour, what is the most amount of languages do you think a single person has known?
No idea.
No idea?
Couldn't even guess.
I just feel like such an international European poker tour. Get some interesting characters that know a lot of languages.
English, but Italian accent.
I would set the line at 8.
Really?
Maybe more?
No, less.
Less?
You're a single person.
Yeah.
Aggressive call.
It's highly unusual for anyone to be
I've
able to
met
speak
more
8
than a couple
languages.
that have like 5, so I just figured.
I would say 5 is a decent line. I'd say 5
For the most, for a
for the
single person.
most, for the most. It's very, very hard, and I'm talking about fluency here, right?
Yes.
To fluently speak more than 5 languages is
closely to-
incredibly rare.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I wonder what the world record is for most fluent.
That's a good question. I don't know that either. Where's Norris
Statric?
McWhirter when you need him?
Statric! Oh, he's playing Candy Crush again.
So Scarano opens with ace-king, gets called by Castellano with ace-7 suited, called by Chibachek with 4s in the big. It is an ace-high flop, and Castellano has got serious kicker problems here.
Yeah, and a growing rivalry with this gentleman right here after that, folding that flush on the 4 hard paired board.
Well, Statric answered your call, Griffin. 58 is the world
Shut
record.
up.
Ziad Fazar can speak 58 languages fluently.
Or he's just really good at marketing.
Well, if Ziad Fazar plays poker,
yeah, touche.
then that would basically tick both boxes for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Castellano probably going to be packing his bags and is really going to lament when he turns on the stream with just 84K remaining, 88K out there. It's all going in unless Castellano can find a big fold. I just don't know after what just happened if he's capable of it. Do we see another smallish bet, or do we see it all? And that looks like all to me. Or is that 20K? No, that's all. Yeah.
Oh no, is he going to have to make another sick laydown to this guy?
I mean, you shouldn't really be up against a bluff very often here. The 8 of clubs in particular does create some draws that could have been c-betting on the A-side board as that early position raiser. And then, you know, you get 9, 10 of clubs here, you're shoving. You get king 10 of clubs, queen 10 of clubs. So that's going to be a problem for Castellano. I think if the turn was just a rogue, you know, deuce of hearts, we might be able to make a big fold. Good fold. My goodness.
This time makes the right laydown. Still
That's nice.
has a 14 big blind stack with 35 minutes still to run on this blind level.
I'm good, but not lucky sometimes. So if it's my day, it's good.
Scarano, meanwhile, second biggest stack at the table, just behind Mallets on the leaderboard.
Rolling with Jeromies.
Okay. So
Clueless.
Lucky.
So I play 1 hour and after I fall in the dark. That's the plan, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All day.
Okay.
I think your English is great.
Yeah.
So Castellanos, bit of a wounded animal here, but I think he's got a lot of fight in him. And in fairness, still has 14 big blinds and only really started the day with that amount. So all things considered, hasn't been the worst level for him. He still can come back in here as Yamanaka opened things up with this 2.5x raise. We saw the same sizing with the pocket 9s earlier in the same position.
Nemeth on the button with 8-6. Round to the small blind, 10-5 of clubs. Nope. And it is Mehdi Rebay in the big blind, folding 9-4. So raise and take it for Yamanaka. Playing just shy of 30 big blinds. Yep, still 30 minutes to play on the level as we go over to one of the outer tables where we find Juan Pardo in a hand against Nicola Betbezi.
How is he always all in on the river?
Yeah, so this is Pardo shoving on his opponent. And you saw the board there. King 10, 8, 6, 4. That's a call. And Malacca style tabling 8s. That is a set of 8s. King Jack, the hand tabled by Betbezi for top pair. And he is eliminated, cashing for 11,250 euros. Juan Pardo, meanwhile, will chip up to 600K.
That is a dangerous man with 100 big blinds. Let's keep an eye on Juan Pardo. Maybe even get him up on a feature later, James?
I hope so. Sharing a table with a former Monte Carlo champion, Manik Lerza.
Yeah, that seems like a lineup that's going to come into the big lights. But I don't make those decisions anymore.
I think the key, Griffin, is how low on the breaking order is that table.
Oi, sorry.
Tanto sei. 9-7 di cuori, faccio colore flop. Poi cade cuori, si raddoppia il volo.
Sebastian Mallets is going to be first to act here.
If I lose the hand, be careful. C'est sûr, quoi. Va.
Another snug fold from Vea. Certainly a hand you can consider opening under the gun +1, but I think it speaks to the respect he has for the other players on the table. You know, an incredibly skilled and chipped up Andres Nemeth, 2 to your left, the sort of erratic Castellano to your direct left. Not to mention Jerome in the big, who's playing quite well right now. We really have 3 chip leaders now at this feature table.
All around the 80 big blind mark.
Mm-hmm.
To defend with King Deuce. Nine, 5, 4. Ace high still ahead. And a C-bet is going to get a fold. Now, I appreciate the whole "is Spraggy still in" is a meme. It's a joke. It's a bit. But if you are a Spraggy fan, if you want to see him on stream, don't forget that Spraggy is playing in the PokerStars EPT cash game tonight. We are streaming this on his YouTube channel and on the PokerStars UK YouTube channel at 10 o'clock this evening. That's 10 p.m. Central European Summertime. Spraggy's table mates, Chris Eubank Jr., Rory Jennings, Adam McCullough, Spencer Owen, and Felix Schneiders. The stakes, 10.25. That's 10 euros, 25 euros in a no-limit hold'em cash game playing for 3 hours tonight at 10 o'clock local time.
Should be a great crack.
This one is the last one, but it's supposed to...
You can do, or this is missed it? No look out, guys. No.
Yeah, missed him.
It's not yours, it's not yours.
Okay.
Yes, it's yours, that's why.
Misdeal.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, no, you tilt. It's not okay. What the... Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? J'ai pas compris. Ça a collé, à mon avis, ça a collé, tu vois. Normally, it's just professional, just a mistake, no problem.
Lon, I couldn't have said it better myself.
Try. So I know what he said.
Are you not capable of reading?
Okay, I'll look.
Just a certain person who's become a bit of a punching bag for people in chat. And I don't find the jokes funny, and I'd like them to stop, please. Ed, you know what to do.
Yeah, compassion, people. Come on. Sip a check. Ace-queen suited after raising a call. Nice little squeeze spot here for 35 big blinds. Could also justify, I think, just shoving here in this spot. But with your chips being so valuable at this stage, playing it a little bit more cautiously in that, you know, let's say Vea came over the top and then Nemeth came in, you could get away with your 28 big blinds. I think you sort of go with it against Andres in particular to a back shove.
Yep.
Which we can expect from hands like pocket 10s, 9s, maybe even 8s. You're really just hoping to get through Vea, who, if he's interested in this spot with the 2 players behind. Yeah, another sort of half grin there from Andres. Nothing I can do there. Nice takedown.
We're almost into double digits. 102 players remaining now. So while today will be a slightly shorter day to accommodate that cash game stream, tomorrow might be slightly longer because we're going to be half a level short on the day. So the final 45 minutes of level 20 will be played tomorrow. So a 5.5 level day tomorrow. Although, of course, if they get down to 16 earlier than that, we would stop there.
Wow.
Double up, triple up, pump it up. No. Pump it up. You don't know what is pump it up?
Ah, okay. Yes,
Pump it
yes.
up, yes. Double up,
yes.
triple up, pump it up.
Yes.
Yes.
Triple up.
Where is Felix? Where is please?
About 25 minutes left in this level.
Yeah. Gadafang.
What is this?
Gadafang is the poker prince.
Yeah, Monaco had a little smile on his face there. Can't imagine he understood what they were saying, but some good vibes between, you know, two players that seem to share a tongue. The Dobermans. Do you like that? It's like the little black dogs.
Got it.
What's up, man? It's on the heads up normally.
Castellano with the Spraggy in the big blind.
Yeah, quite annoying. I think you're going to expect you're ahead of the cutoff open range from Segurano here, so you would have been happy to shove it, maybe get some folds sometimes. Instead, Vea takes the spot with the king-jack, and you're going to probably have to fold the best hand.
Yeah.
Castellano surprised me before. If he thinks that this could be a light 3-bet, something like this, no. I mean, it's a7, right? It's the Spraggy. What are we doing here?
5K chips behind?
4.
No, he has 5K.
Okay.
Ah, 5K, no. This one.
I call. 52?
Yeah, I like this defense here.
Yeah. Scarano with the advantage of position.
I think this is the worst hand that he would defend in this situation, but expecting to be live sometimes, having the suited combo, you know, he's folding all his king-jack, king-10 off combos, I think, but the fact that it's suited, he's going to be in position, some playability, and this flop a great example of how even when he is dominated, he might be able to win it. Very difficult continue here for Vea. You want to tell the story that you have aces or kings or queens.
67.
And he is going to keep doing it to the tune of, you know, a pretty significant bet. Just because you're not on base, just because you haven't hit, doesn't mean that your opponent has. And, you know, if that 6 of clubs was a spade, I think we would expect Segurano to call here. Still going to consider it, surely. I mean, you have flopped that gut shot, but facing that large sizing, really nice hand there from Vea. Just saying, I have the range advantage here. I'm going to put one big bet out on this board. Let's see how you react. And a nice little smile.
To the outer tables we go. It's the same table we were at last time, Griffin, where we find a former Monte Carlo champion in a hand. Maniglerza, having bet 35K on the flop, has been raised to 77K by Rafael Navas.
Well, at least he's not staring right at him. Got some really intimidating stares. Ooh.
All in and a call. And it was ace-king versus king-queen, top pair, but that queen kicker no good. Manig Lerza eliminated in 102nd place. The 2019 champ cashes for 11,250 euros.
Hard to eliminate this guy, and it looked like it needed to be a cooler. King high board, ace king, king queen. Not much you can do.
Sit open on 3.
Rafael Navas stacking Manig Lerza's chips as we return to the main stage.
Ragazzi. Moglie. Moglie.
You're from Spain, but you live in Estonia? Yes. Colin? Very nice city.
Yeah, I like it.
Is that a handkerchief?
Great.
It is.
Class.
Very good food. I was
A
surprised.
pocket handkerchief.
Restaurant offered.
Class.
Is there a Spanish community?
Yeah, big. Yeah. More than 100.
Really?
Yes.
Poker player?
Go to the bar.
That's very nice. Good life.
Scarano back in action with ace-10. Nines for Via.
Call.
And ace-7 of hearts in the big blind. Calling as well.
Flop it like it's hot.
Jack 8-5 on the flop.
You have sunglasses for me during that? You have sunglasses for me during that?
Good spot for Vea to get some value. I think we want to bet here a decent percentage of the time just to protect our hand. You know, you're blocking so many of the straight draws, so you're not too concerned about sort of rogue check raises. And in the event that someone does have an 8, like Segurano, maybe opening ace-8, or as we can see, Sibicek with the 8-7. You don't really want to bet too big, as you don't want to lose too much against a jack. And because Joseph here not only has that mid pair, which I don't think he's thrilled about once he sees the bet from Vea, you know, you really have to take into consideration how much your hand can improve on the turn between hearts, straight draw cards, hearts and straight draw cards. And of course, the 8 and 7 that should almost always leap you into the lead. Give us an action card. That is not. Don't want to give a jack 2 streets here, and you expect an 8 will be folded a lot of the time, so I don't anticipate a bet here from Vea.
30.
We do.
Yes.
Maybe that speaks to how the interaction of that club on the turn. You know, if he has 8-7 hearts here, you could just as easily have 8-7 of clubs, which you want to get a little more value from. If your opponent has 6-7 of clubs here, you know, you want to make sure you make some more money before hopefully it doesn't come. Yeah, good fold, good awareness. 9's probably, at worst, what you're up against there. Cool bet. I liked it. I would have checked, but I like the bet. You also set the price when you are up against a jack. You don't have to guess on the river, so I really like that in retrospect.
Choose not my blind. Thank you.
But you can raise if you want.
Yeah, sure. I will.
Raise, all in, call.
Double up.
100 players remain.
No, for you.
For me?
Yeah, sure. Not for the lion. Only for you. Solo per te.
Thank you. Thank you, dealer.
Gelosa, no?
Tight fold under the gun from Yamanaka. We've only seen him play ace-king and pocket 9s. I think I would have liked to have seen an open there, but perhaps also respecting the strength of the table.
The plan is gone.
Sì. Belle belle.
Andres weighing his options here between call or raise. Sipacek weighing his options between fold and folding very quickly.
Good options. Well, this could be a call from Rebay in the big blind.
You know what's nice about this spot, actually, this is a really intricate thing here, James. Is it because Rebay is going to be in the hand, because Segurano is going to be in the hand, we're going to be able to see Yamanaka if it just comes all diamonds. You know? Or 999.
I know.
So let's keep an eye on him if it's a nice flop for ace 9. Come on, narrative. I'm trying to create something here.
The narrative is he made a good fold.
Yeah.
Top pair for Mehdi Rebay, but it is Scarano who's betting, continuing for 15,000.
One club on board. Andres looks interested. He'll pay 15. Backdoor to the nuts. Backdoor straight draw. Ace should be live. Your opponent could just be c-betting here with Jack 10 of diamonds. But you got to worry about
Boom, we're in double digits. We're at the Cadbury's Flake. 99 remain.
And a smirk here from Jerome. A little surprised to see the check raise on a board that really shouldn't favor the big blind here. And even if you had a king, it's not common practice to be raising here because you're going to be up against two stronger king ranges.
Yeah.
But it clears out some equity and takes it down. And a breath of relief. And a sweet smile from Mehdi.
Another elimination to tell you about. Bessiana and Tony. Eliminated, cashing for just over 11K, taking us down to 98 players now. Brandon, yes, this is live. Granted, it is on a 30-minute delay for game integrity reasons, but it's as near to live as Cards Up Poker can be. Sebastian Mallets is in action, opening with ace-jack.
Did you ever hear about the Houston Astros trash can scandal, James?
Is this a setup to a bad joke?
No, it's not actually. It's sort of a connection to you answering about the live delay.
Right.
There was a big controversy about 5-10 years ago with the Houston Astros because they were basically, they had someone that was on a video watching the game and could see the signs that the catcher was throwing down for the pitcher, and they would bang on a trash can.
Oh.
And the players would know if a fastball or a curveball was coming.
Wow. So a bit like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire coughing scandal, where Tequin Whitlock was coughing at the
because
answers.
that's part of the main reason we are on delay is because we would want to not make anything like that possible.
Absolutely. And as an extra precaution, we've removed all trash cans from the
yes.
from the poker room.
Yeah, I may have brought that up to everyone in production. I think they took care of it.
Yeah, they're like, well, we've taken away their phones and their smartwatches. Now we have to remove the trash cans?
Yeah. And now pitchers have this thing now where, like, basically the catcher has a thing on his arm where he inputs the sign and then he hears it in his ear.
Right,
So that you
they've
don't
got rid of the hand signals. Interesting.
Yeah.
I went to see one of the baseball games in London a couple of years ago, and it was the first game I've been to see since they introduced the shot clock. And oh my God, it's made all the difference.
Yeah, yeah, big time. And they won the championship that year, and it's a big. People still call them cheaters, like to this day. Like it's a whole thing. It's the home fans of other teams give them a real hard time. But it turns out, like most teams were doing it, they just like were doing it the best, and then when they won, as these things normally go.
Shuffle up and deals. Come on.
Subachek hoping to just get this one through, I imagine. King 10 off. Tough against any pre-flop resistance, even in late position. Nice little opportunity for a set mine here, actually, off 35 big blinds. Not going to want to make a habit of set mining at this stack depth, but in these exact positions, it's pretty much the perfect play.
Yeah. Last year.
Lasse asks, have there been any scandals in poker like that? I'm afraid I can't partake. I mean, I can't partake in that conversation.
Oh, sorry.
Like Casino Royale.
Fair fight, 50-49.
Yeah. But it's backwards. I will tell you later. No, I like it.
Pair of
The problem
tens.
is
Way ahead.
so much. They have such a good time there. Everybody plays good. Oh, yeah, so like even I played fine there, Normally I just flash around, but there I was like, so nice, so good here. I don't need to just enjoy the atmosphere. It's better when people are bored. Stay crazy.
Subachek electing to just stay in bluff catch mode here. Could have justified a bet on either street.
Not too cold for you.
Perhaps get value from some worse tens. At this stage, you really don't expect your opponent to have an ace.
Okay. So I was there, I think, February.
But probably because he anticipates not to get more than one street of value, he's just going to wait to the river. I think he's going to likely come out with something here.
Oh.
But also just might think Rabaya doesn't have anything, and
okay.
No, here he comes.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes left on the level, 5 minutes before the next break. And confirmation that we are going to have a new feature table on the other side of the break. We are going to have last year's runner-up, Boris Angelov, and Hala Karam. That table will be coming to the main stage for the third level of the day.
Yeah, and as James mentioned earlier, we are ending a little bit early tonight, but stick around because there's going to be a cash game tonight. Benjamin Spraggy playing alongside Adam McCullough.
Yeah, wherever you are.
Jr.
Sorry, Griff. Wherever you are in the world, you can watch that on Spraggy's YouTube channel, and it will also be simulcast to the UK PokerStars channel as well. And appropriately, James and Joe will be here for commentary, and James and Joe are being raised right now. That is the JH and the JS, the Jack of Hearts, the Jack of Spades.
I love when you speak in the third person like that. And Andres with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. Old Sam, very missed at this event. I'm sure we'll see him again. Now let's go the 10-8 off. Recognizing the strength of these two ranges, not getting seduced by the dark side of the complete. Cheeky check from Vea here. Now that he is also one of the bigger stacks in the room, is going to allow Andres to range rep here, because this could hit Andres's range when it comes to hands like 7s, 5s, 4s, but also 6s, 8s, 9s that would bet for protection / value. So Vea has decided I'm playing this hand passively. I'm playing it under repped. I'm hoping it bricks out, and I'm hoping that Andres doesn't bet too big. Very interesting if something like a 6 comes or an 8, something that would give Andres more equity where he can continue to rep a stronger hand than pocket jacks, but that is not the card, as not only does Vea have some over pairs here, check calling, but he's also going to have some big, strong ace highs, which have now improved to top pair. So I would expect Andres is done with this, but he's surprised me before. Wow. Just finds the gear that you would not expect. 55 into 79. And might have this played cleaner this time had Vea c-bet the flop. I really like the general practice of playing this passively. It's not always you're going to be up against such a strong, brave opponent like Andres Nemeth, who will just blast twice here. And it just does get difficult, right? If he's prepared to bet here, he's probably prepared to bet decent 6 figures on the river. And if I'm not prepared to call that, maybe I just let him get away with one here if he is bluffing.
Sure.
No, doesn't believe it. Just doesn't make enough sense to Vea. You know, you're just repping so thin. You're just saying you have stone 7s, 5s, 4s. You wouldn't have bet the flop with ace 10. So I really like, I mean, this pot's getting pretty big now, right? This is there's over 30 big blinds in the pot here. And this is a clash of two very, very skilled individuals.
So key question, Griffin, is this a spot where Nemeth just has to give up on the river, or is there any chance he can bet here and get his opponent to fold the best hand?
I think there's a chance, but the problem, I think, yeah, and he does give up. He also blocks, interestingly enough, 2 of the pocket pairs that might have played this line. Like 10s, pocket 9s, might have check called flop, check called turn. So you're worried there that, you know, your opponent has something like, even that river queen is not great, right? Pocket queens would probably play it like this, ace queen. So it's I think it's a good resistance there.
Couple of eliminations we've just seen. Manuel Carvalho has just been KO'd. Officially 97th place finisher in the EPT Monte-Carlo main event. He was on our feature table for an extended period of time yesterday. We've also lost Dimitar Danchev, PCA 2013 champ, eliminated in 95th place. So he gets a money jump. He gets 12,950 euros. As this level draws to a close.
One more hand. One more hand. One more hand.
Nemeth has opened with 5-4 diamonds. Ace-9 here for Scarano. He has to urinate, so this hand is going in the muck.
A great level from Mika Vea. See if he can top it off. But advantage Nemeth with this board, and I think we can expect to see a bet with that range advantage. Wanting to protect that pair of 5s as well. And we should be heading to break. Ever presently.
I was hoping he was folded on the turn.
21k and a fold.
Yeah.
Nemeth still playing around 50 big blinds as this level draws to a close. Of course, the blinds going up on the other side of the break to 4k, 8k.
You fold?
I think yes.
I mean,
Maybe I in the wrong way, but...
So Nemeth will be returning with 48 big blinds. Mickey Vea ends that session as the biggest stack at that table. Tommaso Castellano still short with just 8 big blinds. But remember, we're changing feature table again. During the break, a new lineup will be coming to the main stage. It's a table we saw out in the field during that last session. The 2024 Monte Carlo runner-up, Boris Angelov. Hala Karam, they are 2 of the players who'll be on our new feature table back on the other side of this 16-minute break here at the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte Carlo main event. Blinds up to 15,000, 30,000 with a 3k ante.
As always, I would like to remind the audience that the true first place prize on the EPT is the friendships you make along the way. That and the money.
Fold it around to Annette.
That is an all-in from Annette Oberstad, 353k in the middle.
Do you think she looked at her cards?
Oh, sick. I want a hand. I want a hand. I want a hand today.
And Annette
yes.
won her first hand of the day.
Sweet.
Second, you definitely stole the blinds one.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I promise. First hand.
Wait.
First hand.
It's okay.
Yes.
Now you guys have
Now I can lose.
Now it's alright. At least you won one.
Yeah.
Well, you almost killed 2 journalists. Almost fell over the ropes when I went in. And Annette raises it all in. You would have had that.
What's the minimum age you have to be to play at Monte Carlo? 18?
Yes.
I wish.
Doubtful.
So Annette Oberstad 18 in 4 months or something probably at this point?
I believe Annette Oberstad had just turned 18 when she won the World Series of Poker Europe, which would have been in 2007.
So she's the ripe old age of 20 here, probably.
She has a 2nd place finish on the EPT in an event that was not live streamed or televised.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the last time we went to Dublin. No cameras.
Eventually, cameras were allowed into the city of Dublin, but it took until late 2012.
And that's going to re-raise all in from the small blind.
So Ludovic opens with 9s. Annette shoves with ace-8. Ludovic calls.
Out of 9. So when you bank your ace, he's only got a 1 outer. Put it above the spade.
All right, take it easy, suck up.
Yeah, I don't know. Ace of spades on the door card.
Anyone on the ace? Nobody on the ace.
I don't want them to say if they had an ace.
You're so live.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, ace of spades door card.
Annette is the at-risk player. Ludovic has her covered. Let's see the flop.
Personally, I would like Annette to stick around a little longer.
Flop is 5, 7, 10, all spades.
Can it be club?
The ace of clubs in Annette's hand, not the ace of spades. There's the ace of spades.
No spade.
Annette's now taking the lead with her aces.
And allegedly, there's only 9
She's
left.
looking to just dodge a spade. It's Queen of hearts, and Annette's going to double through.
Oh my god, I can't believe I hit that. Wow.
Double up for Oberstadt.
I was really looking. Oh,
That's so sick.
What a legend Annette was at the time.
306.
So then I'll get all in against someone else instead. See, we'll have some fun now. If they don't fold around.
Well, I mean, I just fold and then you can shove on him.
I mean, I just remember during that period from 2007 to 2009, all the results she was achieving on the live circuit in Europe, and she was still too young to go to Vegas and compete in the World Series.
That actually did a lot to add to her allure. Like, everyone, you know, in the States was aware of her, but
Yeah.
it was like, she can't even play here, like, da-da-da-da. And then her first appearance at the World Series was such a big deal, the Vegas World Series, I should say.
550-ish.
So this is blind v blind. Army Bearer with the 8-5. Daniel Zink with 10-7 off. Unraised. They go to the flop, which is 9-6-6.
I told you I wanted to keep it friendly.
And with his gut shot straight draw, Zink will bet 40k.
Army's going to make the call.
Army Bearer has a straight draw of his own and calls.
Deuce of spades. Both players check.
Oh, what's going on? Is there...
8 of clubs.
Okay, well that's the straight for Zink. Army Bearer has paired his 8.
An 8 could be the best hand. Pretty sure Daniel Zink is in the band Wheatus.
90,000. No, excuse me.
It's 125, I think.
125,000.
125,000 is the bet from Daniel.
I think blind on blind, even though an 8 could be the best hand, you could be up against a 6 that plays it this way. You could be up against a club that plays it this way. People play pretty tricky. I don't know. What bluffs? I mean, I guess there's plenty of bluffs he could have as well.
That's all.
Army says call. Daniel shows 7-10.
Straight's good.
Also, there's straights. I forgot to mention that.
Daniel takes the pot.
How much? 126?
125.
Last pass.
Oh no. Beating himself up over that call.
Yeah.
Oh wow, is that Red Bull Robbie dealing at the feature table?
Sure is.
It's folded around to a net.
King 4 suited.
No one busts on this hand.
Oh. Patient 0.
Well, this is classic Annette Oberstad. Opens to 65k with King 4. Queen 9 suited for Matt Woodward.
James, you know, with this low resolution, it's possible she thinks she has ace king suited.
What's his excuse?
Make the call.
Two queens of clubs.
He's called on the button. Zinker's folded the small. Roster folds the big. Heads up to the flop.
Go heads up to the flop for 65k each. Two of spades. Queen
Well, it's a queen high flop, but it's all spades. Second nut flush for Annette.
This is awful for Woodward.
Reminds me of the old joke. Why does Edward Woodward have so many D's in his name?
Go on.
Because Iwa Woo-Wah sounds ridiculous.
I call.
Man announced.
All in and a call.
Annette shows king high flush draw, king high flush of spades. Queen 9 for Matt. Queen of clubs.
Yeah, well, it's also a flush draw, Neil. It's fine. She can still hit a bigger flush.
Likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
But Annette has a king high flush on the flop.
Hey, 3 times out of 100, he's going to get there.
Turn card is a 9 of
Okay, now he does have outs.
Annette still leads. She has to dodge a queen or a 9 on the river.
Not like this.
Jack of spades, and that's going to double through.
She did have a flush draw.
So Oberstad doubles up.
Sweat. Always.
Live poker is rigged. She can only play online.
Exactly the same thing happened in London. I got it all in with Annie Duke. I flopped the flush. She had top pair. Of course, she double pairs on the turn and misses the river.
650.
I don't know if it is a terrible shove with a net stack and the fact that she'd probably have to get it in with a naked ace of spades or something. Seems pretty reasonable to me.
La merde, tu fais un move débile contre un connard et le mec il pense qu'il peut jamais faire de move.
Looks like Ludovic Lakai has been balanced off the feature table. I love the fact that he's got a little posse following him around everywhere.
What's the French word for entourage?
I don't know. They should have started 30 minutes ago, and they should be late registering. They will use the 20 tables in the other.
Too good. Too good. And that opening here with ace 10 of hearts raises to 90k.
90,000 gets folded around to Chris.
Did he just fold aces?
It's a 50,000 chip raise to Alexander in the big blind.
Hey, this ain't lucky you.
Ordeal.
Ace, queen of diamonds for Alexander Morozov.
All in. Alexander announces re-raise, all in.
How much is that?
That's 8.
That's 8?
850.
Man, oh man, folding
854.
suited ace.
That's a lot of chips.
Not easy
all in
to
is
do.
854,000 total.
And that's just built their stack back up.
Raise, and that's going to pass. Alexander.
Good fold.
The whole point of the new structure, right? So there's a lot of chips.
Bro, it's just like 800k. It's like 2/3 of my stack. It is a lot of chips. It's not a lot of chips compared to the blinds. It's a lot of chips still.
I think 800,000 will always be a lot of chips. I don't care where we're at.
Yeah. Such a beautiful place.
My boss is from there, so she's considering it.
What is so awesome.
Daniel's under the gun.
Pocket aces for Daniel Zink.
You sure you got time to call the action with all the chatting going on, Neil?
I know, his kind of little chit-chat with Annette is at best distracting.
At worst, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's around to Annette on the button.
We should try and track him down, by the way. I kind of feel that once we've wrapped on EPT Retro, he would be the perfect guest for the podcast.
Yeah, especially since he's not on the tour anymore. Maybe he can really spill his guts. Okay, Annette. You just made a really good fold. What in the world? Remember that story about her covering up her hole cards and just playing position?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes this happens. That's right, Kaiser Soze. Online Annette is coming.
Pass. Back around to Daniel. It's 100.
Re-raises to 240,000. Queen 5 off on the button. And if Zink knows his customer, this is a great spot to just call.
Yeah, what a day this kid's having. People just walking into the nuts.
How much more do you have?
I'm all in. Daniel announces re-raise, all in. And that's going to pass. Daniel takes the pot.
What's mine?
I feel like with her stack size, she's going to get shoved on pretty often when she does that.
We're moving Daniel out of the AC.
Goran Mandic has raised with jacks. Steve O'Dwyer has just re-raised with threes.
With a hand as strong as jacks, we could easily see another bet go in here. Mandic qualified for this event online. Maybe we should get him a mouse.
What's going on? Is he allowed to pull his bet back and take forever?
Easy there, Steve-O. Just because he's about to put you in a weird spot with threes doesn't mean you have to get all catty. Ringer.
There's the 4-bet from Mandic.
Steve is in an awkward spot now. Even though we know he's crushed, he could easily pile it in. Especially given any history they might have. Shipping a pair is never that bad. Sometimes you'll get a fold and you'll be racing a ton.
I'm all in.
O'Dwyer shoves.
Now just isn't one of those times.
And Mandic calls all in.
Steve O'Dwyer is going to need the luck, the Irish passport.
Mandic the player at risk, but he is a 4-1 favorite here. The flop. 10-5-4 with 2 clubs.
Well, that's not a stellar flop for Steve.
Mandic now close to a 9-1 favorite.
Wow.
Deuce on the turn.
Wow, from 2 outs to 10.
O'Dwyer looking for an ace-6 or 3. And it's a 6! The straight for O'Dwyer, and Mandic sent to the rail in 15th place.
Collective groan. If changing your nationality to Irish brings that kind of luck, I am applying today. Still a really good run for Goran Mandic, who's in for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I mean, I read the hand on Poker News yesterday where he 4-bet Freddie D with King 9 off.
Yeah, one hand from Poker News. That's a pretty good sample size to make your judgment, Steve. Nice one.
37,000 euros for Mandic and a ton of chips for O'Dwyer.
Who in the world was that on commentary? Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour Monte-Carlo. Main event, day 3, live from the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort, La Salle des Etoiles. Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Chip leaders 1 through 5 on your screen. Sebastian Gall. Gall, you got all the chips. Sebastian, 957,000 for Sebastian. He is not at our feature table. Chip leader at our feature table is Nicola Titgat. Okay. 97 big blinds for Nicola Titgat. Boris Angelov also at the table, 35 big blinds. Hala Karam, excited to see her in action on the shorter side at this table. This is what they're playing for. Current payout, 12,950 euros, because we are at 94 players. We have a little ways to go before the next pay jump, and a couple of days to go before we hit that 69,850 for 10th place, and a long ways to go before we get to that 1 million euros in your face for first place. Feature table coming at ya. What a beautiful poker starship we have here. Welcome back to the bridge.
I was about to say as well, that beautiful, huge poker room we have. Looking kind of condensed now, Joe. I mean, we're getting down to it. Players all in that sort of corner adjacent to the main stage.
What's €1 million in US dollars?
More than $1 million.
More than $1 million. Thank you for your question. Me and Nick Walsh on the highway to hell here. As cards are in the air. Blinds 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind ante. How do you move that set around, asks V. Jane? By boat. They boat it. I don't know if they boat it here. They probably drive it here, actually. But it used to go by boat to the PCA.
1 million euros is 1.135695 million US dollars, about 1.13.
Angelov has made it 16,000, the minimum raise with Jack-8 suited. 10-9 off for Eparla as a fold. Martirosian on the button, but it's Vahe Martirosian, not Artur. Titgat, King 10 in the small blind.
Monsieur Tigao.
Is that how you say it? Tigar?
Tigao. It might not be.
No, I think. I mean, I'm intentionally mispronouncing it, but.
Well, I know.
And the 3-bet from Titgat gets through. Tiga? Tiga? Something like that.
I don't know. Maybe not.
The Young Turks. Gat. Still chip leader, has over 100 big blinds now. Just rocking it pre-flop. Guys, you misspelled get. I kind of like that. It's probably Tiga. Yeah, I agree with you, 3DOS. I'm going to stop saying tit-gat eventually. Just not yet. Noya folds. Santoro folds. Angelov folds. Eparla folds. Martirosian. Cutoff, Jack-9. Ooh, and Tiga. I guess I am done with it. Queen 10 suited. Calls on the button.
Martirosian did come in for a raise. Emig. More like E-Sig, because this guy is smoking. Also calls with 10 deuce of diamonds. Jack 7-5, all clubs, top pair for Martirosian.
Is this gentleman actually related to the Martirosian?
I mean, it's a different flag than Artur Martirosian
I think,
reps.
is it a slightly different spelling too?
Maybe a slightly different spelling. But a easy to spell word is C-bet.
Yep.
And that's what's happening here. A continuation bet for 13,000.
Story checks out. I think it's going to work. He's just going to take this one.
2 folds.
And le flip.
Fifth Business says Martirosian is Dave Attell from that angle. I like it. Terrific bad lookalike, Dave Attell.
Sacramento in the chat says, Joe, congrats on your PLO Japan tag team victory or whatever that was. Also, hi, Nick. Wasn't a tag team, was it, Joe?
No, it was just one of those real situations
where you ended up on the FT with your mate.
where you and your buddy, yeah, like you just go, hey, wouldn't it be great if we made the final table together? And then you do it, and then you finish second and third.
That is so fun.
I haven't seen them yet. I haven't.
So fun. Now the part that kind of, I mean, look, I'm not gonna complain, but I'm gonna complain. The fellow who won the tournament had us out chipped about 10-1 each.
Sure.
When we were three-handed. So even when I knocked out Tana, he had like an 8-1 chip lead over me. I got it in about as good as you can get it in Omaha too. I had Ace, King, Queen, Jack against Ace, Queen, Jack, Deuce.
Okay.
And
I mean, the thing is, though, you would have had to win about 4 of those to get back in.
I would, which I could have done because turns out I'm an Omaha expert.
Yeah, sure.
We've got an all-in here.
It's
Noya.
Whose
shirt says bluffing.
So, Joey, this is like a 27 big blind jam? Is it? Am I doing this math right? Oh, just 42, excuse me.
Yeah. It's like 5 point.
Excuse me.
2 big blinds.
I was looking at the wrong graphic.
King Jack, the slight favorite against Iparla. But is at risk. Needs to fade. That's a pretty good flop for King Jack.
That's
Jack,
a good
Jack,
start.
deuce. That's trips.
It's a great start.
I mean, what are you, 98% after this? Hey! Cha-ching. That was an official prediction.
Official prediction confirmed.
Oh, boy. Wait, that doesn't seem good, though. Oh, no, it's good. It's the full house. That's great.
Yes.
Wow, and the straight for a Parla.
Yeah.
I was
No
thinking
good
of an
straight.
ace, not the 42, right?
I mean, spite straight.
Can you cash me out, please? Had enough?
Cooler.
I gotta thank someone else for this. Every time my back is to the wall, somehow I make it.
Some consolation.
Lucky I got the king, right? Sorry.
Nice hand.
Thank you. Thanks for donating a little bit of your stack, sir.
Let's enjoy the future table.
Couple more laps.
Now you've got ammunition to use the shirt.
Danielle
I haven't bluffed once yet because I've had no cards. Every time I play, I'm like all in.
Nice to see an Aussie flag.
Is that the Aussie flag, Nick?
Game.
I think so. Yeah, it's got the, what are the name of the stars again? The cross, Southern Cross, thank you.
I got some hurting chips.
That's right. Red outline would be
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
We are back in action. Angelov with the old Grafton 10-9 suited. Martirosian ace-7. Come on, not against a race. So Tiga. It was Queen 10 for the 5th time in 2 hands, I think.
Queen 10 seems like a popular one here. The poker gods are into it. And the trays are going to stick around. So far, so good, I think. The trays calling off of a 27-ish big blind stack is going to be fine, I think. It just depends how frequently you think your opponents are going to squeeze behind. If it's a table that doesn't, it seems like a good opportunity to try and flop a set. Otherwise, I think Jack Deuce suited just going to flat here. And we're going 4 ways to the flop.
Just in case it comes Jack, Jack, Jack. And that flop is King 10 tray. Tiga and Angelo have both hit a 10, and it's a set of 3 balls for Karam.
Now, Joe, flopping a set is a good feeling, right?
I love flopping a set.
Flopping a set
so much
in a 4-way pot on this texture.
So sick.
You just feel like you're about to win the lottery, and it's just wonderful.
And you can play it relatively fast, too, right? Because people are going to have lots of pieces of this board, and also you don't necessarily want another spade or Broadway card to hit.
Yeah, exactly right. She's going to go ahead and fire 30K here. I think this is great. I think this is nice. And like you said, Joe, when we're multi-way on quite a dynamic board, there's been action from earlier position. King 10 tray, your opponent's going to have some flush draws. They're going to have some King X. They're going to have some 10X. They're going to have some flush draws. It's like a bit of a bonanza here. And I don't think we necessarily need to go too small. I think 30K is pretty reasonable.
Am I crazy? But I think I would sometimes just fold this. Betting into 3 opponents, like bottom pair, no flush draw. Really hard to improve. I think at worst you're going to be up against a hand that's got a ton of equity right there, right?
I think that's probably a good thought there,
I mean.
Joe. Yeah, like, you know, you can imagine you'd be having the best hand there quite often, but as you say, what if it's 2 overcards and a flush draw, or 2 overcards and a straight draw?
The up and down straight flush, you know what I mean?
Doesn't feel like a great spot.
It's easy to have ace queen of spades there or something, right?
Yeah.
Or what's the low end? Queen 9 of spades? Probably a little more likely.
I wonder if, just theoretically speaking, we want to have a slightly smaller bet just so that we're allowed to have more bluffs in that spot, but I think overall, not really going to do too much wrong with the 30K.
Parla is going to open the old sourdough, artisanal. Ace-5 suited. No, yeah, is going to say, no, yeah, not going to play this hand. Santoro is going to fold ace-8 out of position. Seven of clubs for Angelov feels like a very, very good excuse to take a flop.
It does indeed. So let's see that flop.
Ace-6 tray. Pretty nice for the ace-5. Top pair.
Sure.
Seems to play fairly standard here.
Yeah, just a bet. Keep the action going here.
And Parlo's going to take it down with a bet. Now, we do have one of the only women left in the field here at the table. Hala
You don't get any more of
Karam.
these?
Not Ramana Parla. I know
On the
that seemed
table,
weird the way I teed that up.
No?
Hala Karam
You can bet inside.
at the table here, and we've got one fewer woman in the field. A fan favorite, Leo Margetts, has been Leo Margotten. They got her. Leo's out. Just over 12,000 euros. Down to 90 players here at EPT Monte-Carlo.
Always a force to be reckoned with. Always feel like we're seeing Leo cash plus. You know what I mean?
I got an update on tonight's cash game stream. So it's going to be on Spraggy's Twitch and YouTube channels. And the lineup in this game, which starts at 10 o'clock local time: Spraggy, Rory Jennings, Adam McCullough, Spencer Owen, Felix Schneiders, and Chris Eubank Jr. Hot off a boxing match where he won?
He won.
He won. That's good.
Yeah, it was quite the boxing match if you guys didn't see it. Absolute slugfest.
And James and I are doing color commentary on that. Possibly Nick in here. Blinds are going to be 10:25, 3-hour stream. And our hope is that we don't say much at all. We're going to let Chris Eubank do the talking. Now, forgive me if you were listening earlier and you already heard this joke, but Nick, you know how they say if you can't spot the sucker at the table in the first 30 minutes? This is a table full of 6 people that won't be able to spot the sucker.
In fairness, I've actually played Chris with Chris Eubank.
You have?
For a long time, yeah. I mean, Chris is from Brighton originally, or at least has resided in Brighton for most of his life, and used to frequent a local casino to come down and
What
play cash.
stakes did you play
We
with
were only
Chris?
playing 1-2. I mean, our casino doesn't offer much higher than that, like a smidge higher sometimes. And yeah, he was always really keen to come down and give it a go. I think he's gone on to play much higher stakes now. Don't see him as often these days. But of all the people most likely to spot the sucker, I feel like Chris is up there.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
So do you, is he, like, I guess when a very rich person plays 1-2.
Yeah.
What's that like?
So the one thing I will say about my experience playing with Chris at our local is,
Ooh, what a flop for a parla.
I always really loved the fact that he was there to compete. You know, sometimes when people who are successful come to play a poker game, they're just throwing money around because they want to be flashy and they want to, like, I want to sit with $2,000.
Yeah,
like,
they want to be all in every hand.
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't the case at all. Chris was very keen to actually play the game and be competitive and learn and improve. And for that reason, was always, it was always really good game. It was good fun to play with Chris, and also his manager Stefan as well. He would join from time to time. I still play poker with Chris Eubank's manager from time to time as well.
Martirosian gonna peel here with second pair and not a lot of equity. Hard to know how far behind you are in this particular situation as the King of Hearts hits the turn.
Yeah, and I think A6 is probably doing the right thing, but we can see is in a lot of trouble, at least at the moment. Chad is asking the Grosvenor in Brighton. That's correct. It's now called Pier 9. It's the one that's opposite Brighton Pier. I've been going to that casino since university days, since I was about 20 or so. I actually worked as a dealer at the other casino down the road after university for a little bit. A couple of months before I got my quote-unquote real job. So another barrel here. and that will get the job done.
Second bar often does get the job done.
Second bar indeed.
How long's that Pier 9 room been around for? Because I feel like I might have been there, but I haven't been to Brighton in probably 10 years.
So Pier 9 has been there for yonks and yonks. It got a renovation, and then they moved the poker room into a separate room for a little bit. Now, while it was a lovely room, what it didn't have was that footfall of people walking past and going, I didn't know they do poker here. We should jump into the game. So now it's actually been moved back into the main room, which is doing a little bit better. But in general, we need some fresh blood in Brighton. I think we need to try and get more people playing cards.
All right, I'll make an appearance.
I mean,
I know you've been asking me for a while.
It's about time, Joe.
I think what we should do is this. I'm going to figure out the next time I'm in the UK. Because this next time it's like 2 nights.
Yeah.
Get Comedia on the blower. Which means ring up the Comedy Club Comedia.
Yeah.
Get them to give me a little guest spot.
I'm sure we can manage that.
And do like a little poker comedy night.
That would be great.
Go after party.
Yep.
You would go? Statrick said he would go. I know that our good friend Summer, she came up from Brighton to see my last show in London, so it probably wouldn't be a hard sell to get her to go, already living in Brighton. We got friends in Brighton is all I'm trying to say. We got places all over the place.
You got options, Joe.
Pocket eights for Santoro.
And friends. Rich and friends.
Tiga. With a suited hand, you got to call all your suited hands in the big blind. That's what they say.
I think that's generally kind of the rule. So we're going to go to a flop. 9-deuce, not so hot on the equity pre-flop, but a great price to see a flop regardless.
I mean, 30%.
And away we go.
That's a deuce. Not going to beat the eights yet. Also a club.
Pair and a backdoor club draw, though. Depending on the size of this bet, the deuce can continue. It was about a 12K into 46. So, relatively small. Still, I think a very reasonable bet size for this ace-king deuce sort of too high card, dry texture. I think 9-deuce of clubs needs to call at least, though, for that reason, as we just mentioned. And to the turn.
Just a 3. Just a 3. It's a scare card for the deuces.
Yep, and then Santoro has a decision here, right? He's beating some deuce X that might call. 4-5 is certainly a hand that our opponent can float here with the gut shot if we bet small like that as well. Decides to continue barreling here, so at this point, really, we're turning the eights into a bluff, which I don't think is a bad thing necessarily. What we need to be concerned about, though, is, you know, are we really going to get an ace to fold? Are we really going to get a king to fold? We're already beating the deuce. Do we need to be turning ochos into a bluff there? On this occasion, not a problem. Let's just get it done, and the second barrel works, but...
Amerigo Santoro. Hell yeah.
Amerigo Santoro, what a name. Sounds like some really fancy credit card.
I like to pay with Amerigo Santoro.
Will you be putting that on your Amerigo Santoro card, sir?
I never leave the palace without one. Hey, Mig, this guy's been on the broadcast before. Just going to fold the deuces. Going to fold the quackers. Noha? Noja? How would you say that? You're Australian producer, Chris. What would you say? Do they do this soft J in Australia?
Chris, how much you want to bet? Everyone just calls him Noda.
They call him Nazar. Danny Nazar is what they'd say. Naza.
Noza.
Nazi.
Danny Noza. Oh, no.
No. Danny, no. Thank God there's still some countries we can make fun of. Martirossi, ace queen of diamonds.
This is a nice hand. Tigard. Doesn't like that jack deuce, and I don't blame him.
Karam with a defendable bad king. Oh, okay. You know what? I love that. I love that. I don't play. I don't play by all the rules. And your king 5, king 6 defends. It ain't me. It couldn't be me.
Here's the thing, Joe. King 6 is a defend there from a theoretical standpoint. But honestly, if you're in a spot and it doesn't feel good, it's probably because you're not confident playing it.
Yeah.
In that position. And king 6 is a really hard hand to play well. So, you know, playing by quote unquote the rules only works if you feel confident playing through the rest of the spot. And if king 6 doesn't feel good, go with your gut. There's time to study and there's a time to play. And when you're playing, you want to play the game that you know and not the game that you think that you should.
And there's a time to kill. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. Sorry. That was my Sam Jackson impression from a movie from 1996. No one is laughing. Not even in the room. Not even. Okay. Oh, what an apropos comment from G. John Kuipers. He says, guys, if you're trying to be funny, you're failing miserably. You are ruining a decent poker evenement. John, I thank you for your comment, but also, you banned. Action folds around to Tiga. Ace 5. Raise and take it. Oh, did I ruin the poker evenement with that? With that there? Kareem Altani, who writes in all caps, Joe Chill. Do I not sound chill to you?
Please don't ruin the evenement, James.
Does this not sound chill when I say you're banned?
Joe.
Yeah.
We got to stop doing role play.
Does this not sound chill?
You sound really chill, bro.
Don't I sound chill?
You're just a chill guy.
Joe Chill. I'm just a chill guy, hands in pockets.
That's right. All right, King Queen suited. Here's a player that we've seen a lot of. Boris Angelov with the King Queen suited. Love this hand. Gonna kick it off with an open.
I think the upside down comments are probably for the Australian guy, right? King Queen suited for Angelov. That I'm the Amy Schumer of poker commentary? Is that what's cracking you up?
Yes.
I think that's a huge compliment. Oh, someone just rolled their eyes in the room. I'm not going to say who. You're not an Amy Schumer fan?
Wow. Says a lot. There's a 3-bet. Tiga is going to pump it up here. And these are tricky positions to play from. +1 versus cutoff. The +1 range obviously slightly stronger than one from than the range from later position. And then the cutoff 3-bet range as well, one that is under 3-bet as a bluff, if you're thinking about population. King Queen suited, probably still enough to continue, but again, it depends on your opponent's, your expectation of your opponent's ability to have 3-bets from this position, right? Certain player types will only be 3-betting very strong combinations from the cutoff. And again, that kind of just comes into the whole sort of thought process. But this is a nightmare scenario. Both players with that flush draw, King Queen, probably feeling very confident about playing this hand aggressively. 100,000 chips in the middle, 186K behind Angelov. You can imagine it's not that wild to get 23 big blinds in here in some fashion. And I wonder if we do see fireworks.
You got putting some of those big chips to work. That's 45,000. Those green chips are the 25K chips.
Yeah, and I think this story kind of checks out. If Tiga did have an overpair to this flop without a club in particular, we probably do want to be putting in more than sort of a third or a quarter, which is, you know, something that we can easily default to if we're unsure. I wouldn't be surprised if Angelov just gets this in here, but we're at such a critical stage in the tournament. 89 players remain. Here's a player that will have a lot more experience than I in deciding whether or not we want to play for stacks here or if we just want to play it cool. I think as long as you're not folding, I don't think you're making a mistake here, but we can see this is a cooler of monumental proportions because both players have such a huge hand. And it is unfortunately the all-in, understandably so, nightmare situation for the King, Queen of Clubs.
Not great for Angelov. Now, we have seen some pretty wild runouts already today. Angelov not drawing dead exactly. Now, there are some turn cards that would have him drawing dead, but at the moment can still hit an offsuit pair. Like the Queen of Hearts.
Oh.
Just pure sickness on every street today. It's like Mardi Gras.
This is reminding me of something, Joe. Oh, my goodness. How is this so similar to the spot we saw with Flushy earlier as well?
That's what I mean. Just
oh, man. Rough spot for the A6 of clubs there. Very, very unlucky. I think both players are playing a great game here, though. That's just a bit of a hand that plays itself.
You just, when you have the A6 of clubs there, you're dreaming about a spot like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got your opponent absolutely in jail.
I'm so good at this game.
Yeah. Yeah, look, what are you going to do? I think both players have played a very reasonable spot. I think the Flushy one just hurts a little bit more because it was a blunder going in, right? This one's a little bit more like sigh. Okay, what are we going to do?
Yeah. Flushy was unnecessary.
Yeah. I love you, Flushy. I'm not slagging you off. I think you know what I mean. But this one definitely felt like a reasonable get-in.
For some reason, I've felt all these coming, too. I felt Flushy coming. I felt that one coming. I felt the 7, remember? You didn't feel Flushy coming?
Oh, no, I did.
What are you looking at me like that for? What's going on here today? Angelov folds under the gun. Ace 10 of the club variety for a parla. Queen Jack for Tiga. Action folds around to Amy, who says, no thank you. 9-8 suited in the small blind for Danielle Nur. King Trey. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
What can you do, Joe? He'll be paying on his Amerigo Santoro card.
Just don't put 2 clubs out there. All right, just 1 club. 4 deuce. You're really loving your ace high here. And Parla's going to show it.
Yep.
Via a bet.
I think, honestly, betting or checking here is going to be totally cool.
It's cool, man. Totally cool.
It's cool. It's quite a chunky bet. 27K into 44. You know, don't think this is a mistake, but I think on these lower sort of paired, super dry textures, we can afford to go a smidge smaller if we want. C-bet is good, though. No good for Amerigo Santoro.
Got a couple of people in chat asking who Flushy is. Well, we said we felt Flushy coming. Now we are going to feel Flushy going. Despite the miracle run out, getting it in super bad a few hours ago, Flushy has now been sacked off of this tournament. 88 players remain.
Yeah, GG's to Flushy. For those of you wondering, final tabled, the PSPC was one of our Platinum Pass winners as well. So went from pass to millionaire in 1 week. And now is a player grinding them streets on the reg and having a lot of success online and off. We're going to see more of him during Scoop. I'm hoping to get Flushy on as a guest for my Scoop commentary, Joe.
Well, we had him as a guest on Poker in the Ears right after his big score, and he was a great guest. So
yeah, he's a lovely guy.
First pot we've gotten to see Amig open. Ace Queen off. Ace Jack for Santoro. Danger, Will Robinson.
Raise.
And the 3-bet out of the small blind, you can understand why. You don't know you're going to be walking into a bigger hand.
So 36 big blinds behind Arthur Emig. Emige, maybe? And these situations are tricky. Now, cutoff versus small blind 3-bet. I think we might be allowed to 4-bet here. I think calling is also reasonable. And there is the all-in. I actually think this is my favorite of all the options.
I covered.
Santoro is the player covered, as he has suspected.
Yep, well spotted, Joe. So the effective stack here actually being 30 big blinds. And I think that simplifies the equation if we're thinking about, if we're going to 4-bet, what's the size? All in is an option for sure. The beauty of no limit hold'em.
Good laydown. Do you think as a general rule you can just always fold Ace Jack in that spot, and you're probably going to be doing okay?
I've theorized a couple like ridiculous exploits, and I think maybe just always folding Ace Jack might be a huge one. Yeah.
Is that an exploit?
Might be.
Okay, never mind then.
No, I mean, I'm joking, but I think if there's a hand that you really feel so negatively about,
sure.
I think actually just omitting it completely until you've completely worked it through might be a thought.
Well, nothing as bad as Ace Jack involved here. We've got Kakwan Lau all in, called by Ivo Bartoletti. Kakwan Lau with pocket kings, Bartoletti with aces, and I see no king, just a queen. So that means Kakwan Lau is eliminated by Ivo Bartoletti. That's going to bring us down to 87 players. Kakwan Lau is one of the most fun names to say.
Yeah.
So I'm sad to see him go.
Is it as fun as Amerigo Santoro?
Amerigo Santoro is pretty good, but it's my first time taking that one for a walk.
Yeah, I understand.
Karam has opened Ace-9 and is going to run into an absolute monster from Amig. Ace-King suited. Ugh. 3 bets to 50,000. King Jack for Angelov. And it gets through back to Karam, who folds wisely.
now sitting at around 51 big blinds. That is approximately average. Should note as well, though, average when you have 86 players left is pretty darn good. I think sometimes people can obsess a bit too much about what's average, Joe. It can be a useful metric, but throughout the tournament, obviously, what is a good stack is always relative to sort of the speed of the tournament, the number of runners in a tournament.
I don't like even looking what the average is until I'm just trying to like tell my chip count to someone else who's like not in the event.
Sure.
So I can be like, I'm at average, just below average, above average. But I used to be a person that was resistant to, oh, it's big blinds that matter. But, you know, that's pretty stupid to be resistant to that. So, you know, I'm a don't really care what average is kind of guy at this point. Kara, I'm opening a little loose here, 10-8 suited from second position, and is going to face another 3-bet, second hand in a row, this time from Santoro. Three bets to 48,000, 32,000 to call, 84,000 in the middle. I feel like you can justify a call here. I feel like you can just about, yeah, I think you can, Nick.
I mean,
you can. I think you can go, hey, this is a sort of hand that will crack kings.
Karam here is only 28 big blinds behind. No, I mean, I'm with you, Joe. This is the kind of hand that does crack kings, and you can definitely take it for a walk. You know, you can give it a go. But at this stage in the tournament, I think being conservative makes sense.
Down to 84 players now. Still quite a ways from that pay jump, which is at 71. Andrew McMillan asks, is there a place to get the current chip counts? Yes, there sure is. Thank you for your question. Action's going to fold around to Aaron Nair. Now it's folded to Boris Angelov, who also folds. Parla is not going to play. Oh, well, this was worth waiting for. Ace-Queen in the small blind. Is that a limp? Is that a limp in? Is that a complete? Yeah, it is. Decepcioni, uh-oh. T-Got. Just check it back.
These guys have chips, though. Martirosian, 55 bigs. Tiga, 64. It is a domination situation pre-flop.
Jack 6-5. Ace-Queen still out in front. Martirosian checks. Tiga checks back. Knuckling on down to 4th Street, which is a 4. 2 clubs on board now. Martirosian checks.
Yeah, both players kind of just with the same showdown here. Obviously, Ace-Queen is the best hand with the kicker, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see this checked all the way down. Marderosian instead decides that he's going to fire river.
So is this a value bet against like king highs and other ace highs?
I'm honestly not sure.
Okay,
I wonder.
I'm glad that you don't know because I don't know.
I wonder if maybe he's trying to convince some 4x, 5x to fold. But honestly, if I was sitting in Tigaz's shoes with one of those, I'd seriously be considering a call. Oh, it's a value bet against the ace deuce of hearts.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Booty traps.
I see. Yeah, well, there you go. If you imagine ace deuce of hearts is calling, then we're certainly not going to get any of the actual made pairs to fold.
So from what I understand, there's a new chip leader in this event. Charles La Bossonniere. Chip leader with 1.6 million. And to put that into perspective, Nicola Tigaz, chip leader at our table, with 500,000. That's 63 big blinds. So more than triple that. So we're talking about close to 200 bigs for Charles.
That's a lot of bigs, Joe.
That is a lot of big blinds. Amig, ace queen, under the gun. Poor Arnoia, jeez.
9 bigs.
I know this sounds crazy because I can see the hold cards, but I would fold this here.
I thought we just agreed we're always going to fold ace jack.
We're always going to fold ace jack, but not even just because it's ace jack, but against under the gun. I think ace queen would be a begrudging get it in for me, and ace jack is a fold. A frustrated fold.
Yeah. What can you do here?
It's just such a bad hand against under the gun, and then 7,000 people to act behind you.
Yeah, but when you're on a table of people that are experienced and they're sitting, 50 big blinds deep on average, it just feels like this is a slam dunk.
A lot less. 72.
You can't spell Noja without ace jack. No ace jack.
True.
Ner.
Can't spell Jonah without Noja.
Ema makes the call. Emeg makes the call.
Nice hand.
Domination situation.
I almost folded.
He does not seem to care for your story.
Yeah. I was hoping you didn't have that, actually. Hoping like a little pair.
9-4-4. Ooh, some opportunities now.
It's a consideration, Joe.
Consider the 3 of clubs on the turn.
That's more opportunities.
That's right. It was almost always going to be more opportunities, but yes, that's true. I would say the same thing. That's not me being critical, but not a chop.
Good luck, guys.
Emig makes top pair on the end, and that's going to be the end of Noya. No more Noya.
Arnar.
Danny Naza.
It was a pleasure. I don't think he does a lot wrong here. Pretty unfortunate setup. Very short stacked. Ace jack is a good hand, and away we go. That's it.
Down to 80. Danny Naza. Naza.
12,950 reasons to play poker.
About halfway through this level. Action on Ramana Aparla. Action no longer on Ramana Aparla. Martirosian's going to take this opportunity to raise in late position with Queen 8.
Yep, going to start leveraging that 57 big blind stack, above average stack. That is often a one of the reasons why it is good to count. Sometimes it can be good to sort of say, I'm above average right now, therefore I am allowed to kind of let the handcuffs off and start letting these spots fly. Tigat wants to play King 8 suited on the button here. I think 7-4 of spades can come along in the big. I'd say most of our suited hands are allowed to sneak in here.
Yeah, this is why I love the big blind, because you get to play so many more hands than from any other position. Jack 8-6, pair of 8s for both Tigat and Martirosian. Gut shot for Amig. Checks over to Tigat, who does have the best hand. I feel like this is a tough bet to make. He agrees. 7 on the turn. That's a pair for the person with a straight draw. Improves, but not enough.
Yeah, this does get interesting now because with Tigat not betting the flop in position, I think suddenly Queen 8 feels a little bit more confident they have the best hand. Perhaps they think they're going to try and get some value now. I certainly would.
Martirosian is going to take a stab.
And I think probably if Tigat is going to check back this flop, he needs to be calling turn. Yeah, let's continue here. At this point, 7-4, probably not feeling so hot, especially with 2 flush draws on board.
Good point, good point.
Lets that one go. So it is a domination situation. 91% for the King 8 suited. On this texture, you're probably not feeling as confident as that, though. And that is a very connected card. I am going to go out on a limb here, Joe. Check, check on the river.
Yeah.
Prediction, official.
I mean, you got that 8 of clubs blocker, though, Nick. You can rep the straight flush.
That's fair, Joe. Fair is fair.
You can't really rep the straight flush.
It's too bad that blockers aren't real.
You can do something, though.
But wait, there's more. Prediction failed.
That's what makes them interesting.
Let's turn this into a bluff. 77,000 on the river.
This feels like a pretty trivial fold at this point. I know I'm always folding, right? I'm over folding, I'm exploitable. But there's so much that's beating you here. This is a super thin value bet, right?
I think one of the questions that Martirosian is going to be asking himself is, wouldn't my opponent have bet a jack? Wouldn't my opponent have bet a flush draw? Wouldn't my opponent have bet a straight draw? on this flop. And now on the river, suddenly we're trying to represent a flush. We're trying to represent a straight. I'm with you, Joe. This is just such an ugly run out to try and hero call with this combination, but it is a head scratcher. I think probably I end up folding here, but
this is such a big bet for the strength of the hand, too.
I mean, we can see it's a value bet, but
it gets paid.
Does
also.
get paid.
So sick.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
T-Got's confused. He doesn't want to get slow rolled here.
Well, so here, Joe, here's the thing. The prediction was there. I was assuming we were just going to probably get to showdown with a combination like this. So we can clearly see he's not anticipating someone to turn an 8 into a bluff.
Of course.
And that is one of the reasons why this gets paid, and he's confused that he's losing to a hand like that. But well done. King 8 reigns supreme.
Reigning supreme is something that Scoop winners get to do. Scoop, the Spring Championship of Online Poker. It's starting very soon. It starts in 4 days. Starts the very next day after this tournament ends. Runs all the way to June 2nd. Tons of final tables will be streamed on Twitch by who?
By me.
And one final table will be streamed on Twitch by me.
Yeah.
That's the main event, 26th through 28th of May. Nick's going to be there. He's going to be your guy for pretty much all the rest of Scoop.
Yeah, if you guys are interested, give me a follow at Nick Walsh TV on all of the usual platforms. I will be streaming on just PokerStars Twitch throughout Scoop, so twitch.tv/PokerStars. Every day from 2 p.m., I will be streaming a final table from the previous day. I'm going to try and get as many winners on as possible if they're known and if we can get in touch with them. I'm going to have other special guests all throughout every single day apart from Saturdays, all the way to the completion. That's the 4th of June. It's going to be a lot, and if you guys are enjoying the Scoop energy, I'm going to kick you off in the daytime, and then I'm going to pass you over to one of our fantastic streamers who will be grinding all night long. So you get to watch the replays, and you get to watch it in real time from all of our top MTT grinders that you guys know and love, including names like Finton, Spraggy, Tonka, etc., Lex.
Let's say that maybe you don't have the bankroll to play Scoop. You can also join in at 8 p.m. today, 9 p.m. the rest of the broadcasts. We got some tournaments for you people who are watching the stream. $5.50 to play. $1,000 in Scoop tickets in all of those events. So why not play while you're waiting for tonight's cash game to start? So for the last hour before the cash game starts, we will have these live stream tournaments that you can find in your client if you are playing in a place where they are available. Let's welcome to the table Ari Engel, who seems to be everywhere these days, who has flopped bottom pair and an open-ender.
Got a question in the chat here, Joe. Can anyone take part in such a main event, or are there even waiting list or just buy-in by invitation? Anybody with the buy-in can join, but there are lots of ways to qualify. That's one of the cool things about EPTs. It's one of the cool things about the Power Path, for example. You can qualify from as little as free tickets and or 50-cent buy-ins on Stars, not to mention our slew of satellites as well. You know, we like to encourage people who otherwise might not play in these events to try and qualify, with bankroll management in mind. Met lots of really nice qualifiers this trip who would have otherwise never played an event of this size. And if you're lucky enough and you win one of those gold passes, you get the free ride. You get the whole kit and caboodle.
Engels bet 30,000 after making his straight on the turn. Parla does have the ace of spades.
And looks like a call from here is a call of 30,000.
Well, you know what? Worst, he's got the draw. At best, he's already got the flush. Maybe even has ace-5 of spades, and these two are chopping it up. Well, no, they wouldn't be chopping it with ace-5 of spades, but ace-5.
And now we have a scenario where we have a nice hand, we have the straight. I wonder if we do any blocker betting here. This might be prime blocker bet territory. And there's 120K in the middle. That looks like a blocker bet to me. It's not. It's half pot. I take it back. I thought he sized down.
It's a half pot blocker bet.
I think half pot's a bit too big to be called a blocker bet. But if we do this size, are we opening ourselves up to a potential bluff? Apparently could just have it, Joe. You know, we don't know what the other card is, but even if you just have ace-8 offsuit with the ace of spades, you can imagine going, excuse me, sir.
No call.
I don't believe you have the nuts, therefore I raise. As played, takes it down, half pot. Worked out just fine on this occasion.
Ari Engel, first hand at the table. Scoops one, is now second in chips here. Very close to Nicola Tiga. And we have lost Pro Beers. Nope, got that wrong. We lost Pro Beers in 79th place. This is Joseph Chibachek out in 77th place. So that leaves us with 76 players, 5 eliminations for the next pay jump. Andras Namath, of course, is Pro Beers out in 79th.
Yeah, so Joe, after Scoop, I'm planning on starting that Spin and Go challenge as well on my channels.
Is there a live Spin and Go here at this event?
There are live Spin and Goes here, and we had some in Dublin as well, which was a lot of fun.
Sick.
I'm planning on doing some online challenge, so I'm going to play. I haven't picked the number yet. No, we discussed this some time ago, but I'm going to play like somewhere between $100,000 and $500,000 worth of Spin and Goes before the end of the year.
Oh, wow.
And I'm going to give you all the gruesome details because it's a swingy game. Depending on what stakes I choose to play, that could be a lot of games or not so many games, but...
You could just play $500,000 games.
Just one $500,000 Spin and Go?
Yeah. What's the biggest they go? 1,000?
I think it's up to 1,000, yeah.
Let's do one right now.
You want to do one right now?
A 1K Spin and Go right now.
Oh, man. I mean...
How sick would that be?
I'd be down if we could actually make content from it, but we're streaming right now.
Yeah, sure. It's not worth it if you can't.
Darn stream getting in the way of good content.
That's how I feel about my recent hookups. If we can't film it, like, what's the point? I got to make content. I'm not doing it for free. Are you kidding me? This body? You think you're going to get this for free? Blind on blind. Engel is going to raise King 6 suited. Oh, sorry. I got this wrong. Engel limped in, Santoro raised, then Engel called, excuse me.
Yeah.
And Engel flops real good here.
Not bad, not bad. And in these blind v blind spots, guys, it's important to remember that, you know, the ISO, we call it an ISO, the raise versus limp blind v blind, can be extremely wide. And therefore, when we are deciding what to do if we're facing a C-bet on this flop, you know, King High just has showdown as well as having a good draw. Santoro chooses not to bet flop here. I kind of assume that we would see a continuation bet from a hand that needs to improve to win, or you know, has very little showdown like 5-4. As played though, this works out great. The ace on the turn is a perfect card to represent, especially once you've chosen to check flop.
Barrel. Santoro does for 26,000. Ain't gonna be enough. That ain't gonna be enough.
Aaron Paul thinks I should set it at 250,000. I might set it at 250,000. If you guys do want to follow that journey, please give me a follow. I'm going to be doing most of that on stream,
Nick,
so it's all.
What if you lose all of them? Oh, it was enough. Huh. Weird.
What happened?
Ari folded a flush draw? A King High flush draw?
That
So like a
is
third pot bet?
That's interesting. And like I said, the king high has showdown there, Joe. Like our opponent can certainly just have bluffs that we're beating. So I'm surprised to see that fold also. If you guys are interested in following that challenge, I will be doing that this year, mostly on stream. So it's all legit. You guys can watch most of it in real time, and then I'll have some short form highlights to follow too. And, you know, see how much, just come and join, see how much money I lose. It's going to be great. I think that's the hook, Joe. My name is Nicholas Walsh. I'm playing $250,000 worth of heads-up spin and go poker on PokerStars in 2025. Come join, see how much money I lose.
That seems long for a hook.
It does. It's work in progress.
I'm playing $250,000
worth of spin and goes.
Does spin and go have to be in it?
It doesn't necessarily have to be.
I feel like spin and go, if you don't know what that is, you're just like...
That's true. That's true. It's a work in progress. I appreciate your feedback.
So it's like... I'm spending $250,000 in... This is the long version,
yeah.
Okay? But like, I'm spending $250,000 in poker tournaments that last under 5 minutes.
Come watch how much I lose. Come see how much I lose.
No, because that's kind of irresponsible gaming stuff, like see how much I lose. And I don't like that. Aces for angle. But I think that to bring in people that haven't seen it before, right?
Sure.
Obviously 250,000 grabber.
Yeah.
And then something about like in a poker tournament that's over in under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the people are like, oh, what is that?
10-minute poker tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm playing $250,000 in 10-minute poker tournaments.
That's good. I like that. Yeah. That's even if you play poker, you're like, what the hell is a 10-minute poker tournament?
Yeah.
I dig it. I'm into it. See, Joe Stapleton, ladies and gentlemen, if you need any help with your content.
I'm not the person to ask. I haven't gotten retweeted in a decade.
No action for the aces there.
It's not bad from Sacramento, who's pretty hit or miss. I have something in common with Joe Stapleton. I'll spend $250,000 on stuff that lasts less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, Sacramento's been on a bit of a downswing with the meme comments recently.
Yeah.
He got called out by Strag the other day for lackluster caption competition submission, which is pretty rough. I would say Sacramento is, usually a pretty heavy hitter in the meme department. But we'll forgive him one day.
So you got with pocket 9, still the chip leader at this table.
Starts the hand with 79 big blinds and pumps it up. In fact, probably starts the hand with 81 in that case. Not that it makes that much of a difference at these deeper stack depths.
$6-4 for Amerigo Santoro. And this raise gets all the way through. No action on aces, no action on nines. T-Got with the cravat.
T-Got the chips.
I don't know if it's a cravat necessarily, but it goes around the neck. I'm going to count it. See the table slowly evaporating as we're down to the final 76 players of the 1,195 total entries in this event. Action is going to start on T-Got. Queen 10 suited. Let's go. Bump it up. Karen folds, Mig's out. Ari Engel with the Cowboys.
Engel, 77 big blinds. T-Got, 82. I think this is probably just a standard 3X. So 48K.
Looks like a little bit more.
I didn't call it, Joe.
48.
Oh.
Seems about the same to me.
I didn't announce the prediction.
A 7 for a parlay in the small blind. It's been relatively card dead. I can see why he'd be a little slow. And 5 deuce in the big. Nuh-uh. Yes, Mr. Tiga. Release.
Just release it.
And Ari Engel now slightly ahead of Tiga for the table chip lead. 20 minutes left to go on this level, which will probably only equate to 4 or 5 more hands. Beautiful day today in Monaco. I don't know if you had a chance to go outside.
It is lovely. Yeah, I actually grabbed a little sun lounger outside the hotel on the beach there for a second this morning. It was lovely. I don't know why we don't keep those the blinds across the windows open while we play, Joe. You know, in the main room.
Sure.
We got that sort of sweeping view of the bay.
Yeah.
And then they close the curtains. And then we...
Yeah, I don't know. It might be unfair to certain people if, like, the sun's in their eyes.
Yeah.
There's got to be a reason for it. It's probably hot also. It's probably hard to keep the room cool.
Yeah.
But you're right. In a perfect world, it would be awesome to have that view.
I think in a romanticized world, it'd be cool to play with the ceiling open all day. But in reality, there's probably a lot of reasons why that wouldn't work.
Wind, rain, bird shit.
I think the third probably being the most concerning.
If they...
Although, I hear that's good luck, Joe.
If they kept the roof open, I would be outside feeding the birds a smorgasbord. It would just be a old country buffet for the seagulls. And then just watch the carnage.
An old country buffet.
It would be the golden corral out there of bird delights. And stuff that would just really get their gutty works all messed up. Stuff that already started out white goo. You know what I mean? Just save the process. Santoro, Amerigo Santoro, has made it 16,000 with King 10. Tiga. Oh, look at this little wry smile from Santoro facing the 3-bet from Tiga out of the big blind. Not your standard big blind 3-betting hand.
No, but I'm here for it. Maximum pressure. We're starting to get to that point, Joe, where there's a fair few killers out there. A lot of very, very tight poker.
Moss Shark says, seagulls are brutal. The richer the beach, the more brazen they are. They'll take a sandwich right out of your hand. I remember, I think it was in the Bahamas, we were shooting a skit, and I wanted there to be like a lot of seagulls surrounding me, and I just sort of went for it, and eventually I was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, as somebody that's lived in Brighton for most of my adult life, I can tell you they are absolutely savage. Like, I warn people. I've actually gone up on the beach and I said, guys, just for, sorry to interrupt, if you leave that in your hand the way you have it right now, it's going. And they've snubbed me, and 5 minutes later, they're being attacked by a flock.
Coming in hot.
Yeah. Like, whole sandwiches gone.
Well, the worst is because, like, you're genuinely startled by it. So not only do you lose your food, but you kind of, like, you cry a little bit. Angles made it 16,000 with Queen Jack. Ace 6 of hearts for a parlay. You know he's playing this hand. You know he's playing this hand. He's been asleep this whole level. No offense to him. He's had nothing to mess around with. Martirosian has 2 of the hearts that a parlay would be looking for, unfortunately.
This might be a squeezy spot, Joe. Suited kings are nice to squeeze, especially when there's been an open and a call. Decides against it. That's also very fair. You don't always need to be bluffing like old Nick Walsh, which is why he never wins any poker tournaments. He got nice calling hand here. I think 6s is going to go to the flop unless we see some elevation. Trey deuce offsuit. Does come along. Now, I'm not sure about this one, Joe. Trey deuce does have a fantastic price, but very poor playability multi-way pots.
Playability, visibility, very, very low. Bottom pair for Karam. Not the best hand. Does not have a draw. Angle's got the best draw with the jack of clubs. Tiga's got the best hand despite not the most equity. Angle's also got the gut shot, 2 overs.
I think I'm probably going to check this one, Joe. Personally, when we're multi-way, we can definitely end up betting into some sets, maybe some 2 pairs here. 8-9 probably being the only reasonable 2 pair. Having said that, I guess the big blind can have 8 tray, 9 tray suited. Don't think that's ridiculous. And look, we have a monster, right? We have 2 overcards, a gut shot, and a flush draw. So if they do have a set, it's not like we necessarily are going to be folding to a raise. I just don't want to be betting here and running into the king of clubs or the ace of clubs or a set as often. I don't want to give our opponents the opportunity to check raise if they have it made already. Honestly, that's just my opinion. Ari Engel, probably more qualified to decide whether or not this is a good way to proceed. We can see here, very likely to be successful against these combinations specifically, but against range, I wonder how this performs.
It performs very well. Gross. So Ari Engel doing what Ari Engel does, coming to the table, quietly building a stack. Probably going to go to break as chip leader. We are on a prize jump right now. 72 remaining, 71. Nets ya a couple of more bucks. Right now the payout is 12,000. And at 71, it jumps up to 14.9, so close enough to 15,000. Thank you for the average stack. Stack trick. Just under $500,000. Hengel raising under the gun. So just Angelov in for now. And a pretty poor hand in the big blind for Amig, who is going to send it into the muck. $5-4-4. One of the few boards that's going to be difficult for Engel to get 6s to fold. And Ari somehow knows it. Checks. Boris checks back. Turn card is a 10. Still not a great barrel card for the under the gun raiser, is it?
No, it's not. I wouldn't be surprised to see the give up here. I say the give up. We've already checked flop, so
Second
just
check, we'll
continue
call it.
checking, I
Yeah.
should say. And at this point, I think just betting is quite natural. Our opponent very likely would have had to have represented the hand that's beating us here by now. 31K into 52 is an interesting prospect. I wonder if maybe a smaller bet on the turn makes sense, because our opponent is effectively telling us that they have something along the lines of King, Queen, Ace 9, Ace Jack, Ace 7 suited, I don't know, something along those lines. And I wonder if a smaller sizing means we actually are going to get more value from our pair. Then again, taking the pot down is also a value without any risk or additional tricky rivers to battle.
I'm going to sum all that up by just saying seems reasonable.
It does seem reasonable. I'm not going to argue with you there.
Closing in on the end of this level. Under 10 minutes to go. Santoro is going to raise another gun. King 10 suited. It's Amerigo Santoro to you. Gets one fold. Gets two folds. Gets three folds. Gets... Not going to get four folds. I mean, might get four folds. Not going to get the fourth fold, which is pocket fives. Fives call. Halakaram with Ace King. Karam's all in for 176,000. I think it's going to be tough for her to get a call. It's like 22 big blinds. Santoro is in the tank.
Yeah,
there we go.
Too much, I think. Both players are not going to get involved. Nice pickup, though. So Hala is at the bottom of our chip counts here on the feature, but by no means a short stack. 28 big blinds. Still absolutely playable in this late stage of the event. 72 players remain. And there's a look at the count, 228K.
Hala Karam. It's my second favorite Hala after Luya. Angelo's going to fold Queen Deuce. Excuse me.
On the button with a suited king. 57 big blinds. does decide to put in a raise. And all in from the Jables. This is a huge jam. That was a 32 big blind jam, something like that.
We always say a bet like that reeks of jacks.
Yeah, a hand that does not want to see a flop, and
exactly.
Perhaps a little overkill in my opinion, but it's going to get the job done regardless.
This is a shot of what will be the feature table on the other side of the break. Juan Pardo, Malacca style. Absolute killer at the game of poker. He'll be here. He'll be here. We'll get to see every single hold card.
True murderer. Serious grinder.
Okay, Halal Karam, what say you? Carolina Montenegro asks, when are we expecting final table? Friday? Saturday? Saturday!
Saturday. Saturday. Saturday.
Chat Pro Saturday, actually.
Oh, dear.
Don't worry, James will kill it.
James will probably kill it. If you guys are really well behaved, we can have a Chat Pro Saturday.
Ari, of course, is going to raise this. What?
I'm all in. He did it last time. There it is again.
Ship it.
That's 35 big blinds, sir.
The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santo Murillo. Ship it.
Goodness.
Santoro Murillo. Dang it.
Goodness gracious me. Not interested in getting any action with the Jables. Trying to limit the amount of exposure he gets to those Jables, and who can blame him? Who knows how to play pocket jacks? And no one.
Yeah, exactly. Why is this the feature table? Who's the famous person? Yeah. You?
He's the king.
That's a great question.
You?
I guess Boris Angelov at this point.
You? Yeah. Okay. Lucky is the cameras love lucky people.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, if anyone's watching the coverage of the other major sporting event going on, the Cardinals are locked away in the conclave.
Oh.
We're looking for smoke, buddy boy. Ace-Jack and Ace-Jack. Two hands we said we weren't going to play anymore. Martirosian has opened. Tiga trying to figure out how you deal with a hand like this against under the gun. Again, I think it's a fold. I think you just got to go. That's bad, Joe. Good try, though. You know what, Poker Chat Pro? You've been super annoying. We'll start with 30 minutes, and if you piss me off again, it's going to be 24 hours.
Only because I'm on TV and folding this.
So Tagat has not folded. 45,000.
Yeah, it looks like a tree bet to me.
Sorry, Amerigo Santoro. Can't do it. Angelov also cannot. Big blind monster? A parla? No. Not happening. A 3-bet works. Someone folded ace jack.
I got the memo. They've been watching the stream. Loses a time bank, but picks up the chips. That seems like a fair exchange to me. So as we swoop in, 72 players left in the field.
As we swoop in for what will be the last hand, I believe.
I think you might be right. And 71 is the next pay jump. So we're on a pay jump here as well.
That's right.
So next pay jump is up to 14.9K euro.
Tiga's going to try to take down this last hand before the break with the under the gun raise. So far, so bon. So bien.
C'est bon, c'est bon.
I'm never sure when to use bien and when to use bon.
Bien is Espanol.
No, bien is also in Francais.
Okay,
Is
we're
it?
coming back? Okay, cool.
Are you sure it's not bon?
It's also bon. Like très bien.
Très bien. Ah, you're quite right.
And has gone through every player here. Martirosian does have a hand I think you can defend with, though.
Yeah, seems a bit cuspy against under the gun. They are pretty deep stacked, but let's it go on this occasion.
Real quick one here from YouTube before we get out of here. Kaka Kuka says, Joe, could you tell us your favorite joke? I sure can. Thank you for your question.
How did Canada get its name? Just kidding.
And Nicola Tiga with that late surge will head to break as the table chip leader. Let's have a look at the chip counts of these players that we will be releasing back into the wild. Tiga edging out Ari Engel for first place here. Bit of a drop after that for Emig Angelov. And Santoro, Martirosian, Aparla, and Karam, who is the table short stack. But remember, we will not be seeing these players at the feature table for the next level. We're going to bring a new table up there, headlined by Malacca style Juan Pardo, as they call him. We're taking a break back from EPT Monte-Carlo after this.
So six-handed action continues. Folded around to Ola Shemian in the cutoff.
You mentioned we haven't seen Ola for a while. It looks like he went to the mountains for a few months, trained with a Shaolin monk, drank a bunch of rainwater, learned to fight with a stick.
Ace deuce offsuit. Raises to 130,000. Chip leader Ali Reza Fatehi's in the big blind. He's got king four of clubs.
Well, that side was real.
Call. He defends. Heads up to the flop. Well, it's a flush draw for Fatehi. Nada for Shemian, but he still has the best hand, ace high.
One club would be good for Fatehi, but two would be bad.
Ali Reza leads with his draw, 150,000.
It's a draw-heavy board.
Shemian calls.
Little float, lots of runners for Ola.
And Shemian picks up a wheel draw, but doesn't actually need to improve. Ace high still the best hand. Another semi-bluff from Ali Reza, 230,000. Once again, Shemian calls.
Ola must be confident he can win this sometimes without hitting his gut shot.
Ten of hearts on the river. The board is bricked out for Ali Reza. he's going to fire again. He bluffs at it, 340k.
There's really only one card all is worried about, and that's a 10. What are the chances?
Shemian only has ace high. But he calls.
King high.
And that's going to look like magic or lucky or both, but it's neither. It's 100% pure, unmitigated, unadulterated swag.
And with that pot, Ola Shemian takes the chip lead in this super high roller. Pocket eights for Paul Newey. He's been very quiet at this final table.
Newey's my favorite of all Scrooge McDuck's nephews.
He's raised it up to 200,000.
Where do you think Paul got all that money from?
So Ola Shemian's big blind. Queen six of clubs. He calls. To the flop. Which brings drama. A set for Newey. Shemian has a flush draw and he's double gutted.
See you at the river. They are pretty shallow, so it's usually going to go in on the flop.
Shemian has checked. Newey set to continue.
Always bet your sets, especially on a board wetter than the sinks in an airport bathroom. What are people doing in there?
I don't like to think about it. 285,000.
Ola can't fold these draws, and he's probably not going to just call for a huge chunk of his stack.
All in. Call.
Shoving a call. Newey at risk, but ahead. A 6-4 favorite.
Not a massive favorite.
Opzione. Buono flop.
Hashtag understatement.
You're the favorite.
Statistically, no. Swagtistically, yes.
I think you're the favorite. Not now.
Shemian makes his flush.
3.
Newey needs the board to pair.
7. 7 from heaven.
It's a king, he's out.
You got me covered, haven't you? I don't know. I have 2.5 here, I think. Exactly.
Newey out in fifth.
Yep, again, guys. Unlucky Paul. What a flop. Cheers. Mustafa. Cheers. Cheers.
Poor Paul Newey. Not literally. He's still rich AF.
I'm gonna take your revenge. How much you have, bro? You know? 7, I guess.
Canet is the current chip leader. Shemian with ace-10 on the button, raises.
240.
Ali Reza Fatehi has pocket fives in the small blind.
Very reasonable spot for a shove. Ola is going to be opening wide. Ali Reza's out of position, and he's very likely to hate most flops.
All in.
He shoves. Canet folds. Action back on Shemian. Now this is a big shove. 33 big blinds.
Which means this is not a snap call. Ola agrees.
Surely it's not a call at all with ace-10 off.
Peekaboo, who's hiding over there? Who is that?
Shemian's really thinking about this, isn't he?
Yes.
Wow, I am really surprised by that call.
I don't think he makes the same call against anyone else.
Good luck.
Good luck to you.
Good luck, guys.
Well, it's a flip. Fatehi, the player at risk.
Ola must think he's going to have a lot of bad aces and Broadway hands.
Ole against Ali Reza.
Yeah.
Not now, Igor.
Let's blow the whistle and start this race. Great start for Shemian. He pairs his 10 on the flop.
That is a bummer for 2 5s, though.
Ali Reza left with 2 outs.
Oh, no, Igor's on the beers.
The turn card.
The 5.
No, the 3.
Put the 5 here, please.
Right there.
Yeah, exactly there. He can do it. One time he do it for me.
Go, boom. He teach me this. He teach me this like 4 years ago. In a 25K.
Swag actually sometimes stands for stolen without a gun, oddly.
The river is an ace.
Thank you.
Good game.
Good luck.
Ali.
Thank you, bro.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck.
It was a pleasure.
Love seeing a good deep run by an amateur. Anyone can do it.
Leaving us with the 2 high roller vets.
Pocket 5 against 8 stain.
Well done. You
Thank you. Thank you.
Blind 61-20. Shemian limps in from the button with ace 5. Canet does not check his option. He raises with the 10-7. And Shemian calls the raise in position.
Let's play a bigger pot.
Well, that's a nothing flop. Shemian's still ahead with ace high. Canet continues to show aggression. That's 350,000.
I don't think we're going to see Ola call a 3-bet with ace high too often and then fold the flop right away.
He calls. The turn card is a 4. Well, both players now have straight draws. Shemian's open-ended. Canet has a gut shot. He needs a 5.
All the more reason neither of these guys is likely to fold.
Canet continuing to demonstrate strength. 875,000. Once again, Shemian calls. The river card is a 3 pairing the board. So ace high was the best hand before the flop, and it's still the best hand after the river.
Major brickage on the river. I think a bet here gets snapped off by Ola.
I think Canet's going to give it a go. He's not waving the white flag of surrender. Fires out a bluff of 1.95 million.
It's actually a pretty great run out to call with ace high, just like he did with Fatehi earlier. White flag, more like white swag. Feel like I'm really getting to know Anna here. Sorry.
Shemian thinking this through. He heroes.
You win. 6, right?
Not even.
Really big chip lead for Shemian now.
His bad card was an ace. His good card, swag.
Nice hand.
Yeah, but he's still got an uphill struggle. Shemian is the monster chip leader as the blinds go to 80,000, 160,000. And Shemian picks up queens. He raises to 350,000. Phil Gruesome railing the action now. Canet's got 7s.
This could be the cooler we were waiting for.
All in? Call.
Here we go, all in and a call, and Shemian is a 4-1 favorite to win.
Mustafa's prediction not looking so hot right now.
Good luck, bro. I always make quads with 7s. Lucky number, huh? Lucky, lucky.
A wise man once said, it is always coming 7. A set for Shemian.
I have a sweat.
For now.
7 for spade. It's okay.
The turn card is a spade.
The sweat just got sweatier.
Canet picks up 8 outs, all the spades, bar the deuce, any other card. Shemian is the champ.
What a life these guys have.
It's gonna be 8 of spade. Not so big, not so... It's okay. Or queen. You can finish it with queen. Quads queens. That would be nice, huh?
The river, not a spade.
Oh, it's black, it's a 7.
Too little, too late.
Waste of a set.
Again, bro.
Can it denied the title? So close, yet so far. It's Alish Shemian after an extended absence from the poker circuit who ships the 100K here in Monaco. Blinds currently 8-16. There was a raise from Pantling, a 3-bet from Loddon. Pantling called the 3-bet out of position. We're going to the flop. King 8-6. Johnny flops a straight draw.
Pantling really should be tightening up now that he's sitting to the right of the chip leader, but here we have him raise calling pre-flop with ace tray.
Loddon continues for 76,000.
And we know Pantling to be a pretty stubborn creature. I would expect a c-bet to win this almost every time.
Hang on a second.
I would expect a c-bet to win this almost every time.
Not this time. Pantling raises to 214,000.
Johnny's draw is super disguised. He's probably gonna stick around.
The weird thing is, although Loddon is the statistical favorite, Pantling currently has the best hand with ace high.
Yeah. Semantics.
He's bluffing with the best hand. Loddon has counted out the call. We're going to the turn.
And this pot is getting huge.
Queen of spades. Pantling will bet again. 200,000.
Wow, I actually love this bet from Pantling. When Johnny calls the flop, he looks super strong, so this bet looks even stronger, especially betting into the spade. With no spade in his hand, Johnny knows he could have dirty outs, if not already drawing dead.
Loddon folds.
All right.
You like the turn, Andrew?
Yeah, I can't bluff either otherwise.
Pantling now second in chips.
That's a good turn.
Well, the action is on Andrew Pantling after a button raise from Jake Cody and a call from Freddie Deeb in the small blind.
Let's see how he carries on here.
This is a squeeze, a 3-bet to 175,000. Cody's out. Deeb not folding so quickly.
Seems like Deeb may be in a bit of a free fall now. Calling a min raise out of position with ace 5 is a little sketch. But calling a 3-bet with it is a bigger mistake than ordering a hot dog at a movie theater.
Heads up to the flop. Queen 9-4, 2 diamonds. Pantling 7, still good.
This flop could get Freddie a free card at least.
Check.
Checks to the razor. And Pantling will check behind. Deuce of diamonds on the turn gives Freddie a gut shot and the nut flush draw.
Other than an ace, I don't know that a better card could have hit for Freddie.
Check.
Except for maybe a greeting card that says, don't call 3-bets out of position with ace 5. Love, Joe.
Pantling checks a second time. River card for free. It's a 5. Freddie now with a pair.
Pantling with plenty of showdown value.
Freddie's betting 150,000.
He might actually think his 5 is good. Not only does Freddie think it's good, but I think he thinks he's value betting. I don't think Pantling can fold 2 7s getting this price.
He doesn't fold. He calls.
You're a 5. 5.
Turn your cards over, brah.
5 no good. Ship the chips to Pantling.
I said I got a 5. Why you go like this?
I want to see your hand.
Well, you can see my hand, but I mean, I said I got a 5. You make it sound like it's good.
Okay.
That was almost an apology.
You shake your head like it's good. I said I got a 5.
I wanted you to turn over your hand. I was waiting.
Yeah, just say short.
Or you could say that's no good.
Yeah, or say it's no good. I want to see your hand.
Knew Daniel couldn't stay out of it.
I don't think he meant to slow roll you or nothing.
No, but I mean, I said 5 3 times.
I've been sitting here all day waiting to slow roll you.
That's not the point. You're a player. I mean, you know how it goes. Just say 5 is no good. You think I'm lying to you?
Why do you even say 5? You're supposed to turn over your hand. That's the
No, because sometimes, like, if I play, you say 5, it's no good. It's just a respecting. But you have every right to wait.
Yeah, wait.
But you can say you can turn it over or muck it.
Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News.
the official live reporting partner.
Welcome back to Monaco in the year 2025. Well, once again, the PokerStars EPT Monte-Carlo main event is taking place at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort, entering the back end of day 3 with 71 players returning for the penultimate session of the day. Right now, it is Charles Laboissonnière who is the chip leader with 1.5 million. Everyone in the top 5 is a 7-figure stack, including former EPT champion Sebastian Mallets. And a new lineup at the feature table, headlined by Malacca Style, Juan Pardo, one of the biggest stacks of the table, 752k, 75 big blinds. Average stack right now is 500k, which equates to 50 big blinds because the blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, with a 10k big blind ante, this being level 19 of the EPT main event. And with 71 players remaining, everyone has locked up the better part of 15 grand. 14,900 euros is the current payout. Big cash money when we make it to the last 2 days, with $1 million up top. A reminder that we'll play down to a champion on Saturday. So cards up coverage tomorrow will see us play down to the final 16. The stream on Friday will follow the action down to the final 6. And then on Saturday, we will play down to a winner. And potentially, because of course there could be deal negotiations at the final table, potentially someone here in Monaco is going to become a millionaire and lift that championship trophy. About to get the action restarted, it is James Hartigan, joined live via satellite from the City of the Angels by Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, Maria. I've got some good news and I've got some bad news.
Okay, I'm always a bad news first person.
Unlucky, because I'm going to give you the good news first, which is that for the first 45 minutes of this level, it's just me, so you're not going to face any abuse. The bad news is the second 45 minutes of this level will be anchored by Joe Stapleton, and I won't be here to keep him in check. So good luck with that.
Well, I mean, how can I bribe you to stay? Like dessert, perhaps? I mean, Venmo, PayPal, you name your price.
I love the fact that you went to dessert first, money second. You know me too well.
You know, true.
So first hand of the new level, first hand of this new feature table, and we see Matthew Davenport opening under the gun with ace-jack. Stanavicius, king 9 of clubs. Round 2, the blinds. Rafael Navas in the small blind has aces.
Ooh, must be nice. Where they least suspect it, in the big blind, or in the small blind, in one of the blinds.
Understandably re-raising, 3-betting to 100,000 with the big blind folding its back on Davenport. And I like that. Open with ace-jack, get 3-bet, fold it. I'm all about that. That's the right way to play ace-jack, in my opinion.
Yeah, we all know that ace-jack is a tough hand to play post. It's okay to just get out of the way. Give him a little bit of credit, whether he deserves it or not. Oh, you know what, James? I figured out now why you guys are willing to leave Joe by himself for the last 45 minutes of this level. It's because it's a good blind level for him.
He can.
This 10K, he could figure it out on his own.
The human calculator will be doing sterling work.
We want to set Joe up for success.
Which isn't easy. I should highlight that we have a slightly longer day than usual for us. It's a shorter day than usual for the players because at the end of this level, they're only going to play another 45 minutes. They're only going to play the first half of level 20. So the main event should conclude around 8:30, 8:45 this evening. Joe and I will be back because we actually have a bonus stream this evening. The PokerStars EPT cash game is taking place at 10 o'clock local time. The best place to watch it is on Spraggy's YouTube channel. Spraggy's playing in the game. Joe and I are going to be providing commentary for Spraggy's channel and for the PokerStars UK YouTube channel. But Spraggy, Chris Eubank Jr., Rory Jennings, Adam McCullough, Spencer Owen and Felix Schneiders are going to be playing 10-25 Hold'em. And that kicks off at 10 o'clock this evening. 3 hours of cash action as a bolt-on bonus to your EPT. Three-way action here.
Yeah, Joubert here with the range advantage, although he has not exactly connected with this board. Still has the 2 over, still has the Broadway draw.
Joubert has elected to continue. Gets a fold from Navas and a fold from Davenport. He deserved to win that pot for that hat.
I was thinking the same thing.
People aren't wearing enough hats. So another little anecdote to tell you, Maria, is our mutual friend is playing the seniors event today. And you're going to love this. Skinner got carded and she is loving it. I think this might be the highlight of her year, even more so than her win at the Irish Open.
I love that. That's amazing. I mean, honestly, I feel like it's pretty rare that they card people, so that's like an extra compliment.
I know, right?
They're like, you look too young and too good at poker. We need to check your ID.
She did say that during the first level, there were players at the table grumbling about people 3-betting pre-flop. I mean, gotta love yourself a seniors tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically an unspoken agreement to just limp every hand, is there not?
And check and raise is not allowed. As we see Joubert open with ace-10, round to Juan Pardo, who has queen-jack in the big. Pardo defends, and Joubert will be happy with this diamond heavy flop.
Yeah, just another flop and board texture that as the pre-flop aggressor you're going to be happy with, whether, you know, you have a made hand or, you know, you're kind of going for that flush in this case, but that C-bet, it still works. You know, people who are like, oh, you know, C-bets just don't work the way they used to. I don't know. These back-to-back hands would prove differently.
So only one short stack at the table. Stanovicius playing 12 big blinds. Josip Valls has around 20. Everyone else at least 30 big blinds. Table chip leader Yevgeny Svev has 133 big blinds. Neo Matrix says, thumbnail Noah? Yes, that is Noah Buchan. I'm starting to think whoever does the thumbnails for our YouTube streams is out to troll everyone. I actually think it's a deliberate tactic. Here is a random player who is not at the feature table and in some instances not even in the tournament anymore. Come watch.
They just want to put that person in so everybody can come into chat and be like, oh, where's Noah Buchan? Where's...
Guys, all I'd say is Phil Ivey used to play this tournament, so he has been in Monte Carlo. Let's put Phil Ivey in the thumbnail.
Right, and I mean, basically, they've signed away, you know, their name, image, and likeness in perpetuity, so we can always use them for the thumbnail even a decade after.
That is true. Dimitri M says, that's called false advertising. Clickbait, false advertising, two sides of the same coin. To be fair, Noah Buchan did actually play this tournament. He was still in at the start of the day. He is no longer in, so will not be making an appearance at the feature table. Exactly, Aaron says, I'd watch any video with Ivy on the thumbnail. Just every single live stream, every single video we ever release on YouTube, just include a little shot of Ivy. Davenport opening with Queen Jack, Pardo folding the button. Joubert with 8-3 off. Nope. And so we have the short stack, Stanovicius with King 5 in the big. Defends, leaving himself 8 bigs behind. Queen Jack 10, all spades. Woo! Street flash potential, Maria.
Very interesting flop here. You know, both players obviously with a whole lot of board. Can't blame Davenport for just putting in the C bet. Pretty small, just the min.
So this is a post-flop flip. 2-pair against the open-ended straight flush draw. And if you're Stanovicius, you just get it in here?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what he has behind, you know, you do have so much equity. So it looks like he's going to opt here to raise, and with the plan to get it in, should Davenport have a hand that he wants to put him all in with. You want to try to realize your equity by seeing both the turn and the river. So, you know, when you just have such a shallow stack back in relation, you're just going to be happy to put the rest in.
Interesting that Davenport just calls, and that is the straight for Stanovicius.
Yeah, just under.
How are you feeling about 2-pair now on this board, Maria? I mean, I know that your opponent only has 61k behind, but how much are you hating that ace on the turn in Davenport's position?
I mean, you know that obviously there's going to be some King X there in the check raises. There's going to be some flush draws in there. And, you know, certainly you're not going to be too happy with this turn when it completes one of the main draws your opponent can have. But as you mentioned, James, the problem here is, you know, Stanovicius only has about half pot back.
Yeah. Oh!
Okay.
Now they're both playing the board. So first of all, that turn card is annoying for Davenport, and now that river card is annoying for Stanovicius. I kind of feel
annoying.
Considering this was pretty much 50-50 on the flop, I kind of feel this is a fair outcome.
I mean, that's true. If we're going by percentages, you're right. But I'm annoyed because now we're going to have to sing the Chop Pot song.
What could possibly go right? So Stanovicius shoves and gets called, and this will be tabled. This will be a chop pot. And Maria, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
It could have been worse. That's all I'm going to say, guys. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, bear in mind, everybody, this is the first EPT live stream in 2025. I am on remote satellite, which is a little glitchy.
Yeah. Now, as we said yesterday, the uplink is 250 euros per minute. We were given an option of a minimal delay, like low latency satellite link. They wanted 580 euros per minute for that, and I'm sorry, the budget just couldn't stretch. So you have to deal with chop pot songs that are slightly out of sync.
Okay, but how about chat? We go for like a little constructive criticism, right? Like, do I need to go earlier?
Maria,
Like, you
Maria,
guys just telling me that it
Maria,
was terrible
Maria,
does not help me.
Maria, you're talking to a live stream audience on YouTube and asking for constructive criticism. Come on.
Good point.
69 remain. Nice. Svev has opened with ace-king. Davenport has kings, blockers, etc. Davenport 3-bets to 65,000. Well, this is interesting because these are two of the biggest stacks of the table.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a consideration when it gets back to ace-king here, because you really don't want to be playing such a huge pot out of position. You don't necessarily want to be putting in the 4-bet here, because what would you do if you got 5-bet shoved on? I think calling here is the prudent thing to do.
Okay, 10, 9, 8. So a straighty flop, but does not change the outcome right now. Davenport's still ahead and nearly a 9-1 favorite. Action goes check, check. 5 of hearts on the turn. Davenport now a 95% favorite.
Yeah, I think Davenport's a little bit concerned because there are going to be some sets in... how are we saying his last name, James?
Svev? Svev?
All right, all right. In Svev's range, he can certainly have, of course, 10s, 9s, 8s. Sometimes we'll also have, the queen jack suited. So Davenport just controlling the size of the pot with that check back on the flop. And of course, calling the turn, and now pretty happy to see that river, because now he is beating any of those flop sets. So whatever amount this is going to be, it's not going to work, but you can't blame Svev for trying.
Yeah, having rivered top pair bets 103,000. I guess the question is whether Davenport can raise here with top set.
I feel like given this sizing, I would definitely consider putting in a raise. It does feel like sets, straights would try to go a little bit bigger, especially because Davenport has shown that he can very likely have an overpair in this spot, an overpair on the flop at least, right? And so given the way that the action has progressed through these streets, I feel like knowing Davenport should have a fairly strong range here. If you had a hand like a set of 10s or queen jack, you would definitely want to try to extract a little bit more value, because technically the king shouldn't change all that much, for a hand like queens and jacks on the flop. Does appear like Davenport is reading the room.
$385,000 total.
And in some regards, this would have been easier. Svev just did not hit top pair on the river, because he would have an easy fold if he just whiffed the river and he bets and gets raised. He would just fold. But now he's thinking, yeah, a bit of a crying call, but can't really fold. It's a little too strong, I think.
Wow, that was a huge pot. That was a 7-figure pot, more than $1 million in the middle. And that pot is getting pushed in the direction of Matthew Davenport, who is the new table chip leader with nearly 1.4 million, close to 140 big blinds. And Yevgeny now playing 841k, which is 84 big blinds, still a big stack. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a 10k big blind ante. We're only 20 minutes into this blind level, and we have a raise here from Rafael Navas with ace-10. King-6 suited for Dimitri Joubert. He folds. Aramis Stanavicius remains the short stack at the table, hovering around the 10 big blind mark, folds the button. Round to the big blind, Josep Valls, who's got about 20 bigs. 7-3 off, no.
Not every hand is defendable from the big blind.
No.
Not even with a BB ante.
So we're going to go out into the field, Maria, and check on our previous feature table. And there is a hand between Hala Karam and Arta Emig. Emig has shoved the river. That board is ace, king, king, 10, 3. Karam playing a time bank. A straighty paired board. She calls all in. And Emig tables ace, jack. Aces and kings with a jack kicker. She has ace 4. She was playing the 10 on board, and Hala Karam is eliminated in 69th place, cashing for 14,900 euros.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, was it just me, or did he turn over his hand kind of slowly? But okay, I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he was bluffing. I thought he was kind of going for the muck almost.
I don't like to call people out for slow rolling, but that did feel a little bit slow motion, the way the hand was tabled there.
I thought my feet had stopped.
Maybe it's one of those situations where he's kind of like sheepishly showing his hand because he might be thinking, well, if I'm called here, I might probably beaten. Anywho, net result, Hala Karam out. OG1 says he may have felt bad for her. Well, if you feel bad for someone, just give them the bad news straight away. Don't make a meal out of it.
Yeah, let's just rip that Band-Aid off.
Apoorva Goel raising here with king 6 of clubs. And just to answer Sacramento's question, that cash game we talked about, it's a 10-25 game. 10 euros, 25 euros will be the blinds. Single straddle allowed, so it could become like a 10-25-50 game very quickly. There's one thing we know about Chris Eubank Jr. is he's used to playing high, so I don't expect the pots to be small.
Yep. I was going to say, I feel like the double straddle might be on. Is that allowed?
No. Single straddle only. Okay. Don't come in here trying to change the rules. Joseph Valls still hovering around the 20 big blind mark.
So what's the latest over there? What am I missing? James, has anything changed since last year?
Were you here last year, or did you miss last year as well?
I feel feel like I was, but maybe I wasn't.
For some reason, I kind of think last year you were live via satellite as well. I could be mistaken.
Trying to think. These, I don't know, they all blur together.
But to answer your question, no, more of the same, to be honest. Still have the supercars outside, a very bustling cash game area. Side events, very popular. Festival got off to a great start with the PokerStars Open and the PokerStars Cup. The Open drawing a huge field, beating the record from last year. I have been taking advantage of the happy hours in the Players' Lounge.
Ooh.
Queen 5 deuce on the flop, 10 still good. I'm slightly disturbed that there are people who seem to know Maria's schedule better than she does. Consensus is that you weren't here in 2024, Maria.
Okay. Well, I'm glad somebody's keeping my schedule
Stalking you.
straight. But yeah, well, but it's for my own good, though, really.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, Stalker's definitely there for your own good. Navas second in chips at the table. Down to 66 players now. So very achievable tomorrow with 5.5 levels on the docket to get down to 16. And that will be the plan, I imagine, that we will either play a full 5.5 levels or stop when we get down to the last 2 tables. Yes, Ultimate Football, there will be a PokerStars Cup at EPT Barcelona. There will be a PokerStars Open at EPT Barcelona. Anytime there is an EPT, you're always going to have a 1K Open in the days leading up to the EPT main event. So there are standalone Opens with the events in Namur and Malaga coming up this summer. And then you have the Opens that are bolted on to the EPTs in Barcelona, Malta and Prague.
Are you going to some of the other standalone opens?
No immediate plans. The summer months, I've already made my plans. I will be in Vegas for the World Series. I will be playing my first ever seniors event. I will be playing the tag team event. And I will be playing the Battle of the Ages.
Oh, right. I saw that event. That actually looks kind of cool. I'm sure I know who your tag team partner is.
Yes.
That'll be fun.
So I'll be the person who plays.
No arguing.
I'll be the person who plays one orbit, and then I will basically just hand off to the accomplished poker player.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like that makes sense because we don't want to get into arguments about, oh, my chip stack was this much before you took over, and now it's not.
Indeed. I actually think I would personally make a change to the rules for that event, by the way. I would make it much more of a kind of balanced event where you kind of have to change every level or have to play a certain number of orbits. At the moment, any pro can just find some rando to play like 5 hands and then play the rest themselves.
For sure. I mean, I think that I kind of liked it better pre-COVID where there were 4 players on a team.
Oh.
Or you could have up to 4 players on a team versus just 2. I don't know. I think that adds more of a team dynamic. You know, 2 players are a team, but 4, I feel like there's just more kind of considerations that can be made.
More arguments.
Yeah. That's what we like to see. BVB spot here. Pardo in position with the draw.
That bet of 90,000 on the turn is going to win Juan Pardo this pot. Juan Pardo, third on Spain's all-time money list, 15 million in live earnings. And his best cash at a PokerStars event came in Barcelona pre-pandemic in 2019, where he won the 50K event for a cool €1 million. And then during the pandemic, during lockdown, we saw Malacca style at many a final table.
I feel like Juan Pardo is one of those players where, you know, they were really able to kind of transition very seamlessly between online and live. I think sometimes some really great online players, they're just not used to some of the aspects of the live setting, you know, such as sometimes they might misclick and put in the wrong amount of chips because they're so used to everything kind of being digital. And sometimes they might give off something more live than they realize because they're not used to having to kind of hold that composure face to face. But Juan Pardo has just put up so many great results live.
Yeah.
In addition to all of his online success, of course.
Game It All says how to enter for 2026. I mean, I don't mean to sound obtuse, but the simple answer is you show up with money in your pocket and you pay the buy-in. If you're talking about playing the main event, it's 5,000 euros. Talking about playing the PokerStars Open, it's 1,000 euros. If that's outside your bankroll, try and qualify. Satellites running on PokerStars, Power Path running every day, giving you the chance to win. Power passes that can be redeemed for packages to PokerStars live events. There is no barrier to entry other than money. Joubert shoving small to big, had the short stack Stanovicius on his left, takes it down. Nacho S asks, how many years have you guys been narrating poker? I like that. I like the idea of being a narrator. Maria, I know your kind of story as a poker player. What was your first commentary gig? How long have you actually been doing behind the mic stuff?
Okay, so my first ever commentary gig was with the Heartland Poker Tour. I'm not sure. Are you familiar with that?
I know the Heartland Poker Tour, yeah.
James?
Yep.
Okay, and it was 2013. They just kind of called me on a whim. I think their other commentator at that point had to leave. And so they were like, Maria, we know you've never done commentary before, but we really think that you would be great at it. And I was like, well, how what makes you think that? No. And they were like, we want to give you the chance if you want to come out and just film a couple of episodes in post. And I was like, sure, why not? I don't know. I think when you're younger, you just don't have that fear of failure. I was like, yeah, sure. I might be terrible at it, but why not give it a go? And it worked out. And I'm so glad that they took that chance on me, because up until then, James, as far as I know, there was no other woman commentator in terms of strategic analysis.
Yes.
You know, there were some women in like anchor positions or maybe even play-by-play, but it was nice to be given that opportunity for sure. And now here I am still 12 years later.
Here you are. Well, interestingly, I am marking / celebrating this very month my 20th anniversary. The first ever poker commentary gig I did was in May 2005, which was the PokerStars World Cup of Poker.
That's awesome. Congrats on your 20-year anniversary.
Thank you.
How did they find you? How did they find you?
I've told the story many times. I got invited as a journalist, as a radio presenter, to play EPT Deauville that year. And when I was in Deauville, I met some of the senior people from PokerStars, including one of the co-founders, Mark Scheinberg. And when they were looking for people, because they were making more content, they're making more TV shows, there wasn't like a ready stable of poker commentators. So it's like, hey, that guy we met in Deauville, you know, the radio presenter, he could probably do play-by-play, right? So should we screen test him? Should we audition him? Cut to. Here we are now.
And the rest is history.
And for the first few years, as I've always said, I thought it was just going to be a side hustle, a side gig while I was doing, you know, radio shows. But it then became a full-time profession.
And now you've traveled all over the world.
Yeah.
And
the key.
And now you're a PokerStars pro. The evolution.
Yes. I think the key thing where I got I mean, obviously all of it is luck, all of it is circumstance, but when Colin Murray became too famous to continue doing the EPT and I was able to basically take over that gig, that was the sea change.
I don't even remember Colin Murray.
You hear his voice at the start of every single EPT broadcast. He's the guy screaming, "Stavage takes the win here in Barcelona." That's a terrible impersonation, by the way, but yeah. Colin, who is a very talented broadcaster, currently presents Countdown, by the way, on UK TV. Also does a lot of football coverage, did a lot of American sports on Channel 5 back in the day, was also a radio DJ, used to do the evening session on Radio 1. Yeah, so Colin was the original EPT commentator for seasons 1 and 2, and then season 3, as his profile started to really grow in the UK and he was getting more mainstream gigs, was just unable to fit the EPT into a schedule. And I got to do half of the events in season 3 and then took over the tour in season 4.
And now you're just a wealth of EPT knowledge, I feel like.
The weirdest thing is that we had never met and we had never spoken to each other until 2021. Do you remember, Maria, when we had the Big 20 where we celebrated the 20th anniversary of PokerStars? So Joe and I had Colin on the podcast, and it's the first time I'd ever spoken to him, and I said I very much see myself as the Roger Moore to his Sean Connery, and he very kindly said I was more like the Pierce Brosnan to his George Lazenby, which was a very kind thing to say.
Well, give us kind of the what that means for people who are not big 007. Like, what is the Pierce Brosnan?
Well, basically, Pierce Brosnan is a popular choice as 007, who has many fans. George Lazenby is widely regarded as the worst actor to play James Bond.
Oh, okay.
I forgot I was making a cultural reference to a film that was made before the year 2000. So Maria hosted no chance of getting it.
No, there was no way. I was lost.
That's right, IB. Colin started with John Duthie. John, the founder of the EPT, was also the co-commentator, was the analyst on the early seasons. Do you know who else was a regular co-commentator during the early years of the EPT? Barney Boatman.
And you know, here Barney is winning EPTs after all these years.
He won a trophy last night, Maria. He won the PLO High-Low here in Monte-Carlo.
Wow. Jack of all trades, that.
So we get to the river. Val's flop best with a pair of sixes. And sixes are still good.
Yeah, looks like it went bet flop by novice and check on the turn. And what does novice want to do on this river now that it's been checked to? You know, it does feel a little bit almost like Val's hand is a little face up, you know, just with the line that he's taken, a little bit passive, but does appear to have some type of showdown value. It feels a lot like a weak pair, something like a 6X, but novice doesn't want to try to bluff bottom pair here.
And small pot won by Joseph Valls, who's hovering around the 25 big blind mark, as is Apoorva Goel, sat next to him. Oramis Stanovicia still the short stack at the table with 9 big blinds, with 63 players remaining. Joubert with ace-5. That's right, Ed. Colin, John, Barney have all been guests on the podcast. I think one of the best episodes we've ever recorded is our extended interview with John Duffy, talking about how he founded the EPT and what ultimately went wrong for him, how he ended up completely losing control of the tour and how it basically became a PokerStars event and some of the mistakes that he made as a businessman. A very candid interview with John. That one we recorded in August last year ahead of the EPT's 20th anniversary. So that is definitely an episode that I would recommend you listen to, even if you can't download every single show we've ever done. There are around 350 of them now.
Yeah, I think it's actually so important, you know, especially whether it's in a podcast setting or just, you know, traditional interview setting. Ooh.
That's a man down.
We'll go back to that.
That's Arnaud Ensemble eliminated in 63rd place. Waving goodbye as he cashes for nearly 15,000 euros. Sorry, Maria, you were saying?
I was just saying how it's so important to kind of get these, you know, takes on poker from maybe before some of our time, you know, just to hear the stories of the people that really, you know, created these tours or have been a part of poker for so long. It's so important to kind of have these stories recorded so that we can kind of get that piece of history, because it's so easily forgotten. I think so many people, especially those entering into poker now, they don't realize how difficult it must have been, you know, 15, 20, 30 years ago to really bring poker to the place that it is now, with the proliferation of all of these international tours and having live streams, even, you know, being on TV. Just that whole evolution is so interesting. And I think a lot of those stories end up getting lost.
Game It All asks how many entries. It's on the screen. 1,195 total entries, with 62 players now remaining. Total prize pool in this event of nearly 5.8 million. And most of that prize pool still to be paid out, including the 1 million up top.
All right, Davenport, what do you want to do here with the raise and a call in front of you while you're holding ace-queen from the big blind? You know, granted, you are facing a raise under the gun, but some people might see this as a good spot to squeeze. I do like that Davenport chose the aggressive route. I think I would have preferred maybe a slightly larger sizing, given the fact that he is out of position and he is up against 2 players in this pot.
Great leveraging 3-bet as well, because it's very tough for Vals to just flat here with his stack size. And is forced to fold the king-queen. Davenport consolidates his lead at this table, now playing 1.4 million, more than 140 big blinds, as we reach the halfway point of this level. Plenty of 25k chips for Davenport. The blues being 5k and the yellows being 1k. Maria, remember what I said was going to happen for the second half of the level?
Oh, no.
That sigh denotes the return of Joe Stapleton to the booth.
Hello, my babies, except for Maria Ho.
James, take me with you.
Well, you think I can't handle this on my own? I can't do it well,
You know,
but I can do it.
You know, it's just about whether or not I'm going to have to rein you in today, States. Well, what are you going to say today?
I honestly, even I don't know.
He's a loose cannon.
I am the original loose cannon.
I still haven't watched the trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6. Have you seen it?
Yeah, but it was all like cinematic stuff. Like, I don't really care. I want to see gameplay.
All right.
Anyway, Davenport's in the hand, so we should probably couch this conversation. Nothing?
Nope.
So far, so good?
Pocket 3 still good. And 3's still ahead.
Yeah, nice, safe turn card after the action went check on the flop, but Davenport seemingly just trying to get to a cheap showdown. You know, it's always a little dangerous when Juan Pardo is to your left. Juan Pardo, who really doesn't have a showdown value with the 6 high right now, which is probably the main factor in why he decides he wants to bet this street.
Sticky. Davenport calls the 15K. Queen on the river. 3's still good.
There was a sticky Davenport in my house growing up.
I honestly have no idea what you're on about.
No.
You don't know what a Davenport is?
No.
It's a type of couch.
Oh.
It's furniture.
Never heard of it.
It's like
Same, and I'm American.
Every single office in Mad Men has a Davenport in it.
But, like, do you feel like it's an East Coast term, maybe?
No, it's a smart person term.
Oh, wow. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouchie.
As I said to you, Maria, good luck.
In some parts of the U.S., a Davenport is an especially fancy sofa, while in others, it's one that can be converted into a bed. The name comes from 19th century Massachusetts furniture maker H.A. Davenport and Company. The family name Davenport goes back to a town in Cheshire, England.
Okay, so technically, James should have known. And also, it is kind of an East Coast thing because, ooh, nice call.
I'm just going to say you don't find these Davenports on Wayfair.
Very nice call from Davenport. Just did not believe, despite the big sizing Pardo chose to take on that river. Ha.
Davenport now up to 1.5 million, playing more than 150 big blinds. And just before I love you and leave you, I'm going to remind you that we have got a couple of live events coming up this summer. The PokerStars Open will be in Belgium, in Namur specifically, May 28th to June 9th. And then a few days later, Malaga. We were in Malaga last year, and we're back in Malaga this year. The Spanish leg of the PokerStars Open takes place June 16th through 22nd. All the information you need is in the PokerStars Live app, including dates of future PokerStars Opens. We've got Manchester coming up in October. We've got Cannes in December.
Wow.
All of these tournaments, of course, contributing towards the PokerStars Live League.
I don't have a home right now. I should have made a run for this PokerStars Live League. I should have just done it. I should have just gone pro. Action on Rafael Navas, who's made it 20,000. Sorry, this is Saboev. Evgeny Saboev. 3-bet ace-jack suited, okay. When is that album getting released? Daryl chimes into...
suited.
Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Maria.
No. I was just going to talk about the poker, but that's not what we're here for.
No,
so
you
go
should.
ahead.
You should. I didn't think this hand was going to continue.
Oh, but I did. No, I mean, I think just given how deep they are, 9-8 suited is a fine continue against the 3-bet. You are going to be live a lot of the times, but also, you know, you really are hoping for those straights and flushes type boards. This one, the ace high, just a little bit boring. Not much you can do there with the 9-8 suited. Okay, go ahead, address the chat.
Well, it was going to have your back here, actually. Daryl says if you watch Antiques Road Trip, you'd know that in Britain, a Davenport is a small desk, not a sofa.
Ooh, haha. So I'm not stupid.
Well, Yevgeny Saboev up to 832,000. 83 big blinds. How deep is this table? That 83 big blinds, you're third in chips. That's wild. Matthew Davenport has found some change in the cushions. He's got 154 big blinds. And Navas is going to open again, this time with ace-9. And Davenport's got pocket kings. Enough with the Davenport, please. How about enough with you? You banned. It's not that often I get an opportunity like this to make an obscure reference for one person.
Yeah, let Stapes have his fun.
Davenport wins, by the way, with the re-raise.
I mean, all he does is win. I've just been seeing him take down pot after pot after pot.
How's LA, Maria?
It's LAing, you know. The weather's weird here right now. It is overcast almost every day. I don't know where the sun has gone. But, you know, other than that, traffic per usual.
Means you're leaving the house at least.
Yeah, some. Just for
appointments
with the doctor.
Froyo? Any Froyo?
And Froyo. A little bit of Froyo. There are only
Vols.
two things I will leave the house for.
Vols with King 10 suited. Davenport's in with the Grafton of spades. Joubert on the button with ace queen.
70.
I think that sounded like 70.
Yeah, this is just a nice spot that Joubert has been able to find. Nah.
Time to let this
Not
one
with the under the gun.
go.
Not with the under the gun opener. Still yet to act behind you and a flatter.
There goes the under the gun. Davenport, do not dare fold this.
He's like, I've seen this trick before, the old squeeze. I'll take care of that.
Don't you dare. You're on a heater. You can't be stopped. Oh, no.
No kill pot for him. Some people just don't know when to play the rush.
He folded like a bed hidden in a couch.
Okay, that was the last one. Stapes. Truly.
Is that a
You're good
challenge?
Yeah, it's a challenge to find new material for the remainder of this level, please.
I think there's a little bit of juice left in it, to be honest. I mean, with 156 big blinds, Davenport definitely has like a bit of a cushion, wouldn't you say? Oh, God. You didn't want to laugh, but I got you. Pocket
I
queen.
feel like
Yes,
I have to
yes.
give it to you just for how quickly you came up with it after I told you to stop. You know?
Stanovicius all in with 2 queens. No, Goel. Goel, check your Skype. That's an old one. And no action there either.
You know, 6 big blinds still does have some fold equity.
Up to 9 big blinds now.
Woohoo!
Ah, look at this. Look at these two, huh? Huh? Oh, come on. Give him a little back. Don't leave him hanging. Steve Bliss is asking about the June Gloom and the May Gray. Is that happening right now?
Oh, May Gray is fully on. It is. Feels worse than Gray, actually.
Okay. Apurva. I approve of this raise. And so does Maria Ho.
I like that one. I do. I approve of that joke.
I approve of that joke. And another actionless pre-flop raise.
Yeah, what's going on here, everyone? Are you guys tired? I mean, there's not a pay jump for a few more spots, so what's the deal?
Well, we've got action elsewhere, luckily, and we have people on it. There it is. Jose Ignacio Nacho Ibarbero playing against Sebastian Gael, not to be confused with Goel. King high flop, 2 clubs. Nacho's bet 20,000. Gael folds. And we've got Nacho on around 338,000, which is below average. Oh, man, do you remember when he was on the feature table yesterday and he was like, "Oh, I don't like being on a feature. I was watching so many good videos." And now he's watching good videos. Good for him.
I feel like there's so many other reasons why people don't always enjoy being on a feature table, and that's not usually the main concern, but it is not, Joe. Like, what about the fact that people, you know, get to see your whole cards after? What about the fact that the players at your table are gaining information on you. That could be used against you, no?
Yeah.
No, that's not important.
No, Nacho just wants to be, he doesn't want to be taken away from his Instagram reels. Top pair for Vals. Bottom pair for Smoev. $10 on the turn.
Interesting.
Yeah, after no betting action
Yeah.
on the flop.
You know, you don't always expect to see that check back by top pair, but, you know, I would assume that at some point a delayed c-bet is worth making. I think now the problem is there's just too much out there, I think, for bottom pair, but, you know, still undeterred despite the fact that every other card on that board is an overcard to their pair.
You said
Just
turd.
keeps getting worse.
Smoev's for no good. Doesn't have to face a bet at least, considering this board just got real bad for a king also. I will take this opportunity to answer this question from IB1234, who says, Joe Stapleton, are you still doing stand-up? Well, hell yeah, I am. By the end of this trip, I will have headlined on 3 continents. North America, Asia, and coming up a week from Saturday, Amsterdam, Europe.
You're just living the life, Stapes. I actually really am interested to hear about your Japan trip a little bit more. I just love Japan.
Japan was awesome. They love poker there. Like, love, love, love poker. They were super stoked to have me there, which I was shocked by. They wined and dined me.
Was the food just not amazing? I can't get over how good everything I eat in Japan is.
The food was amazing. Now,
I feel a butt coming.
there is a butt coming. A lot of it, you know, I was being treated by my host, and a lot of it was like, eat this bowl of bugs. And I'm there going, nom, 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 nom. I really love these bugs. How many do I have to eat so it's not rude?
Okay, so you just felt bad saying no to trying some of the local delicacies, but you
Yes,
probably wish
because I was at a
you could have
really
gone out on your own.
Exactly. I was at a really exclusive sushi restaurant. Oh boy. Pair of 10s for Joubert. Set of 9s for Goel. Go. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, so I was at this really exclusive sushi restaurant, like straight out of Kill Bill. I had room for like 6 people. I had to go up like 7 flights of stairs to get to it. This guy just like whips out a box of fish. And he's like, this one's a whale's penis. And I'm like, okay, fine, sure. And I'm like, you got any more tuna in there?
But how did it taste?
I'm at a point in my life where it's really hard for me to get past the idea of what the thing is, even though it's all, you know, you're still eating like the meat of the flesh of an animal. Some of it weirds me out, some doesn't, and it's hard for me to get past it. So I wasn't a big fan when I said the bowl of bugs. Like there was a bowl of really tiny shrimp that, you know, it was all antenna and eyeballs and shells and I'm trying to think of some of the stuff that I kind of choked down at that meal because I didn't want to be rude. Goel's bet 65,000.
Yeah, things definitely start getting a little bit dicey for Joubert here. So you do see him release. I was hoping for maybe some backdoor straight equity there on the turn, but just in no man's land there with second pair facing another barrel.
Like, I went to a place that had horse sashimi. It was horse sashimi and sea bream, which is raw horse. And I was like, are you sure this isn't horse sashimi and sea biscuit?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like I'm a little bit of an adventurous eater when I need to be, when I'm like trying things for the first time.
Yeah.
But I don't know how I would do with those things. I think that's a little bit out of my comfort zone. But I also would feel bad saying no.
Well, luckily, it was just like one little piece, like on a cracker. And so they were like, do you want it on white wheat or thoroughbred? And so I just went for that. And then it was such a small piece that I kind of knew where, you know, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse came from, because it really wasn't very much at all.
Look, if nothing else, it gave you more material for your next stand-up gig. I mean, look, you've already come up with 2 good ones right there.
I told 3 jokes, though.
Ooh. Well, one of them was not funny.
You have to let me know which one later. A couple people in chat did ask where in Amsterdam. I'm at Boom Chicago at the 10:15 show a week from this Saturday on the 17th of May. So Saboev has opened 9-6 from the button. Pardo defends ace-10. Queen 9-7, 3 hearts. And both players do have a heart. Pardo with the very relevant ace of hearts.
Yeah, Saboev's c-bet here really just designed to fold out any type of overcards to his 9s that, you know, obviously don't contain a heart. That just, you know, allows him to take down the pot right now. But Pardo has the part of his range that he is definitely going to continue with.
Ace on the turn. Obviously a good card for Juan. But it is Saboev who is firing 34,000 into a pot of 79.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting because I think sometimes with a pair of 9s with the flush draw, you can find a check back here because you're kind of in a weird situation where if Pardo calls, you probably don't think your 9x is very good. You're not really going to get better hands to fold, and worse hands will likely not call, just given the texture of this board now.
5, 6, 7. No, it's just a 9. Check, check. Top pair good. Now, I know this is kind of boring, Maria, but I do love ramen. And I had some pretty awesome ramen in a couple different spots.
I feel like ramen in Japan is just one of those things where you could literally walk into any place and it would be 10 times better than the ramen you find here.
That's more or less what happened, yeah. And then one thing that was actually really cool is that one day for lunch, Tana was like, oh, I found this tonkatsu pork place. And we went there and we had lunch and the pork was out of this world. It was like slightly undercooked, which I know sounds gross, but I'm like, hey, in Japan, they know what they're doing. So it was like real, just like rare, I guess. And we ate there. We had beers, totally full, great portions. It was like $30 a piece, including drinks. And then we left. He was like, oh, yeah, that was a Michelin star restaurant. And
oh, yeah.
That's the cool thing about Japan is that like there's just Michelin star restaurants everywhere.
Yeah, Japan has more Michelin star restaurants per capita than any other country in the world.
I think it's per capita and just total as well.
Oh, well, all right then. Story checks out.
All right, well, we've got an open here from the short stack. Strange open under the gun. Has been 3-bet by Navas with the pocket tens. And an open with a fold on a 9 big blind stack.
Yeah, I think just trying to get away with a little bit of a wide open with that ace blocker. You know, and once you're met with resistance, you just know that it's not going to play too well.
You got to give him credit for giving it the old college try.
Yeah, certainly has been really trying to find some spots to chip up. Just has not worked out for him so far.
Well, we've got someone with access to ChatGPT that wants to prove you right, Maria. France has the most Michelin-starred restaurants with 636. Japan is second with 387, followed by Italy with 381.
Right, and I said per capita, right? So...
Yeah, I said prove you right.
Right, because you had said that in general.
I did.
It's hard to beat France on that one.
Goel opening under the gun with ace-king. Vols getting a little out of line with the under the gun +1 king-queen offsuit 3-bet. Got a better hand to fold. Senna Vicious. Gonna have to let this one go.
Not happy about it.
And Goel is able to ship it over the top, take it down. Now there's an argument over in chat over which country has more people, France or Japan. Everyone very, very confident that they're correct. It's amazing that thousands of people with access to all the world's information right now are still getting something wrong, while two people that are just guessing stuff off the top of their head are pretty close.
I mean, isn't that just a little bit of a...
Confidently wrong.
I mean, I feel like that's really indicative of what's going on in the world, though, right? On a larger scale. I feel like, you know, people have access to a lot of information these days, and they are not using their critical thinking skills.
Vols with 2 10s. But Japanese people are shorter, so there's more French people in terms of mass. Goel is defended with a difficult hand to run down 10s with. Hits the 8, could be trouble.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, especially because we see Balls, you know, started this hand with about 20 bigs, so Goel might lose a chunk here. You know, there is going to be a portion of Balls' range from under the gun that are just 2 overcards still. You know, not necessarily needing to have an overpair to c-bet on this really dry texture.
I've never regretted a conversation more of all the things that we've ever talked about. I'm just going to start timing people out for an entire day who continue on with this. Vols bet 32,000. Well, now trying to figure out what to do with second pair, which was no good to begin with, even when it was top pair.
Yeah, and that king, of course, is going to interact with some of those overcards that I mentioned that Vols will be c-betting with on the flop. So you do see Guel making the wise decision to fold there, and that king definitely saved him some more chips.
Time for a change of scenery. Outer table action. Georgios Onesphorou all in pre-flop versus Sebastian Mallets. Mallets has sixes up against jacks, but the board runs out here with a 6 on it. So Mallets eliminates Onesphorou, cashing for nearly 15,000 euros. And we've got to be approaching another pay jump. We are indeed. 55 is the next key number. Sebastian Mallets, former EPT champion, still in contention to do it again. Looks like Davenport has a hand he wanted to raise with. Oh boy. We know that no matter what that other card is, he's not in great shape against Goel. Who decides to play this a little tricky out of position. Just calls.
Yeah. I like it because I do think that the small blind is a place where we don't see a lot of traps from. I think, you know, people will trap out of the big, but the small is just one of those places that people are going to just be 3-betting quite often versus, you know, calling or folding. And so I think there's just going to be these scenarios where you might want to find that cheeky little flat in the small blind, especially against a pretty active player. Davenport certainly has been opening his fair share.
9 of spades on the turn. So there are some cards that are good for Davenport in that other spot, and there are some cards that are bad. King, queen is, I guess it can't be king, queen of spades, but king, queen, not good. Queen, jack, very good. And Goel's bet 50.
Kind of can understand
50,000.
Yeah,
Yep.
this lead now. Because you don't really want to give a hand like a Queen X or a Jack X a free card to a straight. The board is definitely getting a little bit more textured, and you want to make sure you're still capturing value with top set.
Davenport does make the call. Fairly inconsequential river here. I mean, we know it's inconsequential. I think Goel's got to bet again, right?
Yeah, and I think you can go a little bit bigger on the sizing. You know, of course, Goel flatting from the small blind could have some 2-pair hands, some, 10-9 suited, some 9-8 suited, maybe some king-10 suited. But they might also have some type of pair and straight draw hands that they're bluffing, right? Like maybe some jack-10s, some queen-10s that they might try to turn into a bluff, some 9x type holdings as well. So I do think that...
Oh, boy.
Ooh, uh-oh. Ooh,
Davenport announces
Davenport.
all in.
Queen Jack alert. That's gross.
This is so gross. I mean, the good news is that Goel bet less than half pot. Is Davenport really the type to look at a small bet like that and turn his hand into a bluff?
But we also have to remember that Goel does have some pretty good value hands. Okay.
We're going to see it. Goel makes the call. That's a lot of outs for Davenport. Wow, Davenport does do it with queens. My goodness. Holy.
Dang. All right. I see you, Davenport.
So my read, dead wrong, assuming Davenport was turning his queens into a bluff. I feel like it might have been a value shove, but we're going to say it was a bluff gone wrong.
3-4-1. Nice one.
Wow. But I like that he went for it. I mean, did have the blockers. You know, again, Goel's hand was under-repped. And I think, again, that's just one of those things where if Goel had 3-bet pre-flop, sure, kings and queens probably would have gotten it all in pre anyways. But, you know, when you slow play like that, your opponent probably will be more willing to take those bluff spots with some of those straight blockers because they are essentially taking top set out of your range there when you don't 3-bet pre-flop.
That was a wild river. And Apoorva Goel doubles up to 872,000. Davenport still chip leader at the table. 'Tis but a scratch. Still has over 1 million chips. Good for 111 big blinds. Oh my God, Shane, who's saying it wasn't 42 outs, the hand was over. I know! James is right. The internet's the chat's real annoying today. Was trying his patience earlier. I thought that me as a small-minded, dumb individual, I thought I'd be speaking their language, but it's even too small-minded and dumb for me. Nick Reed says, small poker tell Davenport never looked back at his hand during the runouts, which usually means he has a pocket pair. Just my thoughts. I've never heard that before. I think if I have queen, jack of spades in that spot, I don't think I look back at my hand either. I will admit I'm pretty guilty of having to look back at my hand if it's like queen, jack, and I know it's 1 red, 1 black, and there's 3 spades on board. Like, I have to look a lot then. Maria, are you pretty good at this point at just knowing what you have, or do you ever have to look back?
Yeah, but sometimes you just end up second guessing yourself when it's for a huge pot or all your chips. You know, you just can't help but look back because you just don't want it to be the one time where you thought you knew for sure, but you didn't actually have what you thought you had. That just feels so much worse than just glancing back, you know?
Sometimes I say, you know what, I'm just going to pretend, like I did this recently where I knew I had a black ace and I wasn't sure which one it was, and I was like, I never bluff anyway, so I'm just going to jam the river if the spade hits, and it did. And I jammed the river, and then I was like, I know I have a black ace, and I'm not sure what it is, and it was the club. And I got called.
I mean, hey, 50-50, whatever. Could be worse odds.
Like, I don't bluff enough anyway, so I was okay with it, even though I got stacked.
No, and to be honest, I think that's good reasoning. Like, I actually genuinely feel like that is sound reasoning to just be like, I don't bluff enough in this spot or in general anyways. 50-50 chance I have the nut blocker. Let's go for it.
I remember you saying, like, I don't care if you make mistakes as long as you have a good reason for it. So
it's true.
Navas
I
has...
could not be prouder of you,
Thank
Joe.
you, Maria. Thank you. Navas with top pair, and my guess is that Pardo probably isn't trying to get to showdown with these threes. Pardo raised pre-flop, bet flop, over bet the turn, which is where we are now.
Yeah, I think this overbet on the turn would have been able to shed a lot of those weaker one-pair hands like the 8x, you know, maybe even a hand like pocket nines that decided to call from the big blind. And I think just against top pair specifically, which is now turned into two pair, of course, it's just going to be very difficult.
Does Pardo give up? Or does he give it his all? Which is surely going to end in disaster. He does give up. He does give up, and he's going to see what a bullet he dodged by not following through with the bluffs. As Rafael Navas rakes this decent pot. $116 big blinds. New table chip leader, Navas is. But don't get too comfy here at the feature table. We're going back out into the field where Nacho y Barbaro is once again in action. A quick all-in and a call. That was Alan Huberman who'd moved in on this 10-9-8 flop. Nacho snap called for a flop straight. Huberman's got two pair, 9s and 8s. River does not fill up for Huberman. And Nacho has got him covered. That puts Huberman out in 57th place for 14,900. Nacho on around 670 now. Alan, possibly Elon Huberman, eliminated. That takes us down to 56. That puts us on another pay jump. 14.9. If you finish 56, 55th, you're at over 17,000. Nice hand there for Nacho y Barbaro. All right, 3 minutes left on this level, then a break. We're going to keep this table, and there's only 45 minutes left in the day for this particular event because we have got a very rare treat cash game action kicking off at 10 p.m. local time. Spraggy, Rory, Adam, Spencer Owen, Felix Schneiders, and Chris Eubank Jr. all coming together, playing 10-25 with a straddle. Should be a pretty good time. James and I will be here. And we don't cover cash games very often, so this should be a treat for everyone. Stanovicius all in with at least the 9 of spades.
Yeah, just a little less fold equity than when he jammed earlier with 6 big blinds with queens and balls, ace-3 of clubs in the cutoff.
This is all good news for Stanavicius. Oh. Saboev. Look at that. You can't spell Saboev without SB. And Davenport in the BB. Yeah, come on now. Well, here's the good news. Oriamus. Or Remus, I should say. If you win, you're going to more than double up. The bad news, you got a lot to fade, I think. 8, 5, deuce, 2 clubs. Okay, ace 9's looking good, right?
Okay.
Pocket 9's are looking good.
Pocket 9s are looking good. 9-8 of spades is looking good.
Check, check. Can he fade the turn? 5 of clubs on the turn. Clubs maybe not the best for Stanavicius. Saboev does have that jack high flush draw now.
But listen, when you're all in, it also feels good to see the action on the side go check, check. Because you know they're not really there yet.
So this feels real good for Stanavicius. Let's just hope he doesn't have king 9. Davenport's ace high is going to win between he and Saboev. Stanavicius is standing up. Oh my God, it's queen 9. Oh no.
Oh, man.
Oh no. Queen 9. So that is going to do it for Arimas Stanavicius, who it looks like did make the pay jump, though. Since we just ticked down to 54. If he went out 55th, he did make the pay jump.
Thank you.
I need to take it off, yeah?
We leave our stuff.
And the table is discussing the fact that they have reached a break. Yeah, all right, Arimas. You could have cashed for 14-9, but you made 17-1. Not too bad. So reminder, this will be the last break of the day for the tournament. When we come back, we're going to play half a level, then another short break, and then some cash game action from here in Monte-Carlo. Let's have a look at the chip counts of these players who will be coming back after the break. Maria, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I'm sorry I had to ban so many people. I'm sorry you had to see that. After the break, it'll be James Hardigan and Nick Walsh checking out these 7 players. Maybe someone new will be delivered. Davenport, the chip leader, vows the short stack for now after Arimas hit the rail. Taking a short little break here. Don't go anywhere. More from EPT Monte-Carlo on the other side.
Follow the action at this year's EPT Monte-Carlo with Poker News, the official live reporting partner.
Five-handed now at the super high roller final table.
Ooh, you have more now.
I have 20 bigs.
I actually folded over
20
Jason
bigs?
in the small blind.
I think so.
Jason may just stuff it home here, small to big.
All in.
He shoves on Altagot.
Snap call.
Call.
Max does call, and Jason is dominated.
Just like America in the World Cup. He's out-kicked, too. I just realized that. Boom. Sorry, Jason.
Siva and Watson among the high rollers watching from the rail. So far, so good for Altagot.
Well, he's doing better than America. They're usually out in the first round.
Just a 10% chance that Mercia hits a 3 on the turn or river, down to 5% with 1 card to come.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Looking great for Altergot, though.
He's home and dry.
Unlucky spot for Jason, but shoving any ace there is standard for an aggro player into a short stack.
Well, Mercia and Altergot are now almost even after that double up for the Austrian, but Mercia does still have the chip lead.
And I'm here preparing for months.
I wasn't going to play either. Yeah? Did you decide the same day? The night before I decided to
I'm the only one who knew I was going to play this.
I didn't even know if I was going to Monte-Carlo.
You guys need to start planning ahead.
No, that's for suckers. Gotta live off the rush.
We're sweating with Sorel on this hand. We'll only see his hole cards. He raises his button with 8-7. Altergot in the big blind.
Altergot defending here is like getting a runaround from a cabbie. Standard.
He calls. Let's see what the flop brings. Jack 9-9. So Sorel has a gut shot. Altergot playing in flow. Checks to the razor.
We can continue here, but if we meet much resistance, I don't know how many more chips I want us to commit.
The continuation bet is 140,000. Altergot is calling.
Yeah, I'm ready to be done with this hand.
Well, let's see what comes on the turn. It's a 6. So Sorel is now up and down.
I will admit that sometimes it does take 2 barrels to get something like this done. We're going to get floated a lot on the flop with nothing.
Altergot has checked a second time. Looks like Sorel will bet a second time.
Sorel's an aggressive player, and that's going to win us this pot a lot.
And this is a big bet, 465,000. But Altergot is not folding.
I am really, 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 really ready to be done with this hand.
Altergot calls again. We go to the river with 1.6 million in the middle. It's a 6 on the river. Sorel is now playing the board.
I am 100% certain we can only win this hand with a bluff, and I'm only 4% certain that a bluff will work. Sorel, Booby, give it up.
He's counting out a bet. And thinks better of it. He checks behind. Altergot shows King 9 for a full house.
Wow.
God, I play good.
I guess it could have been worse.
Think he was going to call you?
Maybe if I move all in, I could rep the jacks.
Yeah, if you go all in, I totally think about it.
I was gonna bet, and then I saw like a little twinkle in your eye.
Really?
I just stopped myself.
Oh, yeah. Don't lie to me.
You have twinkle tells.
You're not good in it.
Well, right now we're going to flip reverse it and sweat with Max as he and Sorel go to the flop once again.
Round 2, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like they want to get sweaty together. Who's going to deliver the knockout blow?
Altergot defended his big blind against Sorel's button open. It's a 10-4 deuce flop. Bottom pair for Altergot. He checks to Mitzi.
I don't hate this flop. It's a world of possibilities until the turn is a non-heart, non-low card.
Sorel continues for 120,000.
Sorel's going to have to continue with most everything, including all of his airs, so we could be good, and we've got backdoors.
Altergot calls. And there is one of those backdoor draws. The nut flush draw for Altergot. He checks a second time.
Yes! We have a sweat.
Mitzi. He's betting again by the looks of things. Yeah, 350,000.
Again, we could have the best hand, and if a heart hits, we'll almost definitely have the best hand. What I'm saying here is call.
He does call. 1.4 million in the middle. And the river is a brick.
No! Sorry. Probably shouldn't have reacted like that.
Altergot checks a third time.
We could still have the best hand. Just check, please.
That is near enough a pot-sized bet. 910,000.
Oh, that's so much. Honestly, I think Sorel's going to turn up with a bluff here a lot. All the flop draws miss. He was raising for the button. However, unfortunately, I think some of Sorel's bluffs are going to be beating us. We can call if we're feeling saucy, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not a very saucy player.
Not today, my good man. I'm not feeling saucy. And Mitzi was bluffing.
Oh, they got us. That's why I said we should call.
Not as much as you, bro.
Nervous laughter is not the same as laughter. Believe me, I know.
Under the gun raise from Altagot with ace-8. Pocket 9s for Timothy Adams.
See you at the river.
I'm on.
He shoves for just 10 big blinds.
How much is it?
8-10.
I call.
Altagot calls.
Adams in a pretty good spot. This isn't even a race.
Altagot with just 1 overcard.
You guys want me to stay in, or?
Awkward silence alert. 7-7-4.
Good flop for 9s, no ace, low likelihood of counterfeit, barely a straight draw, and whoops, I guess he still had the ace draw.
Yeah, now Adams needs to hit a 9 to survive. And he doesn't.
All right, good game.
All right, ladies, don't tune out just yet. There's still Max Altagot. He's like a poker playing River Phoenix.
Mitzi and Mercia in the blinds. Altagot on the button, first to speak. He's got pocket jacks.
Incredibly strong hand, three-handed.
He raises to 200,000. Sorrel has king queen.
All in.
And he shoves.
Here we go.
Call.
Altagot calls, and we're off to the races again.
I had a jack.
That's good news for me. How do you wake up with a hand there?
Whoops.
Mitzi needs to hit to survive. It's a low flop.
I got a diamond.
If running diamonds hit, Mitzi's queen-high flush would be best.
The turn is the 3 of spades, taking away any backdoor possibilities. Mitzi needs to hit a king or a queen. He's got 6 outs.
Gonna need a pair.
It's a full house for Altagot.
Look, guys.
Mitzi exits in third for 679,000 euros.
Nice hand.
Sure.
All right, played great, buddy. Give me the hug. All right, good game, buddy.
Altagot's got queens. He raises. Mercia looks down at king 7 of diamonds.
Jason a big dog, and it doesn't look like he's folding.
Well, they say attack is the best form of defense, but his timing's a little bit off here. It's a 3-bet to just over $500,000.
Ill-timed at best.
And Altagot responds with a 4-bet. 1 million straight.
Max has given Jason a really good price, better than 3-1.
Jason calls.
His immediate odds were good, but his implied odds aren't great.
Jason flops bottom pair.
So he's probably committed to calling at least 1 bet here, but he can't be very enthused about this flop.
He checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Altagot continues for 700,000. Jason with 25% equity. Calls.
Tough to fold a pair heads up.
3.4 million in the middle. The turn card is a diamond. Jason's equity increases as he picks up the flush draw.
So he can't really fold here either. Maybe if Max makes a huge bet.
Mercia checks a second time. Altagot with an overpair to the board. Will bet again. 1.21 million.
This bet is big, and the stacks aren't really deep enough to just call this off on a whim.
How much you have behind?
Around 3.
I think it's very unlikely Jason just calls. Fold or shove?
On.
He shoves!
Jason knows he's going to get a fold here a lot, and in general is going to have a lot of equity against most hands. He is repping huge.
Call.
Altagot calls all in. He is currently ahead with queens, but Mercia can win the title right here with a king, 7 or diamond on the river.
14 outs for Jason Mercier is more like 25 outs. Science.
The river card is a brick. Queen's hold. Altagot gets a massive double up, becomes monster chip leader, and Jason Mercier is crippled.
His stack has been absolutely decimated. We'd like to say anything can happen, but it'll be tough to come back from this one.
280 left.
Not even 3 big blinds.
Jason is in big trouble. He's gonna need to double up about 5 times to get back to even with Max. And remember before when I said Jason was gonna be the favorite heads up? I changed my mind.
Mercier was the favorite coming into this final table. He was 1 card away from that EPT Triple Crown. You'd be foolish to bet against this guy right now. He's on the button in the small blind.
I assume we're playing this hand face up. He folds.
Do 7.
I don't blame him.
Take my chances next time.
When will it end?
And on the next hand, Jason will be in the big blind, which accounts for half of his remaining stack.
Altergot's already raised blind to put Jason all in.
I'm not folding.
Yeah, I'm not folding too.
Oh, you put it in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 220.
220?
210, sorry.
So Jason Mercier all in before any cards have been dealt.
Can you beat it?
No.
Not yet. You have to beat it first.
I beat it. 10-6.
10-6 of diamonds the hand for Mercier. Jack-9 the hand for Altagot.
All uphill from here.
6 on the flop.
And it begins.
Don't call it a comeback.
Okay, I won't.
But Jason is a 75% favorite to double up. The turn card is a 7.
Max picks up 4 more outs.
Interesting.
Altagot looking for a jack or a 9 or an 8 to make a straight. The river card is an 8, and that will do it.
Yeah, buddy. Played really well.
Jason Mercier's EPT Triple Crown hopes are dashed. Altagot is the super high roller champ, and he wins the max, more than 1.7 million euros.
What a debut for Max Altagot. That's what they call bursting onto the poker scene.
A raise on the button from Rob Hollink to 50,000 with Jack 8 suited. King 7 the hand from Brown and Schaefer.
Brandon's got a lot more chips than I was expecting him to have after that double up or double through.
And Brandon calls.
Defends with King 7, and we have a King 9-5 flop.
Brandon checks.
Top pair for Schaefer. He's a 94% favorite here.
And Rob bets 70,000.
Hollink continues for 70k.
Yeah, continuing in similar vein, very, very high frequency continuation bets we see in all of these hands, really. Not too much for Schaefer to have to protect against.
20,000 more. 70,000.
He is just going to make the call on the flop.
We know he loves protecting.
Taking us to the turn, which is the 8 of clubs. Hollink now with 3rd pair.
Schaefer's got a gut shot to go with his top pair.
Oh, Hollink slow down now that he picks up some showdown value against Jack 10 or Queen Jack. Looks like he has chips in hand. Not really sure what a bet here is going to accomplish, but there it is.
Smell that grapefruit.
Calms me down. I don't know why only 70.
Maybe you should heat up is better. Maybe you should heat up instead of calming down.
Yeah, I need to calm down.
Sniffing citrus to calm down.
He really needs to have a meeting with his management team after that, if that's what they came up with. All right, Brandon, here's your thing. It's a grapefruit, and you smell it to calm yourself down. It'll be huge.
River call.
So Schaefer calls the 70k. It's a jack on the river. That's 2 pair for Rob Hollink.
Well, not slowing down on the turn might pay dividends. This pot is 410,000 in the middle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Schaefer going to need to take a big old whiff of that grapefruit if we see a river bet.
Hollink shoves on Schaefer.
Straight to it. Tell me your secrets, grapefruit.
This is for the title as Brandon Schaefer calls all in and he is beaten. We are denied a 2-time winner. Two of the final 3 players were former champs, but it's Rob Hollink who is victorious and takes the inaugural EPT Grand Final title and trophy in Monte Carlo.
And welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour, Monte Carlo. We are in the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort for day 3 of the EPT main event. And we are about to jump back into the action. Back to the feature table. It's Nicholas Walsh alongside Griffin Benger. And here's a look at some chip leaders. Up top, 1.7 million for Toledano. Matthew Davenport, 5th in chips, 1.2. Lots of big stacks, Griff. What are your thoughts on big stacks?
Love them. Love big stacks, my favorite kind of stacks. Matter of fact, I don't care for any kind of stacks other than big stacks.
And here's a look at the feature table. One of those big stacks is there. Matthew Davenport is in fact headlining this new feature table, 1.2 million up top. Down at the bottom, 19 big blinds. Nobody particularly super danger zone territory.
And therefore I won't say it. I know the nice try.
No, it's okay. I tried to catch you out.
try.
I tried to catch you out, but we're looking
Not
good.
my first rodeo. All right.
We are back in the room of the stars. And there's a look at our FT. Couple other known faces here. Juan Pardo is somebody that jumps out immediately, otherwise known as Malacasta. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Looking forward to getting into this session. A reminder, this is only going to be a short one. This is the last session of the main event today, but you guys have more to look forward to later on because we will be covering some cash action. Which channel is that going to be on again? Is that on Spraggy's channel, I believe?
And PokerStars UK, I think, for that. Yeah, PokerStars UK.
It's going to be on PokerStars UK, also on Spraggy's YouTube and Twitch channels.
There you go.
So make sure that you have those followed ahead of time because our stream will come to an end in around 45-ish minutes time. And then you guys can tune into that separately. It will be a separate stream altogether, so don't miss it. Go ahead and give those a follow now. Moderators, help me with some links so people can click and follow. Back in the action here. Goel has raised King Queen in the cutoff. Has decided to 3-bet to 75K. Fierce look there, Griff.
Yeah. Good blocker. Attack. Playing very, very deep stack. Going to make it very difficult to play, to continue with hands such as Ace-9. Goel, a very calculated player. Takes a lot of time. Wants to make the right decision. And therefore, can be pretty balanced, but this one he knows. He knows the must goes.
Yeah, nice work there. So Griff, just a general question here. You're an experienced player. You played a lot of poker. Let's say we're trying to get better at pre-flop ranges. In the modern era, how is best to drill that? You know, do we think maybe some trainers are good for that, or what would be your methodology if somebody was brand new to poker and you're trying to get them up to speed with their pre-flop?
Yeah, I don't think that the shoes you're wearing matter much. So the trainers thing, I'm not sure. As we look at the prize pool here, as Nick shakes his head, we'll get to your question. But $1 million, euros up top. which in Canadian money is about 4.6 million. So this would be a real difference maker for me. All the way down to 10th place for 69,850. Six-figure club, final 8. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of tools out there. There always have been, but never as much as there are now when it comes to improving in poker. You know, to give a poke around, look out there. I would say be wary of the fact that you know, some of these sites and coaches they feel entitled to charge quite a bit of money because of the difference making they can do in your game. So find someone out there that's you know, reasonably priced, and I'm sure you can be improving in no time. But leave me out of it. I keep my secrets, like Gandalf.
Yeah. All right, keep your secrets.
Yeah. Little Harry Potter reference there for you guys.
Oh, the rage bait is real. And blind v blind action.
Yeah, Juan Pardo, again, also known as Malacca style. Nick, you an Assassin's Creed guy?
I have played. I can't say I'm going to be really thick on the lore, though.
Yeah, no, it's not a lore question, but one of my favorite, probably my second favorite Assassin's Creed of the, I would say 5, maybe 6 that I've played. Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Oh.
The Greek one.
Yeah.
And one of the best parts about that game, and frankly, the thing that kept me going, was how often they would curse and say Malacca. So I always think of that nice little time in my life when I see this beautiful, stubbly man with his handkerchief and squint.
Yeah.
Also Harry Potter-esque.
I have
Boy,
many Greek friends. There's a big Greek community in Brighton, actually, and it's a word we frequently use to reference each other.
There you go.
Yeah. And hand number 132, blind 6K, 12K. 54 players remain, guys. Just a reminder, top right if you are new of a field of 1195 entries. Everyone currently guaranteed a few buckers, 17,150 euros. 54, excuse me. Blind v blind action once again. And the big blind deciding whether or not to have a little raise here versus limp, I think. Queen Jack seems like a perfectly reasonable hand to raise if you feel inclined. The cool thing about the blind v blind situations, guys, is that you have absolute position. So usually you can only guarantee absolute position when you're on the button. Once all players have folded blind v blind, you have position on the small blind in the same manner.
Yeah, that is a bit trickier of a raise than I think you know, you may have suggested, just in the sense that, and I'm sure you know this as well.
If you get raised.
Yeah, you know, a sub 30 big blind stack, you know, if you had 2 6s there, that might have been played as a limp shove, and then you're folding out that great equity. I think there's a benefit also in checking that particular combo back, because a lot of weak queens and jacks offsuit are going to limp, and you can have dominate to the flop. So I think it's nice to have a mix, but not always be raising there.
Yeah, so probably more conventionally, we're going to have a more polarized raising range, right? We're going to have super strong stuff we don't mind stacking off with, and then really garbage stuff that we don't mind folding to a raise, right?
But you still want to punish those limps, like, you know, I mean, 10-9 is actually a decently strong hand blind on blind, but just getting that 7-5 off to fold out their equity is real nice. So I think either way is correct. The only play I don't like is open folding your hand, facing the limp.
So Griff, if I can probe here as well, are we going to see you taking down a turbo this trip by chance?
So I thought I was going to do it last night.
Yeah.
I jumped in that 1K with 30 big blinds, ran it up to 5 stacks, and then of all things got cooler blind on blind set against a flush.
Did you raise Queen Jack offsuit blind v blind? Is that what happened?
No, I limped with 4s to limp shove. He checked back 6-5 of clubs, and it came Jack 4-3 all clubs.
Ugh.
I know. He almost street flashed me.
Street flashed.
But he still sent me to the streets.
All right.
But I'm for the streets, so it was fine.
Top pair versus up and down. Backdoor spades working in favor for Navas. So the bet was 40K. Just a call from the JT. Interesting turn now. So Navas does pick up a pair to go with the straight draw. Just a check on the turn, understandably so. Player picks up showdown and obviously still has equity very often with the draw. And that run out is tricky now because Navas, of course, can have some ace combos that c-bet flop and then end up checking turn. Now might go for value on the river. I think with both players having showdown, I think we probably just see 2 checks though. Because of course we could be up against some smaller pocket pairs, maybe a 4 or a 5 sometimes. Does the small blind have that much 4 or 5x though, Griff? What do you think?
That's the question.
Yeah.
Not that many.
Seems fairly standard though. Beautiful room there, most beautiful card room in the world. Griff, this morning I was actually supposed to see the ceiling open. For those of you that don't know, the ceiling of the Salle des Etoiles actually opens to the open night and or day sky. I've never seen it in all my years doing commentary, and I thought today was going to be the day. And then high winds thwarted my plans.
Brutal.
Just absolutely savage.
The wind god decided you weren't ready, Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Zephyr. He's king under the gun for Saboev. Does decide to open to 25K. Reminder, blinds are 6K, 12K at the moment. Karim in the chat asking, where are the commentators? We're right here. We are, in fact, just next door. We are on a 30-minute delay, however, to protect the integrity of the game. Commentary is coming to you live from Monte Carlo, from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort in the Salle des Etoiles.
Also known as the MCB Haas.
Many call it that. Yeah.
Trying to get it to stick.
All right, we're 3-betting with King 3 suited, and I'm here for it. Goel does have a pretty premium hand, though. So Goel, 76 big blinds behind. Navas, 87. So this is real big stack on big stack violence.
Yeah, Navas maybe pushing his luck a little bit here. We saw the King-Queen 3-bet. Goel let him have it. Now takes the King 3 suited out of position when he really has ultimate positioning on him in most hands. Sure, you know, Goel could just as well have something like Ace 7 off and decide to fold, but probably going to be a bit stickier now that you've shown that you're kind of come out after him a bit. Fortuitous flop, though, for Navas. Bottom gut shot, straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Going to start with a check, though. find this kind of interesting, maybe a bit against the grain. Don't think any designs to fold the flop, but Goel, of course, with that holding, none to bet.
Little glance at the chips there. That usually means players want to bet.
Yeah, I mean, we do see some checking on boards of this nature with, we saw an interesting hand earlier today, which with Andres Nemeth against Vea, where we saw the check with the jacks after being the aggressor pre-flop. Super, super deep stack on a similar texture to be sort of under rep to catch bluffs. So now this can sort of pretend to play a big pair like this, to take out a street, to get his opponent to start repping the board, and then look for the 2 streets once we get a really safe turn like a 5. So yeah, he does have king 3, but does he ever play pocket queens like this? Maybe. And look, it actually does convince Goel, especially that big size. Really creates more definition in the hand instead of, firing out your typical small, medium-sized bet on the flop.
Right.
It's going to get floated by a hand like ace-queen suited. Sees the weakness of the check back and just goes hammer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a believable story, right? If we want to try and make out like we were checking an overpair or something like that, the way we might go about that is check flop and then potentially
And then
go
we
big
want
on
the
river.
value. We don't.
Yeah.
We want to make sure pocket nines gives us
Yeah.
as much as possible.
Yeah, quite right.
Really advanced stuff here. I mean, this is what's so great as the cream rises to the top, as it always seems to do here at the European Poker Tour. We see some players that, we've seen maybe on the odd feature here and there, but get their time in the spotlight, and it's always great when they show up and play some top poker.
Completely agree. A couple questions in the chat. Kareem says, now I'm just wondering how you guys are commentating with a delay, but you are there. So what we're watching on screen, what you're seeing with us right now, we're seeing for the first time, and we're being delivered the delayed feed. So we are live in real time, but what we're watching is footage that has happened 30 minutes in the past. So nobody's the wiser until we see it with you. So we're reacting in real time as well. We don't know what's going to happen ahead. And Enoch is asking, just jumping into live stream, are we already in the money? Yes, sir. Well in the money now. 53 players left. All players guaranteed around 17,000 euros or so.
Yeah, we did try the honor system once, but then there was the EPT scandal of 1986.
Don't joke.
And
That's right. We're live for you, Phoenix. I mean, it's nice though, guys, because we're poker fans here, obviously as well, so we get to enjoy it at the same time as you guys. So your reaction is our reaction. Here's a look at some of our payouts, bottom of the screen there as well. 1 million euros up top. Always love when it's a nice round number like that. JRM says, is there any room to even play poker with these stack sizes? I mean, we're really deep stacked, bud. 673,000 is the average stack. That's a 50 big blind average. That's super deep for tournament poker. You can do a lot with 50 big blinds, right, Griff?
yeah, can you get it to have your girlfriend call you back?
If you win the million, there's a chance. Wow, very, very quick check. Novice has got a bit of a stare down thing going on, and I think it's terrifying.
Yeah, I dig it.
It's powerful. I think I'm too coy to have that kind of look, though. I'm too affable.
Love this little bet here from Spoev. I'm sure he's aware that he's going to have the best hand some of the time there, but probably recognizing with the scariness of the board that it's going to be the winner of the hand is going to be the person that bets first. That Nadas won't want to get to the to showdown with a hand like 10 high, queen high, and the like. So just fires out a bet himself, seeing if he can just take it down first to speak, as it were, and that works out quite well. So even these small pots, I'm really seeing some intricate little plays that I find very exciting.
Yeah. No, you're quite right. As you said, the cream has certainly started to rise, and we're looking at some really cute poker. You're going to like this one, Griff. Do friends and family have to pay to be on the rail? No is the answer. However, I'd like you to sort of like put on like a high-vis jacket and just stand there and accept donations and just like...
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to pay. I will say that there have been times I've charged them because I thought I could get away with it. And I'm telling you all that now because I just feel like I'm in a sort of radical honesty mood.
Yeah.
You know? And I took that little kid's all his money just to watch his big brother.
Oh, are you here for the rail? Yes, there's just a donation.
Yeah, just I'll take some lemonade or whatever's in your pockets.
50 euros or lemonade, whatever. Here's the guy. He's going to go ahead and tree bet. 68K to go.
Yeah, very nutted sizing, very intentional because you're up against that 20 big blind stack of Val's. This, even though we do hold the best hand here, I'm almost sure it isn't with intention to call off against a shove, which would be a very, very strong range. If Val's thinks that Pardo, it does have a decent amount of 3-bet folds here, Ace-7 suited isn't one of the worst hands you can do it with, so this might not get through all the time, but I mean, I think us as poker players, we can look at this and say, yeah, oh wow, and it looks like those are calling chips. So actually, that small sizing, which is supposed to be designed to just like not put too much of his stack in there and also look very strong, it's actually gotten Val's to decide to continue with only an SPR of 1 and a huge advantage for Pardo, given the actual hand strength of himself and his opponent. And now all he needs to do is just breathe on this pot, and it should take it down. Hit him with that little, 28,000 chip bet. King high texture, gonna favor you most. Certainly Val's could be calling pre-flop with something like a King Jack suited if he's also calling with Ace-7 suited, but Pardo gonna go for it and hope for a quick fold. There is that 35K bet.
Yeah, and not far off there, Griff. 35K into a pot of 160,000. And Val's is going to get out of the way. Nice pickup there for Pardo.
And I don't want to necessarily fault Val's too much for that peel. I mean, I think it's a bit against the grain. But if Pardo's 3-betting Ace-10 off, going to be 3-betting King Jack off, there's sometimes some hands that you're actually ahead of. So it's an interesting peel.
Yeah, I'd say probably more conventional suited aces peel when you have more position, right? Maybe like button open, small blind 3-bet, Ace-7 suited becomes a bit closer, or a little bit more frequent, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right, but also the biggest thing in this moment is just the stack size.
Sure.
Starting with 20 big blinds, finding yourself putting in 7 of those.
Yeah.
It's getting a bit murky.
No, I see that. Yeah, sorry, I didn't spot how shallow Val's was when you made the call. Yeah, quite right.
Guess he called 6. Yeah, and then that created the SPR of 1, also known as the stack to pot ratio. These nerdy little terms we have here. Ooh, ooh.
Raise.
Timothy's asking, how much was the total prize pool? Just 5.795 million euros. A paltry sum. 1,195 entrants.
What does chicken have to do with this?
A paltry sum. And just a raise and a take it for Pardo. So Pardo, a couple nice spots there, 49 big blinds, sitting around average.
That's what he does. He bobs, he weaves, he malakas.
It's his style.
Just seems like a
gonna
great
know,
guy to
it's
get an
nice.
espresso with to start your day at an EPT.
Kareem
Mark
is
my
asking
words,
about
it'll happen one day, me and him.
Kareem is asking about taxes. It's a classic question we get in chat here. It depends where you live. Depends on your nationality and must be respected. King 7 suited. 58 big blind stack. Let's kick things off. Goes for the min raise. Suited hand in the big blind, Griff.
But it was suited.
But it was suited indeed. Hearts are clean, though.
But are they pure?
Ah, not so pure on this flop. Pretty straightforward continuation bet. I think we can go nice and small here. Val's actually starts the hand very shallow. So honestly, like a quarter pot here, I think would be really nice. Yeah. 18 into 66 sounds about right to me. And very effective.
It's kind of Nick's poker kink. If he guesses a sizing and then it happens, whew,
Oh, man.
he starts glowing.
I'm all fired up.
Yeah.
It also helps that he's under 20 big blinds. That's pretty much all I know. Help me, Griff. Help me. He already told you he's not going to share his secrets.
Outer table action. What do we got here?
Outer table action, indeed. This is a shot of our chip leader, Valeriano Toledano. Great name. Great name. He has 1.75 million and is looking real good as we round the final 53. We've had some great names, Griff. Valeriano Toledano sounds like a character from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I would have liked if you'd served that a little harder.
Valeriano Toledano.
There you go. How hard was that?
The House of Valerian. King 6 suited calling on the button here. And 4 is now obviously a pretty juicy spot to potentially flop a set. How do you feel about the King 6 suited call here, Griff?
So it's definitely loose. It's 3 or 4 pips too high that I would probably call in this scenario. But it's not completely rogue. I think players will sometimes call in this spot. Now the problem is if you have a player like Navas in the big blind who might chomp at the bit with a blocker, you know, that's even more incentive to let this one go. I think ultimate position when you're playing very deep stack can be important. Problematically, you're never going to have the best king. You're going to be, you know, there are going to be scenarios where you're going to get coolered kicker-wise or coolered by diamonds. But in this situation, we would have seen that actually against Davenport's particular hand would have been very fortuitous to make some diamonds. But ultimately, all that matters in this hand is that Navas found this spot Davenport is reaching for chips. Big Daddy, hit him with it. Don't tease me.
Let's go. Oh, my Lord. Let's
Not
go.
his first time around the block.
I'm not being funny, though. No disrespect to Navas. This looks like the kind of guy that could squeeze light.
Yeah. But easier said than done, putting in that 4-bet for near 30 big blinds. 53 people left in an EPT. And Navas now reaching with that ace blocker.
Raise.
Oh!
Raise. That's cool.
This is why we are here.
And also, Navas looks like the kind of guy that could 5-bet light.
Feature table.
So it
Wait.
appears as though he has announced raise and then perhaps put in not enough chips.
Floor, feature table.
I don't think it would have been Navas's intention to make it a cool 450.
Okay,
but
wait a moment.
At this stage,
It's 450.
imagine he will be forced to make it that amount.
So basically, what's going on here, guys? We're calling floor because we're unsure whether Navas has raised or called. He meant to raise. He did say raise.
No, yeah, it'll be a raise.
And this actually makes the situation a little bit tricky now, right, Griff? Because let's see what the ruling is. So if it is a min raise, it will be 450, right, Griff?
Correct.
And that obviously is a fantastic price for the Jack 10 suited, but we're already talking about a 5-bet scenario. So
Nice to 150. But I meant to raise to 450. I said raise 450. I said raise for now.
yeah, sorry, I just heard that he said he meant to make it 450 regardless.
Yeah, so this is the thing about a spot like this. Obviously, we're seeing, like, why would he just make it the minimum? Well, if he thinks his opponent has something like King Jack off, you know, that's a much better example than some hand that we can see as so much playability as Jack 10 suited, where Davenport might be inclined to call. You don't really need to make it more than 450.
Yeah.
So the fact Davenport finds himself with this hand that, you know, has so much playability, I mean, I think he needs to just flick in this 12 big blinds and see a flop.
Yeah, the price here is staggering, but obviously we're talking about big numbers, guys. This is still a lot of big blinds, even if it's a relatively small raise in relation to the 3-bet.
Nice.
Sorry, 4-bet, excuse me.
And I've been in this spot, Nick, though, where it's like, what have I gotten myself
Exactly.
into?
This is so
a million
spicy.
Chips in the middle at 12,000 big blind, and I'm sitting here with Jack high against this menace of a player, an SPR of 0.7. And there, he finds his 10.
There's a
Wow.
10. And at this point, Griff, does it even matter if our opponent has aces? We feel super committed once we make top pair, right?
Yeah, I mean, the chips would just go all in for Davenport. And Navas is going to be, got to worry now that his opponent has something like queens, kings, jacks that just wouldn't really be inclined to fold at this stage. I mean, maybe we're talking jacks would just be flatting the original 3-bet. Yeah, this is now waving the white flag.
And I guess the only move is all in, Griff. No. Given a free card. Oh, that makes it easier. Never mind. Just check and turn trips just so you're sure you can crack those aces.
I mean, I kind of like the check back.
No,
I mean,
in hindsight, Griff, I actually think the check back is better
you're
now I've
just
thought
going to
about
get
it.
snapped by aces if you shove.
Yeah.
Why not give your opponent an opportunity
I think you're right.
to bluff? You give him an opportunity when he has ace king maybe to get there, but does he make it 450 with
Sure.
ace king? No.
Sure. No, I'm with you, Griff.
So I don't think you're scared of too much. You're likely up against a rogue 1-over like an ace 5 or against the massive pair that's already beating you. So I really like this check back.
And with SPR 0.7, Griff, should we just check again here?
I think so.
What's the harm?
Yeah.
Ace or a king on the river, hopefully?
You're going to get it all anyways if he has aces
Yeah.
or kings and he's still trapping you.
Yeah.
Let's just fire off another check here. Give him
Sure.
a chance. Even to river and ace maybe. But those look like maybe small bet. This is kind of cool too. I mean, and Navas has got that look in his face like, what have I gotten myself into?
Yeah, nice hand there for Davenport. Worked out great, and I can't help but feel like that kerfuffle pre-flop was costly in the end.
Fireworks in Monaco.
It works. Nice hand. Enoch in the chat saying he should bet to make him pay for that flush draw. Well, is that how a player who is just 5-bet pre-flop is going to play a flush draw? Probably not. So we can probably take that out, and for that reason, I think that betting or checking turn is going to be just fine. Matthew Davenport now 140 big blinds, the new featured table chip leader. I dare say might be up there in the top 5 stacks of the tournament.
Yeah, and frankly, I think he played that hand perfectly. I know it's a bit unconventional to find yourself putting in a big 4-bet with Jack-10 suited and then call a 5-bet, but you can't let Navas just get away with every spot, right? He took the ace-5 off spot. It seemed like an obvious squeeze spot. You said, okay, you know what? This is my hand. I have the stronger range here. I'm going to click you. And then when he gets clicked back the stone min, I mean, and that's why I think maybe if Navas goes for it, I understand the appeal of the small as possible sizing because it's still going to fold out the kind of combos we talked about, maybe your king-jack offs and the like. But you give an incredible price to the suited combinations that might do this, and had he made it 540, does Jack-10 suited fold? Probably, but we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know.
To quote the previously great but disgraced Kanye West, I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. Man, what a high-tension moment there. Love to see it. That's a look at the feature table and outer tables, in fact. We are down to 53 players, guys. Things are starting to get tense. Players can start to taste that million.
Mahogany.
Is that 500,000? No, that's a million. Yes. Oh, I can taste it now.
Tastes like a vacation home.
Goel is in the hijack with a playable hand, Queen 10 offsuit.
And his seed's gotten a little bit better now with, the short stacked vols who can't really do much, even with ace-7. With the clipped, the wounded Navas, who I think might be taking a little bit of time off from the blasting.
Sometimes even Blaster's got to take a day off.
Hey, listen. Even Blastoise has to rest his shell.
The king of all blasters.
Yeah. Davenport feeling himself now.
Top pair for Goel now, 4-10 at 7, 2 hearts. And probably just a check bet fold unless Davenport decides to go way off-piste. Ooh, Queen 10 checks back. That's interesting. On a texture like this, Griff, I'd imagine we're trying to get value from the hearts, from the straight draws, from the worst 10x, from the 7x, from the 4x.
But you can see the utility of a check back here. It's not really Goel's board so much. You're going to be facing a great deal of check raises from some straight draws, some flush draws, maybe some hands with back doors like a Queen 9, Queen of Hearts. Can get a little tricky to play. You can find yourself in a big pot with a lot of bad turn cards guessing. This check back is really interesting because it really under-reps your hand, and it allows Davenport to start representing on that turn, even on a deuce. If he had 6-8 off, he might even come in out with an overbet.
Well, we definitely want to have some top pair checkbacks, right? But
yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Sorry, just check my thought process here, Griff. It doesn't make sense to sort of check with the weaker of our 10x's, like with the weaker kickers, and then sort of our bigger ones where we get more value from worst 10x, like kind of go for it.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Sure. No, I mean, just food for thought. Like those shades. Looking good in the Ray-Bans there. So, guys, at this point, the clock has been paused. And we are about to deal for the hands remaining because we need to decide how we're going to finish up today. That's how we do it. And at this point, I'd like to just remind you guys that we are going to conclude this stream in approximately 10-ish minutes time or so, but there will be an additional supplementary stream on Spraggy's Twitch and YouTube channel, and also on the UK YouTube if you are in the UK. That will be a cash game stream kicking off at about 9 o'clock BST. That's when the Cards Up coverage will begin. Players include Ben Spragg, Chris Eubank Jr., Rory Jennings, Adam McCullough, Spencer Owen, and Felix Schneiders. Commentary from James and Joe. I'm going to be watching. It's going to be about 3 hours of cash game action. Cards Up coverage as per usual. They're playing 10-25, Griff. Exciting stakes to be viewed.
Very exciting. And if we see some straddling as well, it could get very, very big. Can I just give you a note, Nick? You know, I just feel like you said approximately 10-ish minutes. You can just choose one, man. Approximately 10 minutes or 10-ish minutes. It's redundant.
You're not a fan of 10-ish?
No, 10-ish is great. But you don't throw approximately on it because you're approximating with the 10-ish. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
Just take a racket and let's play some 10-ish.
So just to reiterate, guys, it's not going to be here. Our stream will end, but that doesn't mean the action ends. Go and give those channels a follow. Check out Spraggy's YouTube and Twitch now if you don't already follow, and then continue your viewing enjoyment over there. All right, back to the action on the feature table.
But don't stay too long. I mean, we're sort of considering this a loan out for the night because we're closing up shop. We expect you back here, back at work tomorrow. All right, all of you in that chat, getting banned, having a good time, having a laugh, watching some high stakes poker. Please don't leave us.
Please don't leave us.
I need you.
So regarding that draw, Griff, last 3 hands. 3 hands remaining. That was actually the outcome of the draw that we paused for there.
For the 6, you mean? Sorry? For the 6? Yes.
So this is the second to last. Now this is the penultimate hand here. This is hand number 145. And 146 will be how we conclude. Wrapped up pretty swiftly. That random draw was low.
Yeah, approximately 3-ish hands left for the end of the day.
Thank you, Griff. And Saboev is going to kick us off here in the cutoff with the King-Jack of the offsuit variety. And it is king high. Joubert does, in fact, have a piece, though, with that bottom pair of 6s.
So far, so good for Spoev. And why not just improve to 2 pair? Have the board pretty locked down here, but with those diamonds and that interaction with the 6-7, and even the interaction with the King-Jack, you know, if Joubert had something like a Queen-10 of diamonds, would have increased his equity significantly. But we don't see a bet that is too large. Probably expecting hands that are going to fold a lot when you have the board so crushed.
Thank you.
Crushed.
Yeah, just goes for around a third, takes it down, and we are now rounding on hand number 146. As I said, we've already drawn for the last hands. This is going to be the last hand of today's session and today's broadcast.
Since yesterday, I can't beat you.
Sounds like those two have lore. I would like to read the scrolls. I would like to learn of the lore between Esberev and Joubert.
Fetch me the scrolls.
Fetch me their scrolls. They speak of lore.
Since yesterday I cannot beat you. Fetch me the scrolls. Oh, okay. Davenport, fresh off a huge chip up.
Davenport, you've grown stronger since I last saw you. Spits blood.
And Joubert here, 20 big blind stack in the small blind.
Trouble, trouble, trouble. Table chip leader open the cutoff, sitting there with 20 big blinds. You're already throwing out the time bank chip. Do I just want to shove this, which is frankly the most standard GTO play, especially when a big boy stack is just opening, you know, King 9 off here or Ace 6 off or what have you.
And presuming Goel gets out of the way here pretty swiftly. Davenport should be snappy snap.
Tell you what, you can have worse hands, Nick, than Queen 10 of diamonds against two black aces.
Yeah, Queen 10 of diamonds, and you are not being blocked by the ace of diamonds. Definitely an aces cracker potentially, but the equity will be in favor of Davenport. About 79% here going to the flop.
Maybe mistake. No. Big mistake, it seems. It's okay. At least a sweat.
Yeah, give him a sweat.
Oh,
yeah, that's a nice sweat. Backdoor diamonds,
a diamond.
Gutter ball.
Just a little diamond, a 5 diamond.
Ace of diamonds.
5 diamond, I want to sweat, I want to sweat.
He wants the good old sweat, the Frenchman.
Oh
my
God. Okay,
that's a lot more.
Just think about it.
Just think about it.
A little 9 offsuit. I'm not greedy.
That's what I was thinking about too.
Oh, 10. I take a 10.
You'll take anything, buddy. Big river card. Can he spink it? No.
Too many out syndrome, and that is going to be busto for Joubert. 53rd place finish, taking home 17,150 euros.
You know, I like that. I tried to say, can he bink it? But I said, can he spank it?
And with that, guys, that is, in fact, the last hand of the day. There's the payout. Dimitri Joubert, unfortunately eliminated in a very standard spot, in my opinion, but Davenport's power increases almost 2 million chips now. And so, we are going to wrap things up here in Monte Carlo. I think players at this stage are going to be bagging. They're going to be tagging. Looking forward to going to day 4 tomorrow, guys. Don't forget, we are going to be covering all that cards up action all the way till Saturday, where we will be covering the final table. And somebody is going to win €1 million at the end of it. Can confirm at this stage that Davenport is our overall chip leader. We thought there's a chance he might have crept up there. And after that exchange, it's looking really, really good going into day 4. Let's see if he can hold on to it. If you guys would like to follow along with that, make sure that you join us tomorrow. Action resumes around 12:30 local time. That's local time to here in Monte Carlo.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Rafael Navas tomorrow. See how he licks his wounds tonight.
Yeah.
Because he is definitely a force and still comes in tomorrow with 65 big blinds.
Yeah, he's a blaster, and I like his style. Unfortunately, got caught out in that spot, but didn't do any more damage.
Yeah.
Correctly identified that this was not a good situation to continue blasting, and that's a good sign of a good blaster. So let's take a look at those chip counts. As we said, Matthew Davenport, overall chip leader, 1.9 million, 161 big blinds, and a couple other very average-looking stacks. Vows might be in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
All right, we got an official one that time, and these players will be rejoining us for our day 4 coverage tomorrow. Let's take a look now at the payouts. This is what they're playing for. I mentioned the 1 million runner-up taking home 615,000 euros. Anybody who comes higher than 8th will be taking home 6 figures. And this is what tournament poker is all about, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they're playing for. This is what we're looking out for. And this is a very important set of numbers for the individuals who are going to be taking on the action tomorrow. Don't forget about the PokerStars blog. There will be information and updates on there for today's action, but also all of the action throughout the rest of this EPT, and of course, any action from PokerStars in the future. So go give them a follow for updates there. next time. Join us again tomorrow at 12:30 CEST, for the main event and day 4. So that's a wrap from the action today. Join us tomorrow for day 4 of this year's main event. Streaming begins at 12:30 local time. Set your alarms now.
For a good time, so fresh catching this vibe. All I need is a green light.